This child was abandoned in the forest of beasts. He was raised until the age of 5 by a giant leopard. During that time, he learned how to hunt. Later, he was taken in by an old man trapped in the forest. Because of that, he had to train relentlessly. Helmut ate poisonous herbs every night. In the morning, he ran and did squats until his body gave out. In the afternoon, he had to swing his sword and master Viss. All of this was to become the greatest monster the Kingdom's Academy had ever known. The world is very unfair. A long time ago, the highest authority of this world spoke about the traces left behind by the Demon King and the great forest that was covered by demonic energy. Because of this, none of them could use it, since whenever they entered, no one ever came back alive. So, they came up with the idea of throwing those they wanted to kill into that forest, since whenever people caused problems, that would be the best place to get rid of them. Later, in front of this forest, a mother was crying, begging them to return her child, but the guard did not allow it, because the seed of darkness was sprouting within that child. The priests came to pray, and then threw the child onto the roots, a place of exile where no one could survive. Not even the greatest geniuses, knights, or incredible magicians had managed to endure. It was a place where criminals were thrown using divine magic, and if anyone ever came out alive, their sins would be forgiven. But one day, a baby was born with the seed of darkness. His very existence was already a sin. He was abandoned in the middle of the forest, alone. Days later, hunger and cold struck this child. But within his body, something like a seed grew in his heart, and energy began to surge, filling the child's body. Thus, 10 days passed, and the boy was still alive. Then, a demonic jaguar appeared and carried the child away. From that moment, his tragic fate changed. 10 years later, that same boy had grown up and was now hunting a rabbit. But the hunt wasn't easy. He leapt forward, finally managed to grab the animal, and shouted to Alaga that he had caught his prey. This Alaga was the jaguar that had saved him that day 10 years ago. She smacked the animal with her paw and asked Helmut if he was getting used to hunting, even though for now he could only catch rabbits. She told him to pay attention, because this thing was called a core, something all demonic beasts had. If you ate it, you would become stronger and extend your lifespan. But Helmut, no fool, said the prey was his, so he should eat it. Wait, hold on. He couldn't, because the cores only worked on demonic beasts. If he ate one, he would turn into a beast himself and be trapped in this forest forever. Still, he said that even if he didn't eat it, he was trapped here anyway. Since he was still weak, he couldn't leave Alaga's territory, or else the other beasts would hunt him down. But Alaga told him that he could escape, because someone once said it was possible, that someone was a human she had met long ago, though by now he must have died somewhere in this forest. The clever Helmut asked if that man might have survived. She replied that he had been strong in the past, but humans age and weaken, especially in this forest filled with demonic energy. Helmut only didn't feel it because of the seed of darkness inside him. Yet he kept insisting, asking if she had met anyone else here. Annoyed, she swatted his tail, reminding him she had raised him all this time and now he already wanted to disappear. After much pestering, she finally revealed that the place where that man had lived was to the east of the forest. So Helmut ran off joyfully, eager to meet another human in this place. Ahead, there was a strange area surrounded by wooden fences. With no other choice, he jumped over and found a little house in the middle. This was something only a human could have built. At that moment, Helmut's head was slammed to the ground by a man demanding to know who he was. Helmut explained that Eliga had told him a human lived in the east, and he had come here wanting to leave the forest. The man asked why he wanted to leave, warning him that the human world wasn't as beautiful and peaceful as he imagined. Humans were weak, with no claws or sharp teeth, but they were cruel and cunning, always seeking to dominate everything. Helmut explained that he hadn't been born in the forest, but had been sent there as a baby because of the seed of darkness. The man was surprised, since those born with the seed were usually killed immediately. That meant Helmut might belong to an important lineage. That was why Helmut had been abandoned in the forest, because of the seed of darkness within him. As long as it remained inside him, he would be hunted, even outside the forest, and would probably die fighting other humans. But Helmut said that even so, he still wanted to go. Then the old man took him in, saying that before going to the human world, Helmut needed to become one. He explained that to leave, he would need to cross the forest barrier. For now, he had to forget about that and grow stronger, or else he would just pass through and die outside. That was why the man decided to teach him. Inside the house, Helmut complained about the filth, while the old man said that would be his bed. But there was no room for laziness, because there was still much to do, like wearing clothes for the first time in his life. Soon after, they went into the forest, where Helmut began to learn what he could and could not eat. The old man showed him a root, explaining that even though it contained demonic energy, it could be purified with water and eaten. Helmet was amazed, since he had never known plants could be edible. Later, Helmet went to fetch water when Alia appeared and smacked him on the ear, scolding him for listening to that human when he never even listened to her. But Helmet replied that the man promised to make him strong so he could leave the forest. Nothing interesting would happen if he stayed. He went off, while Alia thought he might have a good life. But that good life wasn't today, because Helmet was soon sitting on the ground with his hands outstretched. His training was about to begin. The old man thought this boy was different, born with much more than just the seed of darkness, and so he was worth teaching. After some time, Helmet collapsed, groaning that he was hungry. The old man cooked a vegetable stew, and Helmet was captivated by how delicious it was. A moment later, the old man explained that since Helmet was not a demonic beast, he had no claws or sharp teeth, and the human body had limits. That was why he would teach him to use a sword starting tomorrow. But first, he showed Helmet what a sword was. He picked it up, swung it sideways, then slashed downward. The strike split a rock clean in half. That, he explained, was how humans survived. This was called Viss. Just as beasts had demonic energy, humans had an invisible source of power they could use. Even though Helmet's seed had different properties, it was still a similar kind of power. Helmet became excited and wanted to learn it, but he just got flicked on the forehead. His body wasn't ready yet. That was why the most important thing was for him to understand the sword. Even if it was difficult and painful, he had to press on and not give up, because the sword would reward his efforts. A few days later, Helmet was throwing a tantrum because the old man kept criticizing his posture. Still, the more the man observed him, the more he realized Helmet was a strange boy with incredible growth. Even though the seed of darkness usually made humans violent, this child was clever and didn't give up easily. And so, the old man struck Helmet's hand with his sword, asking if he understood the difference. Since he didn't understand anything, the old man told him he would go without dinner. At that moment, Helmet said he was beginning to understand why the amount of damage was different, as well as the speed and the places he had struck, even though the movement looked the same. The old man explained that imitating outward appearances was not enough. He had to understand his whole body connected with the mind of the sword, keeping everything under control. That was why he needed to devote his heart and soul to every movement. Encouraged, Helmet began swinging his sword again, until later he went to the riverbank, thinking he would rest even though it was boring. At that moment, Alia appeared behind him, saying he had grown quite a lot in such a short time. Helmet then asked her what debt the old man owed her. In truth, that human had wanted to live there, and she had given him special permission. Helmet even teased, saying she didn't like living with anyone, yet she let him stay without even fighting him. But she was the ruler of the forest, and it didn't matter who disturbed her, she would fight them. Still, when she thought carefully, maybe not everyone, because she had been cautious not to be attacked by the serpent during her battles. That serpent was Naho, who lived in the southern region of the forest. Naho had been after that human who lived here. If Alia exhausted herself fighting, the serpent could come and finish off both of them. She wasn't sure how strong the old man truly was, because demonic beasts exposed their energy openly, while humans naturally concealed theirs, and Naho hated that human, since he had destroyed the dreadful place she had built. Helmet wondered what kind of dreadful place it was. Alia grabbed him and rushed through the jungle. When they arrived, it turned out to be a human farm, a place where humans were forced to work under the whip of other humans. That other group consisted of females, human women, something Helmet had never seen before. They were being led into a hut to be served at Naho's dinner, since the serpent loved to eat women for their tender flesh. Meanwhile, the men worked until the end of their lives. That was why this place was called a human farm. Among them was a bald man who seemed to be causing trouble. In fact, everyone there was bald, maybe some kind of requirement, but this one wore a cloak and acted as the leader. He was skilled at finding other humans thrown into the forest. Had Helmet been unlucky, he might have become one of them. As Helmet and Alia were about to leave, a voice rang out. Well, look who it is. It was none other than the serpent Naho, the owner of the human farm. Just feeling the pressure of these two beings, Helmet instantly froze, while Naho remarked that she enjoyed eating young humans. But Alia simply replied, no thanks, saying she didn't eat men either. She preferred those with tender flesh. Smelling the air, she then asked Helmet what he was to Darien, which, for those who didn't know, was the name of the old man. Alia swatted the serpent with her paw for bringing her filthy face too close, but Naho said she had smelled that wretch, because it had only been a few years since he came and destroyed her farm. Alia countered that the boy had stolen the old man's clothes, and if Naho dared touch a single hair on his head, she would tear her apart. Naho simply ordered her to leave her territory. Not long after, Helmut fainted. Alia carried him back, warning him to be careful from now on. That was why he needed to stay close to the old man. No one knew what that serpent might do. But Helmut stopped and asked if he could become as strong as her and the old man. Alia replied that this was a level most humans could never reach, even after a lifetime of effort. It would not be easy, and if he wanted to leave the forest, he would need to give his very best to grow stronger. When the old man returned, Alia said her farewell and left, while Darien called Helmut back to the cabin. That night, Helmut was writhing in pain, as though his stomach had a hole in it. Earlier, the old man had forced him to eat something before bed. It was nothing less than poisonous herb, and he was told to eat it without complaint, since it would help suppress the power of the seed. He kept groaning in agony, thinking he might die right there, while the old man stood on the peak of a mountain, reflecting on the past 4 or 5 years. The next day, Helmut continued swinging his sword endlessly. Then he asked Darien if his body felt lighter lately because of the poisonous herb. Maybe it was also the effect of the demonic soil. Since the pain had stopped in recent weeks, Darien said it was time. He picked up a piece of wood and spoke about Viss, the power that could not be seen. He had not yet taught Helmut about it, because his body hadn't reached even the basic level. But now, his body was ready to accept Viss. From this point forward, he would learn the training method. Darien released energy through the wood, telling Helmut to feel it in the atmosphere, to control it, and then to channel it into his sword. That was how he should proceed from now on. Helmut grabbed his sword as the old man told him to breathe deeply while fighting, to absorb the energy of nature. He had to think simply and move calmly, because if he lost control of Viss, his body would break first. Their battle began. Helmut grumbled about the old man's speed but kept attacking, focusing on breathing. Darien blocked every move, urging him to use his senses and absorb more energy. This, he said, would be their way of training from then on. Even if it took time, Helmut had to show his will. With every clash of their swords, the old man told him not to lose rhythm and control. 4 years later, Helmut finally cut down a tree with only a wooden sword. The old man said he was doing very well after those years and asked him to show his Viss. Helmut refused, saying that the last time he did, Darien had refused to fight, claiming there was nothing there. Still, he eventually gathered his Viss through the sword, while the old man thought his growth was incredible. Not only did he possess the seed of darkness, but he was also talented. This boy would surely turn the world upside down, whether for good or for evil. It seemed the time had finally come for him to leave the forest, but Helmut said he wasn't strong enough yet. However, if the seed grew any further, he would not be able to cross the divine barrier, so it had to be now. Darien explained that the human world lay beyond the southern part of the root forest, and to reach it, Helmut needed to pass through the divine barrier. In theory, he could pass even with the seed of darkness, since a human capable of weakening the barrier could cross it. But Darien admitted he didn't know exactly where, since he had never tried to find it. There was, however, someone who had: the village chief Erugo, that same bald man in the cloak from the human farm. Darien warned that Helmut would experience countless things in the human world, but tragedy always arrives quietly. And when that day comes, he will know despair, perhaps even sink into the depths of darkness. But under no circumstance could he allow himself to be lost. That was all Darien asked. With nothing else to say, the old man said he was going to take a nap, but Helmut was to return in the morning because he had something for him. That night, Helmut met Alia again, lost in thought because he was finally leaving this place. It was a complicated feeling. Alia simply said this was proof that he was slowly becoming human. The next morning, he went to the cabin. When he opened the door, the old man was sitting silently with a sword and a bag before him. At that sight, Helmut felt deeply that the time had truly come to leave, and he vowed to remember Darien forever, his master. And since he was going to the farm, Alia told him that the wretched serpent was hibernating, so unless there was a major commotion, she would not wake up. Still, if Alia entered her territory, Naho would sense it. That was why Helmut had to go alone. Outside, Alia told him that Darien's life had come to an end. She said not to make that face because Darien had lived and died as he wished. Now it was her turn to give Helmut something, an item he had been left with when he was abandoned. He might need it one day. It was a medallion made of pure gold. Inside was engraved the words, "Let there be light upon your path, Margaret Irene." This was probably a sign of his family in the human world. The suffering and fear of others made Erugo more powerful, but eventually, due to the pursuit of a certain mage, his atrocities were exposed, and he was sentenced to death or exile. To avoid death, he chose the root forest, where he eventually encountered the two-headed serpent. So Helmut set off, telling Alia to take care of herself and not to die. At the human farm, when the chief went to turn off the light to sleep, Helmet suddenly appeared with his sword at the man's neck, warning him not to move. Then the story unfolded. Dark magic was an evil power capable of making even a weak mage strong. There he was granted permission to live in her territory in exchange for obedience and sacrifices. Using magic, he gathered the exiled humans and forced them into submission to Naho. That was how the human farm was created. Irugo became the king of the farm, while other humans were treated like livestock. Naho never interfered with his work as long as he continued to offer sacrifices. Yet while serving the serpent, his ambition grew again. Every winter when Naho hibernated, demonic beasts attacked the farm daily. Still, even during those crises, he found some satisfaction in that life. Until now, with a sword pressed to his neck, he demanded to know what Helmet wanted. What Helmet wanted to know was how to leave the root forest. The bald man asked if he was Darian's disciple, but that didn't matter. If he didn't talk, he was finished. Irugo tried to argue that if he died, Naho would awaken from her hibernation. But if that happened, Irugo would die as well, since Naho could not revive the dead. He insisted that he was the only one who knew how to leave the forest, so killing him would end any chance. Helmet, clever as always, reminded him that mages were good at recording their knowledge. If he died, Helmet could simply search his house and find something. Finally, the bald man agreed to tell him how to leave the forest. He led him down a staircase into the underground, explaining that the method he had discovered was purely theoretical. No one had ever attempted it, nor had the ability to. The only one who might have managed it was Darian. Since Helmet was there, it either meant the old man had no intention of leaving or had already died. Irugo took a book, but before handing it over, he invited Helmet to become his successor and live in that place. Since he was Darian's disciple, he must be strong, unlike the others. But Helmet only wanted the book to escape the forest. Irugo explained that it was a book he had discovered in a mage's hideout before living there. According to it, there was a massive waterfall at the southern border of the forest. There, water and demonic energy awakened divine power simultaneously. That place might allow someone to cross the barrier, but even weakened, it was still a high-level divine barrier, and anyone who failed would have their body reduced to ashes. That was all Irugo knew. Though Helmet despised him, he remembered Darian's teaching, that lives should not be treated as meaningless. So instead of killing him, he struck Irugo hard in the stomach, tied him to a pillar, and warned that he would be released later. As Irugo cried out that his magic wasn't working, Helmet simply walked away, declaring that he was leaving the forest. But Irugo wasn't done. Using some twisted spell, he summoned Lady Naho. The serpent awoke from her hibernation, demanding to know why she had been called. Irugo shouted that it was urgent. Darian was dead, and his disciple was here. Naho was pleased, saying this was finally her opportunity. Meanwhile, as Helmet ran through the forest, he encountered Naho's forces, the demonic beasts under her command. Feeling their overwhelming pressure, he realized he could only run. Soon, he felt demonic energy saturating the entire area. Then Naho herself appeared, declaring that she had waited so long for this moment and could not allow him to leave. For Helmet, that meant only one thing. He would have to pass over her dead body. She lunged to attack, but Helmet dodged. Dust clouded the area, making it impossible to see. Then Naho coiled around him with her massive body. Helmet paused, forcing himself to think calmly. His opponent was strong, but he would not allow things to go her way. Naho opened her mouth, preparing some kind of attack, and unleashed it at him. At that instant, Helmet seized the opening and rushed toward her mouth. She whipped her tail in that direction, but he kept running along it. No matter how powerful Naho was, she still had a weakness, one he could strike with Viss. He slashed directly into her eye. While she was distracted, he knew it was his chance to escape before things got worse. But then Naho bit into her own head and lunged again, clashing her power against his. When the explosion erupted, Helmut slipped away unnoticed. Sometime later, exhausted and battered, he hid in the forest, thinking to himself that the serpent was truly terrifyingly strong. And when he left, she appeared behind him again, because he couldn't hide inside her forest. Then, when she came at him with her huge mouth wide open, Ilaga appeared to face Naho head-on. She told him to get out of there because now the two of them were going to fight, and that was his chance to seek freedom. So Helmet left, while the two women stood staring each other down, with Ilaga saying that Naho wasn't going anywhere. Meanwhile, Helmet, after finishing his way through Elaga's territory, ended up running for 2 days straight. That left him with only one chance. He had to find a way to escape the forest through those two. The place in front of the waterfall was quite different, because there it was almost impossible to feel the demonic energy. But at that moment, feathers began to fall from the sky, for a gigantic bird had arrived, asking what business he had in its territory. This was Igrel, the ruler of the north. Alaga herself had already mentioned she was someone curious about things. Smelling him, Igrel asked if he belonged to the family of Naho or Elaga. Since he carried Alaga's mark, that would mean he was trespassing in her domain. But the boy, prepared, answered that he was there for his own reasons, and what he was about to do could be very significant. She could satisfy her curiosity, because he would be the first one to cross the barrier and leave the forest of roots. She laughed, asking if someone as weak as him could really do such a thing. If not now, then she would never again see anyone try to cross that divine barrier, because humans would always be thrown into this forest. But the only person who could pass through it would be him. So she made an exception. She wanted to see him attempt to cross the barrier. Because of that, she would protect him until he reached it. No matter the result, he asked her to tell Alaga that he had survived and managed to leave the forest. Then he dove and moved toward the waterfall from beneath, because he needed to go beyond the forest of roots. Divinity was the power of purification that protected humans and rejected negativity. Now that power was piercing into him with an agonizing pain he had never felt before. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a group was traveling with a cart. Not exactly with a cart, the supplies were in the cart, while the herder told them it was better to rest so they could travel faster later. If they ran into a demonic beast while exhausted, they would be in deep trouble, so the blonde boy was told to fetch water before nightfall. When he reached the river to get water, he saw nothing but Helmet's battered body lying on the ground. He ran back as if he had seen a ghost. Reaching the group, he shouted that there was a corpse down in the ravine, while everyone else thought he was just joking. The woman in the hat went along with him to check the situation. Underneath, there really was a body. But wait, it wasn't a corpse because he was still breathing. When he regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by people. The woman explained that this man had gone to fetch water and found him battered at the riverbank. She asked for his name. In any case, this was Tanya, a rank 3 mercenary with a silver medal from the Mercenary Face Corporation. Helmet was still stunned because these were other humans. She went on to say they were in the rotten forest. As for Helmet, he said he only remembered his name and how to use a sword. Tanya decided she would help him, and for the time being, he would be her responsibility. Sometime later, Helmet thought to himself that he had barely survived. It would take a while before he fully recovered. At the moment, his body was weaker than when he first began training, and the seed he thought would disappear was still there. Either way, now that he was in the human world, he couldn't let anyone discover he carried that seed. He would have to pretend to have lost his memories and try to find the owner of that pendant. But to do all of this, he would need to take things one step at a time. The next day, everyone was astonished at how different he looked after a bath. One even asked if he had come from a noble family, while Tanya asked if he was feeling better. On the road, the short one remarked how odd Helmet was, always stroking the horse, saying it was such a docile creature. After some time, Helmet began to lose his breath. Another man told him to put Helmet in the carriage, but no, they decided he would walk, believing he might recover better that way. In the city, the doctor examined him and said there was nothing wrong. Tanya flew into a rage, calling the doctor a fraud for giving such a diagnosis. But no matter how thoroughly he examined Helmet, there was nothing wrong. He gave him medicine, saying his memories would likely return naturally. Outside, Helmet told Tanya he was feeling better. She remarked on how firm his body was, and that since he knew how to use a sword, he must have trained under some master. She then invited him to duel her as a way to warm up since they had nothing to do the next day. In Helmet's mind, Tanya was a rank 3 silver medal mercenary, someone of high caliber and respect in this world. He accepted, curious to see how much strength his body had regained. At the training arena, everyone was practicing. When Tanya arrived with Helmet, the others told her to go easy on him, but she slapped them and said they would duel with wooden swords, with only one rule: they would fight until one of them fell. At that moment, Helmet's body was still far from full recovery, and he could not use Viss. He would have to face her only by redirecting her attacks. The duel began. He charged, she parried, sending him backward. On the next exchange, he sidestepped, only to be kicked mid-air. His body, still weak, felt as though it were moving underwater. While he defended, she pressed forward relentlessly, until finally finding an opening and sending him flying. Victory was hers. She herself admitted he had fought decently and done well. Another remarked that Tanya was an incredible fighter even among mercenaries. The group clapped Helmet on the back, congratulating him. One man stepped forward, introducing himself as Fian, captain of the mercenary group, and a rank 2 gold medal holder. He announced that Helmet had passed the entrance test. Since they had saved him, They didn't want him wandering without memories. They had been watching him from afar before reaching the city, and noticed that, unlike other young men, he hadn't made advances toward Fiend's sister. Thus, Helmut received a rank 4 mercenary contract. Everyone congratulated him. He asked the captain how long he would have to stay in the squad. The captain explained that he was free to leave whenever he wished, but once he started a mission, he was bound to it until the end. This was good for Helmut, who still knew nothing of this world. Now he would also learn what it meant to have allies. Later, an old man argued that this mission wasn't fit for a rank 4, but the captain insisted they could trust Helmut, saying he would be useful. Since it was a last-minute addition, they would only pay 1/3 of the normal price for his rank. The Tariq mercenary squad would also join this mission. After the old man left, the captain explained that tomorrow's task was to escort a large convoy. Even if they were ambushed, only rank 3s should fight, since the monsters would be too strong. One man warned that if the Tariq squad tried to provoke them, they should ignore it, since Tariq didn't have a good reputation anyway. With the meeting over, they would gather in the morning. That night, Helmut trained alone, reflecting on the duel. His body still hadn't recovered, but that didn't matter. He would begin training just as he had the first time. The next day, they all set out together through the forest to reach the cargo they were to escort. Old Meals ordered the Face squad to guard the rear. The blonde man pointed out that the others nearby must be the Tariq squad. One of them sneered, asking what the skinny kid was staring at, saying he was so thin he probably didn't even know how to hold a sword. In Helmut's thoughts, comparing his strength to an opponent's was no different than with demonic beasts. That human was probably not the leader, since he wasn't that strong. Still, it was best to keep an eye on him. A few days later, that same guy ended up knocking down the scrawny blonde, claiming it was just an accident. The person next to him even looked like a girl, but Helmut simply ignored them, picked up the skinny one, and walked away. The bully was furious at being ignored again. He was actually a rank 3 mercenary, who had been temporarily demoted after injuring his arm. On top of that, his brother had warned him that if he caused more trouble, he'd be expelled, so he decided the group would have to back him up later. Meanwhile, the blonde was frustrated. Barely 3 days had passed, yet those guys were picking on him every single day. Angry, he grabbed the water bucket and stormed off to fetch water from the river. Down at the riverbank, just as he filled the first bucket, those men appeared behind him, calling him over for a talk. After beating him up, they asked if he had ever bathed with his friend, and in truth, they just wanted to check if he was a man or a woman. That was why they had dragged him out there. When Helmut arrived and saw the situation, he thought these were exactly the kind of people Darian had warned him not to trust. The man ordered everyone to strip Helmut's clothes. Helmut reached for his sword, but before he could act, Tanya arrived, smashing her fist into the leader's face. She demanded to know why the Tariq squad was harassing her members. The loser of a leader claimed they were just having a conversation, but Tanya warned them clearly there had better not be another incident involving her mercenaries. Next time, things wouldn't end peacefully. That night, Helmut went to train alone in the forest. His body was already much better after focusing on healing for a week, though still not fully recovered to use Viss. By morning, the captain warned that the region they were entering was full of demonic beast sightings, so everyone had to be cautious. The men began speculating about what those beasts might look like. Suddenly, one of the men at the front was decapitated in an instant. A demonic beast had appeared. Furious, his comrade charged in, but he was struck aside easily. The monster was far too strong. Now both squads prepared for battle. Helmut and the blonde hid under the wagon. Since Helmut still couldn't use Viss, fighting would be extremely dangerous. He could sense how strong this monster was. The battle began. The rank 2 mercenaries surrounded it, slashing at the beast while the others fought weaker monsters. The fight at the front was intense. Rank 2 mercenaries could use Viss, and they were much stronger than Helmut had expected. The leaders kept the monster occupied while the others handled the smaller beasts. But then the monster suddenly stopped fighting and fled into the forest. Orders were given not to pursue. The mission was transport, not subjugation. The blonde needed Helmut's help to stand, while the others began dealing with the carcasses. They explained that beast hides and seeds could be sold at a high price. One showed Helmut a seed of darkness. The blonde remarked that he had heard such seeds could dominate human minds and turn them into demonic beasts. Those born with one usually died at birth or were sent to the root forest. Helmut finally understood why Darian had said what he did. As long as he carried the seed, he would have to fight against other humans. The whole reason he learned Viss was to suppress the seed inside him. Even now, without being able to use Viss, he had to hide this secret at all costs. The blonde went to examine one of the beasts more closely. At that moment, it suddenly grabbed him by the neck. Helmut reacted instantly, drawing and slashing in one swift motion, cutting the beast clean in half. A strange sensation coursed through him. Tanya, watching, noticed something peculiar about the way he drew his blade. That night, Helmut trained again. His Viss had finally returned. Within 3 days, he would be able to recover fully to his previous level. While training, he sensed something approaching. It was that annoying mercenary. The man sneered that walking alone was dangerous. This time, Helmut wouldn't get help, and so he'd be taught a lesson. Helmut asked if he was really serious about doing something so ridiculous. The man tore off the bandages from his arm. He was fully healed. He threw a punch at Helmut, who caught it effortlessly with one hand, forcing him to his knees. Clearly, the man needed to learn his place. Unwilling to accept it, the man drew his sword, but it was useless. Helmut unsheathed his own blade, slashing across the man's legs. Left like that, he would probably die. At that moment, however, Helmut felt the murderous intent of the seed trying to overwhelm him. He struck his own chest, forcing himself back under control, since he had gone too long without using Viss. When he calmed down, the man had already crawled away, muttering in disbelief about how someone like Helmut could wield Viss. But what awaited Helmut was worse. That same monstrous leader appeared again and crushed the arrogant man. Helmut infused Viss into his sword and launched into battle. After a fierce clash, the beast ran off once more. The others arrived, asking what had happened. Helmut explained the situation. Caleb, who had been tailing him, had been killed by the demonic beast. One of the leaders apologized, admitting Helmut had been put in danger because of their negligence, but Tanya cut him off, saying apologies weren't enough. Helmut had nearly died because they all knew what that man had been doing. Another snapped at her to watch her words, reminding her that Caleb had been his brother. Tanya retorted coldly that if he had supervised properly, none of this would have happened. At that point, Old Mills stepped in, saying enough was enough. They needed to reorganize. Nothing could be done for the dead. As compensation, Helmut would receive the fallen mercenaries' payment. From now on, they had to find a safer way to deal with demonic beasts, since 3 members had already died. Afterward, Tanya scolded Helmut, smacking him around, telling him not to wander alone anymore. Something about her tone reminded him of how Darian used to treat him. The next day, they continued their journey through the forest, fighting demonic beasts. By the end of the day, everyone was exhausted from constant battle. The monsters seemed to be targeting only their squad. The Tarek squad had barely fought at all. That night, in the carriage, Old Mills insisted that Tarek help guard the rear, but Tarek disagreed, saying that instead of security, efficiency was better. It was simple. While the Face squad fought the monsters, the others would leave the forest quickly. Milas demanded if they had no honor, but Tarek replied that the only thing that mattered here was survival. Dead if they had no honor, but Tarek replied that the only thing that mattered here was survival. The beast would eventually kill them all. It was only waiting for them to tire out before attacking. His plan was simple and efficient. The next day, the Face squad rode at the rear as usual. Then the Tarek squad bolted, abandoning them as the demonic beasts appeared. The captain realized they had been betrayed. Helmut, deep in thought, decided it was time to act. When the beasts swarmed in, the battle began, but the numbers were overwhelming. Watching his comrades struggle, Helmut thought only one thing: these people cannot die here. He told them to keep secret what they were about to witness. Then, drawing on his Viss, he leapt into the fray, cutting down monsters from every side until not a single one remained standing. And when he cut down the last one, everyone was stunned. This guy was insanely strong. Helmut simply said that his body had recovered. Tanya realized what she had seen before was true, and even the captain was surprised, since not even he could manifest his Viz like that. In any case, Helmut said he would stay with them until they left the forest. While they were tracking Tarek's men, it looked like they had run all night through the woods, but Helmut suddenly sensed something. There was a battle up ahead. At their current pace, it would take nearly an hour to reach it, so they hurried on to try to save those idiots. In the other group, they were barely managing to defeat the beasts when the leader showed up. Now, they were doomed. The blue-haired one told the other they should run, otherwise they would all die. If they fled now, all witnesses would disappear and their reputation would be safe. The two slipped away, shouting "disperse," while Old Mills paid the price for his decision as the beast started dragging everyone out of the carriage. At that moment, Helmut arrived, sending the monster flying with his sword. Earlier, the captain had told him to go on ahead and check the situation. Now that his Viss was back, he could also defeat this monster. But as his blade cut across the creature, he realized this was the strongest enemy he'd faced since leaving the forest. He couldn't lower his guard. The two clashed fiercely until the monster began absorbing the energy of the dead around it. It would likely be even stronger than before. Helmut had to go all out and finish it before the squad arrived. The fight raged on from every side. When the monster leapt, Helmut recognized the attack pattern. It was the same as the serpent Nahos. He jumped as well and delivered a massive slash. By the time the others arrived, he had already laid waste to everything. Fortunately, Old Meals was still alive inside the carriage. When he woke, He thought he was in the afterlife and apologized, saying Tarek's men had threatened him. In the end, he was not dead, and the demonic beast had been defeated. Now it was time to discuss payment. They wanted 80% of the profit for everything that had happened. After all, they had saved meals in the end. He agreed, while the captain asked what exactly they were transporting. Their client, it turned out, was the archmage Antiol, and the goods they were carrying originated from the Lumen Temple. As they knew, the temple's power was beyond imagination. The group that had defeated the Demon King thousands of years ago was no longer what it once was. They were now gathering sacrifices and power in the name of protection. Most kingdoms had submitted to them, yet they were unable to control that particular mage. In the midst of conflict, the mage had found an item in the temple and wanted to research it. If it became known that the Merchant Association had passed the item to him, the association would be destroyed since the temple was too powerful. They were doing it only because that mage had once saved their leader. They owed him this favor. Helmut asked if the mage was really that famous. There were even stories that he had nearly shattered one of the temple's divine barriers. Helmut wondered if a mage like that might be able to remove his seed. Sometime later, they finally left Beast territory. The captain gave Helmut a pill to help restore his Viss and thanked him for saving the squad. Without him, they would all be dead. The next day, they reached the marked area. The captain still didn't understand why the location was literally in the middle of nowhere. No village, no road, nothing. According to old Mills, that was exactly where they would load the goods for delivery to Antiol's home. Instead of explaining, Milas decided to show them with a necklace. He placed it in the middle of a tree, and everything began to exude energy. This was magic, and they were traveling through space. The captain was stunned. It was beyond imagination. Helmut asked whether it could be an illusion, but the temperature was dropping. They were crossing a great distance. Ahead, they finally saw someone, Archmage Antiol, welcoming the Merchant Association's guests. Seeing that everything had arrived intact, he thanked them and asked if there had been casualties. There were several traces of life force in the carriage. Old Meals said only a third of their members had made it, since they had fought a giant beast. Interested, Antiol asked where the corpse was. Meals replied that it had already been processed, but if he wanted to buy it, it was available. The mage offered 150,000 marks on the spot, shocking the group. It was a fortune. One of the men said he'd heard archmages possessed immense wealth. Antiol told them simply to unload the carriage. He wouldn't need it. Looking at him, Helmut sensed that, although this was a power different from the dark mage he had met, Antiol was very strong. When Antiol looked at Helmut, he remarked that mages could perceive truths unknown to others. Helmut warned him to watch himself. Antiol then raised a barrier spell that shut them off from the outside world, a gesture of respect for hidden truths. He vowed upon his mage's name. Chains of power emanated from him, the mage's oath, a promise that, if broken, would cause a great loss of mana. He told the special boy to ask what he wished to know. Seeing that Antiol was not some untrustworthy dark mage, Helmut decided to ask only one thing. Without hesitation, Antiol asked whether it was about the Seed of Darkness. It was. Helmut wanted to know how to remove it. Antiol answered frankly, it was impossible. The Seed of Darkness was directly tied to his life. It held the power of a demon that rarely took root in infants who should have died, reviving them through the seed itself. Therefore, the thing must live until the host's death. Helmut was shocked. He had expected an archmage to have a solution. But Antiol was a mage, not a god. And this was the first time he had seen someone actually controlling their seed. Normally, the seed demanded demonic energy from the host. The more one resisted, the more one's mind was consumed, until finally going mad and transforming into something akin to a demonic beast. Helmut's case was unique. In theory, he could suppress the seed's power by using mana or Viss. Both powers required talent and time. Antiol found it fascinating that Helmut had trained his Viss while feeding the seed the minimum demonic energy necessary to keep from going insane. He added that even priests would struggle to detect traces of the seed unless they examined Helmut's body directly. Even for him, an archmage, it was only visible because it had reacted to the massive amount of demonic energy present there. As things stood, Helmut's future did not look bright. He would grow very strong with time, if he could avoid drawing the temple's attention. But eventually, like all the others, the seed might devour him, and then his sword would lay waste to this world. That was the destiny of all who bore the seed. Helmut answered that it would not happen, because he was human. Antiol laughed, explaining that just as humans proclaim destiny, they can also change it. He said he would watch the boy. If Helmut failed to overcome it, Antiol would have to stop him when the day came. After all that, Helmut received payment for the work he had done with the squad. He asked whether a bag found among the luggage was also his, since it didn't belong to any of the members. The bag held the items he had brought from the forest. Helmut thanked them. While the captain explained that he hadn't given it to him earlier because he had simply forgotten, he also thanked Helmut, calling him the hero of the mission. Finn came in all excited, talking about showing him the mercenary headquarters, but Helmut decided not to go. Tanya offered to let him keep using the squad's certificate, since he now had something more important to do. Helmut gathered his belongings and left while everyone bid him farewell. The captain told him that whenever he needed a squad, he just had to call on them at any time. Helmut thought to himself that part of his heart hurt, just like when he left Darien and Eliga behind. Now he faced the threat of demonic beasts once again, and the seed within him was absorbing more and more energy, just like in the forest. The only way forward was to become so strong that not even the seed could control him. Elsewhere, someone muttered that they would never have taken the job if they had known it would be this dangerous. Still, what mattered was that they were alive and could rebuild Tarek without anyone knowing what had really happened. But then they heard familiar voices. It was the captain, Tanya, and the others passing through the door. The two became worried, realizing the others had survived. When Finn looked to the side, there was no one left at the table by the window. They worried, knowing they should have killed that squad personally. One of them was sure it was only a matter of time before their actions reached the guild. Thus, Tarek's group marched toward obscurity, but the bitter blue-haired one ordered them to move on. Since they were rank 2 mercenaries instead of starving, their only option was theft. At sunset, Helmut sat in a tavern, thinking he needed to find some clue about the pendant. For days, he had been wandering randomly through villages. He couldn't always count on finding good people like the squad, but at least the money he had earned from the captain was almost double what Darien had once left him. That was when he realized there was a letter tucked inside. The handwriting was unmistakably Darien's. Before his last breath, Darien had written a letter, saying that if Helmut was reading it, then his life had ended, and that Helmut had left the forest. Darien wrote that Helmut would likely struggle to adjust to the outside world after living so long in the forest, and that Darien himself had little time left, which was why he was worrying about him. To the point, if Helmut was traveling without a goal, he should go to Baden, to a place called Greta Academy, where children his age went. There, he could learn more about being human, since peasants and nobles were treated the same. Of course, he could not enroll alone. He was to find a man named Ethan Kudrum and show him the sword Darien had given him. Ethan would know he was Darien's disciple, and because of a vow between them, Ethan would help him. Finally, Darien wrote that the human world could be a dangerous place where strength alone could not solve everything. But since Helmut had survived such harsh training, Darien believed he would overcome this new test. He urged him to be careful. Seeing the trembling letters, Helmut realized Darien had barely had the strength to write. He already felt grateful, because now his path was set. Just then, the waiter arrived with all the food he had ordered, telling him the total was 15 marks. Helmut casually pulled out a coin from the bag, one worth 1,000 marks. The waiter was stunned, while Helmut told him he planned to sleep there, and that the coin should cover everything. At that moment, one drunken man glanced over. While Helmut was lost in thought about the money he had earned, the man approached, saying the kid must be rich. 2 more joined in, asking him to lend them 20,000 marks so they could drink. Helmut flatly refused. Irritated, they wanted a fight. And if it was a fight they wanted, it was a fight they got. Helmut easily defeated them. The drunkard asked who the hell he was, but Helmut only answered that he was a mercenary and ordered him to get lost. The frightened waiter warned him that he needed to leave town immediately. He had just earned the enmity of the Black Eagles, bandits who ruled the underworld and killed anyone for money. Helmut realized he had stumbled into something bigger than expected, and thought about luring them elsewhere. While the dazed waiter insisted he should flee, Helmut instructed him to say he had gone into the forest. He would be back, so the innkeeper should keep his room ready. That night, in an alley, the Black Eagles debated whether he would really do such a thing. Then one of them came running, saying he had discovered Helmut's whereabouts in the forest behind the inn. They decided to hunt him down, to prove that the Black Eagles were scarier than anything else. In the forest, Helmut thought back on what he had learned with the squad, that many humans acted like beasts, but others protected one another. Humans were complicated. He also remembered Darien's words. Problems could not always be solved by strength, but right now, strength was the only way he could deal with them. One thing he had realized was that humans who behaved like demonic beasts had to be treated as such. And since they all came armed, he had every right to send them straight to the grave, didn't he? Later, Helmut left, leaping from branch to branch, thinking that these men were weaker than Tanya. Either way, he decided he would move at sunrise. For now, he returned to the inn to rest a little. But at that moment, the seed began to react, and he collapsed to the ground, wondering why. After all, he hadn't killed demonic beasts, only humans. The fact that this had happened meant that killing people also made the seed grow. That was a serious problem. If others discovered the massacre he had committed, humans would hunt him down. Since he couldn't simply kill his opponents, he would have to avoid it as much as possible. That was why he needed to reach the academy quickly. Meanwhile, One of the ninja-like men reported that everyone was dead. The bearded man told them to stick to the plan. Soon after, another mercenary appeared, those same rank 2s who had fled the battle and had their reputations destroyed. The bearded man said he appreciated strong people wanting to join, but entry now required conditions. He didn't doubt their abilities, but things here were different. They carried out many illegal jobs. If someone acted out of morality, it would be a problem. That was why he needed proof that they wouldn't. He gave them a task. The night before, 5 of his men had vanished. They had been killed by a single mercenary. Judging from the bodies, each had been killed in a single strike, and no trace of any weapon was found. The description of the killer was a boy of about 15, with black hair and black eyes. If they completed this job, they could join the Black Eagles. The blue-haired one immediately asked where he was. According to reports, he had been staying at an inn in a nearby village. Since not much time had passed, he couldn't be far. In another town, Helmet was thinking of taking a mission to move around without drawing attention. When he entered the guild, the receptionist greeted him and asked what brought him there. Naturally, he was there to accept a mission. Since he was registered with the mercenary guild, there was no problem. She asked what kind of mission he wanted. Helmet said the reward didn't matter. He just wanted something that would take him toward Baden. Since Baden was a major city, many people traveled there, so finding an escort or transport mission was easy. She showed him one, escorting a noble lady. But there was a condition. The mercenary had to fit the lady's ideal type. Helmet was perfect for it. After accepting, he stopped by a shop, remembering that the receptionist had told him to make a good impression. With his handsome face, he already had an advantage. Now he just needed proper clothes. In the shop, the mustached merchant eagerly displayed all kinds of garments. Helmet, calm as ever, asked the price. That particular piece cost 2,000 marks, while the mission reward was only 800, an absurd imbalance. Back at the guild, the receptionist was impressed by Helmet's new look, saying he looked stunning. Helmet simply replied, "I'm not handsome, I'm Helmet," while she slipped out that he was too handsome for his own good. As she said he was perfect for the mission, a man from House Zaringer arrived to check the mercenary they had hired. He introduced himself as Gilton, butler of the Zaringer family. He explained that escorting and transporting weren't so different, except that one protected a person instead of cargo. If it proved difficult, Helmet could just follow the knights, and they would even pay more when the mission was done. They went to the inn where the Marquis's daughter was staying. Gilton introduced him to a knight named Cedric, and then to the young lady herself. She was clinging to Lord Alia at the table. The butler presented Helmet as the newly hired mercenary, but the lady barely noticed him, giving all her attention to Alia. Alia insisted they depart soon, then excused himself to rest. Just seeing the man pass by, Helmet thought something was odd. The young lady followed Alia, while Helmet asked if he was also a mercenary. No, he was only a guest of the lady, and well known at Greta Academy. According to the butler, the young lady was heading there to take her entrance exams. With only 2 hours left, Helmet was told to prepare and fetch a horse from the stable. Once steady on horseback, Helmet remembered that the preparation hadn't gone smoothly. The horse had thrown a fit, nearly tossing him. Up ahead, the young lady called for Lord Alia to enter the carriage. Watching him, Helmet realized Alia seemed to be a mage, explaining why he had felt so strange since the beginning. But what kind of magic he used, or why he had cast a spell on himself, was still unknown. Inside the carriage, the lady asked if he was truly the best in class at magic. He answered yes. She admitted she was nervous for the exam. He reassured her, telling her everything would be fine. She kept trying to coax him into teaching her, but in the end, he told her he would find a specialist for admission tests and urged her to rest for the long journey. Meanwhile, among the masked ones, the spy reported everything, that Helmet had accepted a mission. The problem was that knights of a noble house were involved, which could complicate things. Still, they were told to eliminate him alone. That was the Black Eagle's philosophy. Their enemies had to be killed piece by piece. The blue-haired man promised that this would indeed be put into practice. Meanwhile, in the escort group, the lady was complaining about the poor quality of the inn where they stopped for the night. But in that region, there were only such inns. It would be just this once. In the forest, Helmut was training, thinking his Viss was far stronger now compared to when he had lived in the forest. He wondered if he would manage to focus on his training at Greta Academy, and more importantly, if he could find clues about the seed. As night fell, he heard a noise. He investigated, only to find a bird, controlled by Lord Alia, who had also found Helmet suspicious. Alia had seen many skilled mercenaries, but rarely one so young at rank 3. Soon after, the young lady came pounding on Helmet's door, saying she knew he wasn't asleep. In the end, the maids dragged the excitable girl away. The next day, as they traveled, it was nearly lunchtime. They stopped the carriage near a lake to rest and eat. The mercenaries grumbled at the back, eating stale bread and filling their stomachs with water, while the lady enjoyed fine dishes. Helmut found himself missing Finn's cooking. Then he noticed something strange about the water. It tasted slightly sweet. Could it be poison? Everyone else drank it without noticing, but soon some began nodding off. Even the butler noticed the lady was mumbling in her sleep before dozing off himself. One by one, the servants collapsed. Helmut quietly poured his water away, realizing it was their scheme. When the attackers arrived, they were stunned to find him awake. Two of them recognized him. It was the mercenary from that transport mission. Helmut immediately called them traitors for abandoning their squad. They retorted that it didn't matter. Now he and the lady were their prey. The blue-haired one blocked an attack, but before things escalated further, Lord Alia appeared. He warned that if they didn't want to die, they had better lower their swords and leave. Noticing another figure still conscious, the blue-haired mercenary turned his blade toward him, demanding to know if he was the mage behind this. Alia dismissed him, telling him to shut up and clean up his own mess. Now, he said, he would have a little talk with that brat, clashing his swow. While the bearded man said the mage didn't need to move, since it would be a painless death, the mage replied that a silent mage was a dead mage. Meanwhile, Helmut was fighting through the forest with the blue-haired man. He thought himself lucky that the mage hadn't fallen asleep. The blue-haired mercenary swung a huge slash through the air, convinced he had already defeated Helmut. But behind the smoke, Helmut stood calm, saying this was only the beginning. He even thanked the man for following him there, since this would be his end, as he was not a worthy person. The mercenary snapped, enraged that Helmut was using Viss, and charged forward. Helmut dodged, leapt high, and came down, striking him hard in the face. The traitor crashed to the ground, battered, asking how a brat could use Viss. Helmut struck him once more, telling him he would let him live. The man begged him to kill him instead, saying it was better than humiliation. But Helmut said nothing was more humiliating than abandoning his comrades, so he would live with that shame. The man laughed hysterically in the distance as Helmut remembered the mage who had stayed behind. The mage had already overwhelmed the other candidates, summoning more spells. The bearded leader rushed in, only to be blasted in the face with magic and hurled against the rocks. The mage restrained the others with a binding spell, telling them not to move. During the chaos, the bearded man slipped away, broken and shaken, wondering when everything had gone so wrong. But then he saw Helmut walking past without a scratch, proof that he had defeated the blue-haired one. When he reached the carriage, the mage tossed him a rope, ordering him to bind the prisoners, who would be sent to jail upon reaching the city. Helmut remembered what Darien had told him, that there was a place where those who did evil were sent. He regretted letting the others escape. The mage asked how Helmut hadn't collapsed. Helmut replied that he hadn't drunk the lake water. Suddenly, the mage fired a blast near Helmut's head. Helmut asked how the mage hadn't fallen asleep either, since he had seen him drink. The mage explained that he had purified the water before consuming it. Helmut asked if it was because of the magic surrounding his body. The mage was surprised that he could sense it, but Helmut clarified he could only feel it and hadn't been curious enough to question it. Afterward, the butler expressed gratitude, saying he owed the mage. The mage dismissed it, saying he had only done his duty and that mercenary had helped a lot as well. The butler promised a greater reward, but at that moment the young lady threw herself onto Alia, claiming it was destiny since he had saved her. She declared she would repay him with her life and do anything for him, but Alia silenced her, reminding her that he was already engaged and would marry after graduating from the academy. The girl broke down in tears, while the knights decided to move on. Before long, they reached the city without further incident. There, the butler handed over the reward, 10,000 marks, as a gift of gratitude for saving them. Helmut thanked the mage for his help and left. For now, it was time to enter the academy. Inside the city, Helmut quickly noticed how different it was from the villages he had visited. Large, bustling, overwhelming. Soon he reached Greta Academy, where he was to meet Ethan Kudrow. At the front desk, he told the attendant he was looking for that man, the swordsmanship instructor. Helmut gave his name, and the woman led him to the office. She asked him to wait a moment and cast a spell on the door, while Helmut thought about finally meeting the man Darien had mentioned. Inside, Ethan admitted he had never heard of him, and demanded to know why he was there. Helmut could already tell he was not as strong as Darien, but of all the sword masters he had seen, Ethan was the strongest. Helmut showed him his sword, saying he would understand if he looked closely. At first glance, it seemed poorly made, but upon focus, it was clear this was one of the finest blades. Only one man could have crafted it, Darien de Pert. Shocked, Ethan asked if Darien was still alive. Helmut told him he had died recently. Ethan clutched his head, lamenting that it had been 20 years since Darien vanished. He had sworn to repay Darien for saving his life. Since Helmut held that sword, he must be Darien's last apprentice. Ethan asked why he had come. Helmut explained that he wished to join Greta Academy. Ethan understood why Darien had sent him. Perhaps the boy would need a guardian. Judging by his condition, Helmet was about 14. They would register him as 15 and put him through the transfer exam. But if anyone learned he had been Darian's disciple, he would be admitted instantly. Helmet realized something troubling. Darian had been in the root forest, but to the outside world he had simply disappeared. Not even old acquaintances knew where he had gone. That meant someone had deliberately sent him there, hiding it from everyone. If they discovered Darian's apprentice was alive in the human world, Helmet could be forced back and lose his chance to resist the seed of darkness. He decided he could not reveal everything yet. When the time came, he would tell the truth. Ethan accepted, saying Helmet could ask him for anything he needed. He would handle the paperwork for the transfer exam. For now, he wanted to test Helmet's skills. They went to the underground training hall. Ethan gave him a wooden sword and pointed to a tree of white vine, the strongest kind. If Helmet could cut it, he would be extraordinary. Helmet prepared, swung, and split it cleanly in two. If he kept that level, his admission was guaranteed. Now all that remained was passing the written exam. Helmet, however, had no idea what a written exam even was. The disappointment began. His results were worse than a 5-year-old's. With 10 days left before the exam, he had to improve quickly. But as an instructor, Ethan was forbidden from tutoring candidates. According to Ethan, Alia had enrolled at the top of his class with perfect scores. Since he was so gifted, Helmet decided to ask him for help. Ethan was baffled. Helmet went to Alia and asked him to be his tutor. Alia flatly refused, saying he would never teach a stupid swordsman. Helmet insisted that he needed to pass, and everyone said Alia was the best. He wasn't asking for free. He would pay. Alia laughed, asking how much money a mercenary could possibly have. Helmet simply asked how much he wanted. Furious, Alia demanded 100,000 marks up front, no installments. Helmet agreed immediately, saying he would prepare for tomorrow. Alia was stunned that he had accepted such a ridiculous price. They agreed to meet there the next day. As Helmet left, a green-haired student remarked how fascinating it was that Alia had a friend. The following morning, Helmet returned, ready to study. Alia's companion was shocked. He had actually come, with the full 100,000 marks in hand. Alia told him to wait. Helmet suspected he might run off with the money, but Alia returned, and they began studying in the library. As Helmet focused, Alia realized the boy was more troublesome than he seemed. His learning ability was remarkable. He asked Helmet if he had spent his whole life in a forest. Helmet sensed from the beginning that Alia was not a normal person, so he had to be cautious. He asked why. Alia explained it was because Helmet's focus and memory were excellent, but his knowledge of society was non-existent. His answers had been disastrously poor. Since he was being taught by the academy's top student, Helmet had no choice but to pass. If not, he would tarnish Alia's honor. That night, they were still studying in the library. If a classmate stole something from you, what would you do? Alia asked. I'd steal it back, Helmet answered. And so Alia kept explaining, until Helmet realized that humans really were that difficult. After a solid 2 weeks had passed, we were in the academy library, where the girls were already swooning over Lord Alia, while rumors spread that he was secretly tutoring someone. When Helmet arrived, he immediately asked if he had done well on the written exam, since the practicals would probably be no problem. Alia headed off, wishing him luck on the upcoming tests, and Helmet thanked him. Now only the practical exam remained. Now we're in the fencing arts department in the waiting room. It was packed with people chatting while they waited. A blonde guy walked up to Helmet, introduced himself as the second son of the Rugal family, and asked Helmet's name. Helmet promptly asked why the blonde was talking to him. The boy claimed he was just trying to make friends. Helmet said, Helmet. The other asked for his surname to know what family he belonged to, but Helmet had none. The only family name he had ever seen was on his pendant, Margaret Irene. Even so, he answered that he had no family. The blonde's face darkened, so he was a commoner. Everyone started snickering at him until a knight told the worms to keep their voices down. In 5 minutes, they would explain how the test would work. As the blonde walked off, he sneered that Helmet should lower his head before his betters. Helmet, as usual, remained calm and unmoved. They explained the exam would be done in groups and split into 2 stages. As soon as that was said, Helmet felt everyone's eyes on him. This place was nothing like the root forest. Whether monsters or humans, everyone stood somewhere on a pyramid. In the human world, being strong wasn't enough. Family mattered too. The instructor called the last group into the hall. Inside, the first test was to cut through a trunk of blackwood using a wooden sword. They had 5 minutes to do it. Helmet thought this was about as easy as it gets. He gathered Viss and struck once, splitting the trunk down the middle. The examiner was stunned. Even he, A supervisor had needed several blows to chop through it. Helmet had done it in a single, clean cut. Back in the room, the obnoxious blonde started needling him again, but it was time to explain the second stage. A duel observed by the instructors for 8 minutes. Opponents would be assigned at random, and candidates could pass whether they won or lost. The aim was evaluation. The blonde shouted that it was unfair, since whoever drew the commoner would pass for free. Helmet, irritated, was about to throw down when the gong sounded. The instructor called number 29, Helmet, and number 8, Andro. Inside the arena, both candidates stood ready. One instructor asked Ethan if this was the candidate he had recommended. Since Ethan had never recommended anyone before, the boy must be talented. The rules were set, 8 minutes total in 2 rounds of 4. The goal wasn't victory, but demonstration of skill. Begin. Helmet's opponent had heard he was a commoner. Even if he had cut the tree, he must not have had proper training. He was going to get beaten to the floor, just like that. The instructor was at a loss. Number 8 was already incapacitated, furious at having lost to a commoner. The staff were impressed by Helmet's ability. The gap between him and the other candidates was enormous, but if things kept going like this, it would be hard to gauge everyone else's level. Ethan suggested that Helmet, instead of finishing his opponent, should duel as if he were teaching him fencing. He told Andro to forget status and family. He would benefit from facing someone far ahead of him. Andro agreed, insisting he had his pride and wouldn't fall so easily. The result was a series of controlled clashes, with Helmet calmly pointing out every mistake, just as Darian had done with him long ago. It was like watching a teacher instruct a student. Ethan remembered how he had once nearly died to a beast and been saved by Darian. Now he saw the same presence in Helmet. A week later in Baden, Helmet went to the mercenary guild. The clerk asked if he wanted to place a request, but he said he was there to take one. The clerk admitted he had first assumed Helmet the heartthrob belonged to some renowned family. When choosing a job, Helmet recalled Ethan's reaction to him paying Alia 100,000 marks, and he started learning about finances. At the guild, he wanted a job he could complete by next month with a high reward. The clerk found one with a strange location, Greta Academy. The pamphlet reported a ghost appearing at the academy, seen at night scaring people. The request was to identify and eliminate the ghost. While he was walking through the academy, a green-haired boy called him Alia's pupil. It was the first time the idol of the magic department had been seen with anyone, so their relationship had become gossip. The boy said he was a slightly different sort of mage and summoned a zippy little light spirit that shot toward Helmet, who promptly punched straight through it. The boy laughed. It was a light spirit, Rotten. It couldn't hurt anyone. Even if it could, you couldn't block it physically. Spirits had no bodies, and only a few mages could control them. The green-haired boy was one of them, Cian, the only elemental mage at Greta Academy. "Okay, nice to meet you," Helmet said, and moved on, explaining he was in the middle of a job. Since it was an on-campus request, Cian asked if it was the Academy's ghost. He was very interested in the rumor and offered to help. In the end, the two of them headed out at night with poor Ratine as their lantern. Cian said that unless a spirit was summoned with dark magic, it wasn't particularly dangerous. Helmet suggested they split up to search more efficiently, but Cian refused and stuck with him. After checking another room, Cian suddenly startled. There was someone walking up ahead. Helmet's hand went to his sword, until the ghost stepped into view. It was Alia asking what they were doing there. They explained the guild request about the Academy ghost. As it happened, Alia had received the same request. Cian was thrilled to hunt ghosts together. In a nearby room, they used an illusion spell that mapped the Academy's entire structure. Alia pointed out that every reported sighting had one thing in common: the fencing department. It couldn't be a mage behind it. The timing and incantation requirements didn't line up. Helmet added that ghosts couldn't be struck with physical attacks. He had talked with Ethan about it beforehand and learned a few things. For once, Helmet realized he was having a civilized conversation. Before, he had always been scolded by Alaga or had his ear tugged by Darian. The thing was, the three of them had different kinds of knowledge, but together, they could piece together the answer, little by little. That was how a conversation should work, right? With that in mind, Alia told Helmet to try using his sword with Viss on the ghost if they encountered it. After a while, Cian went off to rest. Helmet asked Alia where he could find a spirit, but as an elemental mage, Alia couldn't simply track one down. Thinking about it, someone else had already realized something and had gone chasing after a spirit. The two of them ran after Cian, and Helmet asked if he had known what a spirit was from the beginning. That was exactly the case. Using Cian to search was the only way Alia had thought of to locate the thing. Up ahead, Alia used a detection spell that showed tracks on the ground, leading straight to the training field of the fencing department. Alia explained that spirits sought quiet places to hide and build their bases. Helmut remembered Ethan's training grounds right next door, a place almost no one visited, perfectly quiet. They went in, and Alia confirmed he felt something there. Helmut slyly asked if he had really received a guild request. In truth, Alia disliked the fact that Cian was the Academy's only elemental mage. He wanted to capture this spirit and study it. He cast a silent spell to erase his presence and asked Helmut to help him set a trap. Then, finally, the Academy ghost appeared. Alia immediately tried to attack. With his sealing spell on the field, the ghost couldn't move freely. Helmut's job was to weaken it. Helmut drew his sword, charged it with Viss, and sliced the creature in two. It really could be cut with Viss, or maybe not since it reformed, angrier than before. Just then, another spell cut across the field. Cian arrived, demanding to know what they were doing. This was a dark spirit, he said, and since it was self-aware, they needed a delicate approach. Alia scoffed, asking how they could capture a spirit that was out of control, while Cian accused him of wanting to experiment on an innocent creature. Alia complained that Cian had refused to cooperate with his research on spirits, but that was because Alia's experiments were frightening. Now the plan was for Alia to maintain the seal while Helmut kept it occupied. Cian would attempt to calm it. With several layers of magic circles, Cian and Alia worked together. The spirit lunged. Helmut's slash intercepted it, but the spirit bolted. Helmut chased it, leaping high, his blade flashing down, nearly striking its face. At the last instant, Cian cast his spell, shrinking the furious monster into a tiny, pouty-headed creature. The next day, they brought it to the mercenary guild, reporting the mission complete. Cian rambled about why the ghost had appeared at the academy, boasting about being the only elemental mage there. The attendant told them to return in a few days, to be sure the ghost wouldn't reappear. Helmut had made his first friendships at the academy, though Alia avoided even shaking hands. Later, Helmut met Ethan. His assigned dormitory was on the 3rd floor, Unit 301, since all students lived on campus. When Helmut showed his papers downstairs, the man looked uneasy. Upstairs, someone was grumbling, swearing never to make friends again, but now stuck with 2 troublesome ones, all because of a damned crow perched on the stairs. On the 3rd floor, Helmut opened the door. Behind it stood Alia, complaining as usual, but Alia was not a man at all. Rather a woman in disguise. Could this be the magic Helmut had sensed around him before? Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, the 2 failed assassins were making a scene with the guards until a mysterious figure appeared, mocking them for failing to kill a child. The blue-haired man attacked, but his head was severed instantly. The bearded one asked who it was, but he too fell. The figure muttered that they had stained the name of the Blackhawks, then turned its attention to the terrified guards. Back at the academy, Alia was furious, unwilling to face Helmut, but when the key turned, there it was, the new room. Helmut thought the dorm was simpler than the Kudrow mansion, but compared to the forest, it was paradise. Since leaving the forest, he had allied with and aided the Pace mercenaries, and now he was enrolled in Greta Academy. He was finally on the right path. From now on, he would focus on becoming stronger, but then he sensed something, instinctively reaching for his sword, only to remember he had left it aside. Behind him stood Alia, nearly exploding his head. Alia snapped that he too had been assigned to room 301. Helmut was confused, until he noticed there were 2 beds. Alia stormed off to the director's office, ordering Helmut not to touch a thing until he returned, or else you'll regret it. Director Liam Weiss sat calmly sipping coffee when Alia burst in, demanding how he could let such a thing happen. She was head of the magic department. She had the right to a private room. The sly director, already anticipating this, apologized smoothly. The dorms were under renovation, leaving fewer rooms available. Alia fumed, reminding him of his promise. He knew why she needed privacy. If it was discovered she was a woman, chaos would follow. The director told her to be careful. She had an archmage's magic, and no one in the fencing department would notice. Still, she was furious. He knew exactly whom she was up against. He replied seriously that giving her a private room now would look like excessive privilege. The only solution was to assign her a friend as a roommate until next semester. To Alia's dismay, that friend was Helmut. The director insisted she had taught him, fought alongside him, and even admitted they had become friends. Alia protested she had only done so for money. Still, the director said it was his job to encourage bonds. If she endured this, next semester the room would be hers alone. As Alia left, he thought how close things had come. Helmut seemed like a good kid, but the situation was dangerous. Back in the dorm, Alia, cheeks red, asked if he really wanted to share the room. Helmut had no choice. This semester, she would have to share. She suggested he live in the city and be brought daily by magic. but the director would never allow that. She muttered that it would be annoying, asking if he was sure. Helmut thought for a moment. He much preferred Alia to the muscleheads of the fencing department. Alia was left flustered, regretting ever helping him during the exam. Later, as carriages rolled past outside, Helmut carried his belongings in. Alia told him to look. This curtain divided the room. Everything beyond it was Alia's space. She had even set an alarm spell on it. Helmut was not to cross under any circumstance. She laid down the rules. No noise, no stink, keep the bathroom clean, no guests, and if he needed anything, he was to knock on the curtain. As she returned to her side, Helmut quietly said he hoped the two of them could get along. As they walked around the academy, a group of students whispered that it was true. A commoner had passed the transfer exam, and Professor Ethan was his guardian. Sabbath declared he would personally take care of him, since commoners had no right to stand on equal ground with nobles. Tomorrow was fencing class, and they planned to teach that street rat a lesson. Later, Helmut finally changed clothes, thinking how comfortable they felt. He planned to head to the training hall, but on the way, he ran into Marimohead, our friend Cian. Shocked, Cian asked if Helmut was in room 301. Helmut, with his usual expression, asked if that was a problem. Cian couldn't understand it. Alia had always lived alone as head of the magic department, yet somehow agreed to this arrangement. Cian muttered that it must be tough to live with someone so constantly stressed, then asked if Helmut had fencing class that day. Since it was his first, Cian gave him some advice. Stay away from the mad dog of the department. Helmut asked if the department raised dogs, but it was only a nickname. This mad dog was a second-year student called Asuka. Last year, everyone who messed with Asuka got beaten senseless. One student even quit after losing an ear. The academy had only given Asuka a suspension because of his talent. That's why no one touched him now. Cian told Helmut to pay attention in class, then added that he lived in room 303, so if Alia tried to kill Helmut, he should run upstairs. Later at the fencing field, the instructor called the second years into 4 lines. He asked how their vacations had been, since this was the first class of the semester, and announced basic training. I hope you spent your break in mommy's lap. Now give me 20 laps around the field. Helmut ran easily, wondering if 20 laps wasn't too little for a warm-up. A boy nicknamed Lettucehead was furious about running next to a commoner. He decided to make Helmut meet the academy floor. His first kick did nothing. Confused, he tried again, until Helmut, tired of the nonsense, slapped him straight to the ground, face first, and kept running calmly. The other boy swore revenge. After the laps, the students lay exhausted. The same boy confronted Helmut, accusing him of knocking him down, though he had started the trouble himself. Enraged, he threatened Helmut, saying he was protected inside the academy, but outside no one would save him, since he didn't know his place. Poor fool. He had no idea how strong Helmut already was. Another blonde stepped in, telling Aaron to save his energy. Their chance for payback would come. Helmut reflected that humans, though weak, clung to pride in their status they hadn't even earned themselves. He wondered if he should teach these rotten nobles a lesson. Just then, someone appeared above, asking if they were talking about him. Aaron asked who he was. The newcomer didn't know them either, but had overheard talk about a commoner and wanted to know if it involved him. The blonde snapped, calling him insolent and saying he didn't have to tolerate commoners. But the blue-haired mad dog sneered provocatively, while his cronies held him back in mock restraint. Asuka said he'd see how long they could endure him. Helmut remembered Cian's warning, don't mess with the mad dog of the department. Sure enough, it was Asuka causing the ruckus. The professor shouted for those whose names were called to step forward and take wooden swords. He called Asuka first and demanded why he was late. Asuka claimed he'd been meeting with Professor Patricia, but she was on break that day. If you're going to lie, at least try harder, the instructor barked, punishing him with 30 laps. Helmut thought Asuka must have a terrible reputation. The professor warned the class to train seriously, no fooling around. Helmut picked up a sword, swinging it powerfully in different directions. He thought back to Cian's words, that the first class wouldn't be special. It was simple, and Helmut wondered if it would get harder later. At that moment, Asuka called to him. Asuka asked if Helmut wasn't going to thank him, because thanks to him, the earlier fight had stopped. But Helmut hadn't asked for help. Asuka clasped his hand, claiming he was a fellow commoner and hoped they'd get along. Helmut sensed strange energy in his hand, ignored it, and listened as Asuka added that he hated people who begged for help all the time, then walked away muttering to himself. Helmut said almost nothing. He thought maybe picking fights left a strong impression. Alia told him that wasn't true, that fools who relied on status could be dealt with simply by showing strength. Helmut recalled Cian's warning not to start fights on the first day. Alia explained that depended on the fight. Provoking others to attack left a bad impression, but the opposite could be good. Better to wait for the duel class. Helmut noticed Alia watching him closely. Alia said he was lucky. After all, he'd had private lessons. Helmut thought deeply, asking if being the top student meant you could attack however you liked without restraint. He was thinking about that strange student from his class. Soon Asuka was with the clique of nobles. The blonde mocked him, saying he'd made another commoner friend. But soon Asuka would be their obedient dog. Asuka smacked him in the neck, saying he was just getting too excited, then asked if he wanted obedience now. At Greta Academy, there's no discrimination when it comes to learning opportunities, Asuka said coldly. But over time, a belief had taken root that nobles should harass commoners. Though not official, it always happened in secret. Asuka earned his nickname Mad Dog for his menacing presence. He turned it on the nobles, mocking them for doing nothing but watching. One of them admitted Asuka lived up to the name, but since returning from suspension, he had to walk the line. Another misstep would mean suspension again, so the noble demanded he throw a punch, saying if he obeyed, his life would be ruined, but at least he'd become their dog. It was clear who the coward was. Asuka's friends jeered that even the mad dog was afraid of the kennel. Furious, Asuka was about to smash the boy's face when someone struck both of them twice on the head. "Are you here to become thugs?" It was Professor Patricia. Asuka tried to say the noble had started it, but she struck him again, scolding him for always relying on violence. Then she turned to Sabbath, the noble, and told him he was wrong too. He should choose his opponents by skill, not status. Since it was nearly time for the next class, she dismissed the students and called Asuka to come with her. After they left, she struck his back again, warning him he was heading for trouble. She had only protected him now because he was a senior, but if it happened again, she couldn't shield him. He mustn't throw away his chances for childish fights. She added that she'd heard the new commoner had made it through the first class without issue. Asuka should be kind to him. They were in the same situation. Realizing she meant Helmut, Asuka muttered that he had no intention of allying with anyone. Somehow that boy always managed just fine on his own. He asked whether Sabbath was going to do anything about it. Another noble grumbled that it was bad to let people like that keep popping up. A third tossed him a towel and told him to be nice, for now. The boys complained, but they didn't understand. He didn't mean be friends. The teacher said that one of the students hadn't arrived yet, and another student in the back said the one missing was Helmut, adding that he had told him the location of the class. She ordered someone to go find Helmut until he himself finally arrived. The teacher asked why he was late, but the truth was he didn't know the location had been changed. While the others said everyone had been informed, she asked if Helmut had received the notice or not. The nobles were already laughing at him, and the teacher herself realized he hadn't received it, but he spoke very properly. "I didn't receive it, I'm sorry." And since she didn't do anything about it, we would have to be the ones to put those nobles in their place with our own hands. Then the class began, because today was the start of the basic course to train their endurance, a crucial trait for swordsmen. Each one would receive an almond and had to balance it on the tip of their sword without dropping it. Whoever managed to do it for 30 minutes would be excused from class. She called Helmut to help her distribute the almonds. Asuka had thought he would be more rebellious, but he was just acting like a commoner scared of the nobles, and that's why they were different. But when Helmut went to hand one to the guy who usually gave the announcements, "My friend, brace yourself," because he went in with force. The boy didn't even have time to react before taking a blow to the stomach, while nobody understood what had just happened. Even the almond he threw got smashed against the boy's belly, who screamed in pain, and Helmut stood there apologizing because it had been too strong. Imagine if it hadn't been, right? That's when Asuka realized this guy was anything but normal. After that, the others kept training, and the boy who got hit took off his shirt because his belly had turned purple. And now that poor bastard wants revenge on Helmut, as if he hadn't deserved it, right? Then he asked if Sabbath wasn't going to do anything about it. Another student complained that it wasn't good for people like that to keep showing up, and someone else threw a towel at them, telling them to be kind to the two of them, for now. The boys complained, but they didn't understand. He didn't mean be friends. Soon they would learn a lesson, so they should behave until then. They asked what Sabbath was planning. Everyone was fuming as the next class was about to begin. Later, Marimo showed up, saying he'd heard the news. Helmut had earned disciplinary action in just 2 days. Helmut smiled and said that was right. Another student couldn't understand why he was so cheerful. Alia scolded Cian for barging into someone else's room. Cian insisted he only wanted to see his friend Helmut, but Alia had refused. After more bickering, the annoyed Alia threw them both out, and they had to talk in the hall. Cian apologized. He didn't know Alia was inside. Helmut was still oddly smiling, maybe for the first time in this story, since he usually wore a stern face. Cian asked what had happened. Helmut said he was simply proud. Even if he couldn't hurl the almond with all his strength, at least no one had been seriously hurt. He was happy to handle things the way humans did. Like Alia said, He could only resolve things with his own strength. For now, he would train more and settle it. Marimo asked if he had plans for the weekend and invited him to the city. Helmut said he'd actually have to visit the professor's house to talk. Cian got excited and asked to come to the Kudrow estate too. Building connections was good. Helmut thought a moment and agreed. Cian ran off, saying they'd meet on the weekend, while Helmut wasn't sure what to make of it. That night in a certain building, a hooded man arrived. Another said they had received a request. He complained it was a commission from some noble brats, but since they paid, they'd take it. He added that some people had tried to impersonate their faction. He checked the documents and asked Chromo if he recognized any names. No one did. They would shelve that request while he dealt with another. Even so, someone should keep an eye on it. He had a bad feeling about the name Helmut. Time passed. The weekend finally arrived at the academy. Students used their break to visit the city, leaving the campus eerily silent. Helmut was ready to go when Marimo asked if he wasn't taking anything, since they'd be gone for 2 days. Helmut mused that in the forest, to improve survival chances, you traveled with as little as possible. Cian asked if Alia was still in the room. Obvious enough, since Alia rarely went to the city on breaks and almost never visited family. "I'm not a stalker," Cian insisted. Helmut, expression blank, asked if Cian wanted him to ask Alia something. Cian said never mind. He'd changed his mind. In the city, Asuka thought it was much calmer. Those filthy nobles couldn't mess with him here. Even if they tried, he would never bow his head. He found himself thinking of Helmut, how the boy remained calm whenever Asuka started to lose control. He couldn't deny that what happened in class had felt good to watch. Then he glanced back, uneasy. He wandered through the market, eating a skewer. Someone really was tailing him. He stopped in an alley and demanded to know what they wanted, and who had sent them. When he saw more men gathering, he could guess who it was. Since his sword was at the smith's, he'd have to break these guys with his bare hands. He suddenly shouted, "Professor Allen's here!" The men flinched in panic. Asuka dashed forward, shoulder-checked the first, vaulted over him, and sprinted away. Unluckily, more men were waiting at the other end. Surrounded, he snarled at the idiots to stop posturing and start fighting. Meanwhile, at the Kudrow estate, Ethan thanked the boys for coming. Shin beamed, calling the place beautiful, and Ethan told him to just call him Professor. He was happy. He'd never expected Helmut to have such a polite friend. Cian said that since they were on break, they could visit the city. Helmut mentioned training, and Kudrow said that was a great idea. So Helmut would not be escaping a trip to town that evening with Cian. Cian joked, asking how Helmut could leave a house like this to sleep in a dorm. He even wiped away a fake tear, wondering if Alia nagged him so much with spirit summoning that there was no time left to nag Helmut. At least Cian was getting better at summoning spirits. Just then, someone staggered up behind them. Asuka, battered and bloody. Shin jumped with a yelp as Asuka begged for help. 3 men with swords showed up at the end of the street. One glance at the emblem on their cloaks was enough. Helmut recognized the Blackhawks. Helmut stepped forward. He would talk to them. Cian asked what he planned to do. Helmut recalled that the Blackhawks were mercenaries who killed their targets for a price. Not long ago, he had defeated members of that faction. He had hoped he wouldn't have to deal with them after enrolling at the academy. But this was a chance to gather information. One thug asked the captain what to do. They couldn't leave witnesses. They'd kill all 3, starting with the swordsman. Helmut moved. One man's arm flew off. He kicked the second's hand and sent his sword spinning into the sky. Before it landed, Helmut punched the rest to the ground. By the time the blade clattered back down, everyone was out cold. Everyone except Helmut. Even Asuka was stunned by the sheer speed. Helmut even stopped to check since the dark seed hadn't reacted, so it was clear that if he didn't kill, there would be no problem with the seed. Marimo asked who those guys were. Helmut said they were the Blackhawks, stomping on one's hand as he explained they were a mercenary group that killed people for money. Asuka wanted to know who had sent them, though he already had an idea. But that would be hard since they'd been trained not to talk. He muttered they just had to find out how many bones needed to be broken before one of them would open his mouth. Marimo asked if he was crazy, planning to torture the guys. The other didn't understand what was going on in Helmut's head either, but Cian said the only thing they could do now was call the guards. Not even Asuka believed he had said that. Still, attacking an academy student was a serious crime, so Cian left, saying it wouldn't take long, and warned them not to do anything stupid. The moment he turned away, Helmut pressed down on the man's hand again, demanding to know what they knew about him. Since the man stayed silent, he decided to let it go. Later, back at the academy, a woman said they would speak with the headmaster tomorrow and asked if Asuka wanted to go to the infirmary. Since he refused, the 3 of them walked on. Thanks to first aid, he'd be healed in no time. Marimo suggested finding magical healing. but they didn't have money for that. Then he had a brilliant idea and dragged them to Alia's room. Alia, furious, asked why that idiot was dressed like a beggar. When he was about to argue, Marimo jumped in front, saying Asuka was hurt and needed healing magic. That made Alia even angrier, dragged to this nonsense in the middle of the night. But since Helmet politely asked, Alia had no choice but to do it. Of course, he warned it wouldn't be free. Helmet would pay since he had made the request. He asked Helmet what he'd do if he healed his friend. Without thinking, Helmet answered, "Anything I can do." Alia agreed, smiling far too happily, while Helmet regretted saying it. Alia healed Asuka, who put his shirt back on and said Helmet seemed rough but had skill. Then he left, while Alia kept grumbling about that rude idiot. Marimo said it was good to help others anyway. Helmet insisted he didn't need anyone's help, but Marimo told him he was underestimating human relationships. Alone, there was only so far one could go. That applied to Alia as well, who had ended up befriending two antisocial types. Helmet actually thought about this whole human relationships thing. The next morning, word spread that Asuka had been attacked the night before, but the suspects were arrested after also targeting Helmet and Marimo. By the morning, though, the headmaster learned they had already escaped. Asuka demanded how that made sense. From what he'd heard, there had been an infiltrator among the guards. Marimo asked how the academy would handle it. The headmaster said they would not sit idly by. They were interrogating everyone in the department. Afterward, Asuka muttered they should have tortured them, just like Helmet suggested, since they had escaped too easily. Helmet only replied, "If you want to fight, don't put my name in it. That's your problem to solve. But if the problem comes to me, then I'll deal with it." Marimo went back to class while Helmet headed to train. After a while, he asked why Asuka was still following him. Asuka said Helmet was skilled and asked if he didn't get angry when nobles picked on him. Helmet simply said he wasn't going to act like Asuka, but Asuka already was acting without realizing it. Helmet told him flatly that he had a rotten personality and shouldn't keep starting fights. Asuka mocked him, calling him Daddy's obedient boy. Helmet shot back angrily that he wasn't patient enough to let people say whatever they wanted about him, including Asuka. That shut Asuka up. Helmet opened the door to Professor Kudrao's private training hall, where he had permission to practice. Asuka asked to train with him, but Helmet shut the door in his face, saying he'd just get in the way. Elsewhere, the nobles were grumbling about being interrogated over the Blackhawks' business. One said they'd get away with it since the academy couldn't directly touch them. He asked what Sabbath planned, since his useless scheme had backfired on them. Sabbath was furious, gnawing on his fingers, swearing that the Academy's investigation only meant their battle against the commoners was just beginning. The next day, the instructor announced they would begin duel classes the following week. Helmet was glad. He could settle matters in a duel. She added there was something important first: a written test the day after tomorrow. The grade would count heavily, so they should study the assigned books. Later, Alia was furious that Helmet hadn't bought his books. He asked if no one had explained it to him. Helmet remembered Kudrao had told him, but he'd forgotten after everything that happened on the way back from the mansion. Alia told him to get permission to leave the academy. The only problem was, he had no money. Alia complained until he remembered Helmet had paid him 100,000 marks, but Helmet had left the money with Kudrao, and there was no time to go back. He needed a way to earn cash quickly. Alia asked if he was seriously trying to borrow money. Helmet promised he'd repay it by the weekend. Alia finally agreed to fetch the money, but insisted he would go with Helmet into town, since he couldn't trust him not to get into trouble with it. When they left, Marimo tagged along, saying he wanted to look at books. Then Asuka joined too, making an excuse to leave the academy. Alia grumbled that Helmet was carrying two useless burdens. At the bookstore, one boy was thrilled just to smell the books, while Alia quickly grabbed all of Helmet's required texts. Looking inside, even the intermediate volume was just basic material. Then Asuka handed him an extra book, not required, but said exams from that professor usually covered outside subjects, so it was the best one he could find. The others were surprised. Alia explained that Asuka had a reputation as the mad dog, so it was impressive. Asuka asked for a new book of his own, but Alia told him to buy it with his own money. The total came to 2,000 marks. The clerk suddenly asked if that was Alia. He tried to deny it, slipping away, while the others teased him for an autograph. But it was true. He had entered the academy with record scores. Seeing this, Helmet understood a little more about those human relationships. Alia said the trip was unnecessary. Helmet asked if he'd bought any books. Of course, Alia had already bought them earlier. He wasn't talking about that. He was talking about knowledge. Helmet asked if books could really teach him anything. Alia explained that knowledge varied. Many books just laid down the rules, and if you thought you knew everything, one day you'd fall flat. He warned Helmet to take care of those books, because he wouldn't replace them if lost. But the next day, by bad luck, Helmet was furious. His books and Asuka's had vanished from the locker. He nearly crushed the walls just by clenching his fists. Because someone's getting beaten up later today, isn't that right? Later, in class, the instructor announced the start of duel practice. They would be paired off, and it was forbidden to use Viss. The point was to gain experience fighting other people. Once you found your opponent, he shouted, begin the duel. At that moment, someone called out Sabbath's name. It was Asuka, challenging him to a duel. Sabbath sneered, but Asuka asked if he was afraid, because men settle their differences with swords. Sabbath said he already had a partner, but even the professor reminded them that they must duel against different people. Sabbath snapped that he wouldn't fight a mere commoner, but Asuka laughed, asking if he couldn't handle it. His friends exchanged uneasy looks. Meanwhile, someone stepped up saying he wanted in as well. It was Helmet with his sword, saying that even if they all tried, the result would be the same. Moving in a pack was the habit of the weak. Sabbath was getting angry, but his friend put a hand on his shoulder, saying he'd wipe that smug look off Helmet's face after giving him a proper beating. Earlier, before class, they had sat down to discuss their plan. Sabbath said they should provoke the two and then accept the challenge. One of them said he didn't know Helmet's strength, but it would be impossible for him to beat Asuka. Sabbath said he would use Viss. His friends asked how. Viss was forbidden. So he came up with a plan. He would claim he'd only used it to defend himself from violent attacks. At worst, he'd get a warning. But if they crippled Asuka, he'd be expelled from the department. In other words, a risk worth taking. Then another added a condition. He wanted to face Helmet's crow because he still wanted revenge for the day of the run. And that's how it was set. They could barely wait for the day of battle. When the day came, Asuka and Sabbath stood face to face. Sabbath grinned, saying he'd put that commoner in his place. But in the middle of the fight, everyone stopped to watch. Sabbath himself was sweating. He didn't know what was happening. Asuka still hadn't thrown the first strike. One of Sabbath's cronies thought Sabbath had underestimated Asuka. When Asuka held a sword, he was like a hunting hound. He stood still, staring down his opponent, searching for a single opening. He himself had tried to warn them about this, but the other cronies hadn't listened. Sabbath snorted, and Asuka moved, blindingly fast, straight at him. Sabbath's mind raced. Right side, he'll attack from the right. He raised his sword to block, only for Asuka's blade to be coming right down the center of the noble's skull. Asuka dropped Sabbath flat on his back. No one wanted to look. Sabbath was crushed. Asuka said he'd never get tired of pounding nobles into the dirt. Sabbath tried to stand, but his shoulder wouldn't respond. Even with one arm out of commission, he got up, thinking to play his Viss card. In the same second, Asuka slashed his back and sent him flying. After that, Sabbath could do nothing. He just took the blows while trying to say he surrendered. Now he truly surrendered. Asuka finished with a thrust to the gut so he'd remember it for the rest of his life. If he said, "I surrender," Asuka would only hit harder. Now we switched to Helmet's fight. The noble asked why he was making such a scary face. Was he worried about his friends? Helmet just stood there and said he was worried about him. Before dessert, we cut back to Sabbath, taking another beating and dropping like a rag doll. He looked around, but everyone stared with contempt. He grabbed his sword and said he wouldn't let it end like this. Right then, he used Viss to finish it quickly, but as he lunged, Asuka simply turned, flipped, and cut him from every angle. Since Sabbath had already broken the rules, no one would care if Asuka broke them too. When Asuka raised his blade for the final blow, everyone gaped as the instructor stepped in to stop the fight. He said the duel was canceled and ordered both to his office. Asuka protested that Sabbath had broken the rules and that if he hadn't dodged, he would have been badly hurt. The instructor replied that failing to respect your opponent was also against the rules and asked why the professor was shielding a brat like Sabbath. He ordered Sabbath carried to the infirmary. Another student ran up, asking if the instructor could stop those two as well. But before their duel, we flashed back to the previous day. Sabbath's two lackeys said Asuka wouldn't fall as easily as he thought. Another said, "Just look around." Sabbath was already done. Even without evidence, everyone knew he'd orchestrated that thing in town. They might as well forget about Sabbath. This stained a noble's honor. In that moment, Helmet was downright terrifying. One strike, and the noble's sword snapped in half. In the same instant, Helmet's expression didn't even change as he struck the boy square in the throat, dropping him and stealing his breath. Helmet crouched over him, cold as ice, and asked if he thought being a noble would protect him outside the academy, because Helmet could snap his neck whenever he pleased. The noble began to cry before this monster. When Helmet stepped on his hand, the seed reacted. He grabbed the noble and hurled him upward. The instructor came running, shouting that the duel was canceled. But the look Helmet gave him was so murderous, the instructor's knees trembled. He stood there, speechless. Helmet finally stopped and dumped the punk on the floor. The instructor ordered Aaron taken to the infirmary and Helmet to his office. The other said what he really wanted was to beat Helmet senseless and told him not to lose this historic duel. So before the fight, Helmet asked if he was the one who messed with his locker. The noble scoffed. Who else would it be? Thinking Helmet was full of openings. He lunged, aiming at Helmet's legs. There, he said he would give both of them a chance to apologize if they had anything to say. Since neither spoke, he said he'd expected as much from Asuka, but not from Helmet. Helmet, calm, replied that he hadn't broken any rules. But before coming there, the instructor had stopped by the infirmary and seen that Aaron's throat was torn and all the fingers in his hand were broken. If they had been any later, he might never have spoken again, and he probably would never hold a sword. Asuka shouted that they'd hired the Blackhawks to kill them, so it would be best if those nobles never held swords again. The instructor smacked him on the head, asking if they realized they had gone too far. Helmet said he didn't understand why they were blaming them. Aaron was weak and still had the nerve to keep cursing them. What Helmet did was give him a warning, to make him understand you can't mess with just anyone. Asuka added they had stolen the books from his locker. The noble's instructor said that was against the spirit of the department. Helmet asked whether insulting, stealing from, and belittling commoners was the spirit of the department then. The instructor said he wasn't taking anyone's side, but in the end, Helmet had solved a problem the faculty hadn't. Then he drew his sword and slashed in their direction, even cutting into the ceiling, saying they were simply the strongest hunting the weak. It wouldn't be right for the instructor to use his strength to crush the two of them. Just as a noble shouldn't look down on a commoner, the strong shouldn't crush the weak. What they had done was exactly what nobles always did. Helmet asked what they should have done instead. The instructor turned and said this was the teacher's fault, for not intervening and letting it get this far. But the academy could not be ruled by the law of the strong. Its purpose was to build bonds. Nobles and commoners, strong and weak, all equal. He said both were excellent students, but they were now forbidden to duel other students, only each other. That perked Asuka up. The instructor handed them a document, because the punishment wouldn't end there. They wouldn't leave until they wrote 50 apology letters. That night fell, and Asuka's hand was red and blistered. He couldn't bear to write another line. He stormed out, cursing the instructor, while Helmet thought he didn't regret it, but he had made a mistake. He had lost control of the seed for a second. Asuka turned and asked if Helmet's hand hurt too. Helmet only grumbled that he couldn't train because of it. Asuka asked if he ever rested, then said Helmet was pretty skilled for such a lazy bones. He asked to train with him. Helmet answered no, no, and no. Meanwhile, the instructor looked on from above. He had always known Helmet was talented, but the killing intent he'd shown then had felt more like demonic energy. He prayed the boy wouldn't lose himself to the shadows. Then he looked up at the slice Helmet had carved into the ceiling and sighed. They'd dock that from his pay. Later that night, in a warehouse, everyone knelt before their boss. He said they had lost a Baden spy trying to push them out of there. The spiky-haired man apologized, saying they had brought shame and failure. The one with the eye patch said a second-year student should never have fought like that. But the boss told them to stop. He hadn't called them there to scold them. In fact, they deserved a reward for coming back alive. He told Chromo to speak, because among the students they had faced, there was one with black hair and a crow-like face. They confirmed it was him, and Chromo said that boy was Helmet, a former mercenary who had killed 5 of their men with nothing but a tree branch. The boss said hiding in the academy was a clever move. They had thought it might become a problem, but they couldn't just let him run free like this. So he gave them a new mission: deliver a report to their superiors, and afterward they could take a vacation. But when the group left, excited, the boss quietly ordered another to get rid of them after the mission was completed, because he might be meeting with that certain person. That night, Helmet sneaked back into his room, only for Alia to say he'd arrived late. Helmet apologized for the noise, but Alia had already heard. Rumors around the academy said Helmet had beaten a student so badly that he would never fight again. Helmet grumbled that he hadn't been able to train because of it, while Alia asked if he wasn't at least glad. Helmet apologized for losing the books. At that, Alia pulled back the curtain angrily, asking if he hadn't understood what he'd said before. He hadn't told him that expecting his books to be stolen, so it wasn't his fault. Helmet only thanked him, while Alia shut the curtain again, cheeks red. The next day, Helmet went to lift weights, but his training hall was being cleaned, so he had to use the shared one. Since the duel, things had changed. Students had started talking to him, not because they wanted to, but out of fear. Still, that was better than he'd expected. Soon after, someone came saying Professor Kudrau was looking for him. Helmet arrived, and Kudrau said he had heard about the incident during class. Helmet immediately apologized, admitting part of the blame was his, but Kudrau said that wasn't why he had called him. He told him those boys would soon be punished. In fact, the 2 students would be expelled from the academy. Not even nobles were forgiven once they were caught dealing with the Black Hawks. If Helmet understood where he had gone wrong in the last incident, then he needed to take up his sword and keep following his own path. To lighten the mood, Kudrow joked about being troublesome in his youth. Then he told Helmut to come to the mansion with his friends on the weekend. He had even bought new books. Helmut asked why there were 2 stacks, and Kudrow said one was for Asuka. Helmut asked why he should deliver them, while the professor thought, "Make friends, my boy." Later, the green-haired one said he had come at just the right time. Helmut took the chance to give Asuka his books, explaining that Kudrow had bought new ones. Then Marimo asked if Helmut had free time on the weekend. So one evening, Marimo was all excited, saying this was the best bar of all because they had to celebrate justice prevailing. After all, Asuka was paying for everything. The chatterbox kept running his mouth, while Helmut remembered Alia saying he wouldn't go out with those idiots. Helmut took a sip, thinking it was terrible. They kept saying he had become a star in the department. Asuka laughed. Who's going to mess with someone who crippled a noble for life? Marimo asked why he was making such a crow face. Helmut said it made sense to be hated, but he didn't understand why the 2 wanted to go out with him. Marimo, drunk, said that wasn't hard to answer. From the moment they met, he was sure fun things would happen around Helmut. Asuka asked why he was so mean to him, trying to get Marimo to agree. But Marimo had already collapsed onto the table, red-faced, after only 1 drink. Asuka laughed at him, while Helmut thought he still didn't really understand these things. After all the drinking, they tried to head back, Marimo barely able to walk. Across the way, Helmut saw a crowd, and thought he spotted Alia among them. Earlier that day, Alia had been searching the library for books. Not finding what he wanted, he thought about going to Baden. He remembered how Helmut had invited him to go out, but he had refused. Maybe it wouldn't have been such a bad idea to accept. Later, it happened again. Women crowded around him, offering anything he wanted. Just then, he spotted the crow waving to him and rushed over, saying he had arranged to go out with him today, while Helmut had no idea what he was talking about. Asuka complained, while the women asked how Alia could go out with those swordplay brutes. Things began to sour. One girl noticed Asuka's hair and asked if it was really him. Asuka, irritated, dared them to finish the sentence so he could show them what was good for their health. At least that worked. The girls all scattered. Alia hit Helmut, telling the drunks not to get near him. He kept pestering Helmut and asked what had happened to Marimo. Helmut explained he had passed out after a single cup. Alia pulled out a potion, saying it was an antidote carried by the magic department. They gave it to Marimo, and he woke immediately. Seeing Alia there, he blushed, since, in the end, Alia had come. Should I kill him now or later? Helmut thought. At that moment, he asked Alia if he wanted to visit Kudrow's mansion tomorrow. Alia asked first, "Those 2 aren't coming, right?" Helmut said it would be just the 2 of them, and so Alia agreed, asking what time. The next day, Helmut thought he understood, but maybe he didn't, because Alia woke up furious, saying it was a team battle, and the goal was to defeat those 2 blockheads. He declared, "I don't accept defeat, understand?" While Helmut was more lost than ever. And that's where the next chapter begins. In the bedroom, Alia asked if Helmut was preparing for the exams. Helmut said he was kind of preparing, since he didn't need to worry much, except for a few subjects where he was struggling, like continental history and magic. That had happened because he transferred late and couldn't take proper classes. Helmut said that to pass, all he needed was to show his skills, but that was a trap, because even if his practical abilities scored 150 points, the system capped grades at 100. So even if he ranked among the best, he still needed good marks in general subjects to break ties. Helmut said he'd worry about that later. Alia warned that if he left it like that dog Asuka would surpass him. Helmut realized that right away. Alia looked serious and said that if Helmut wanted to pay a fair price, he could help. And so the 2 of them ended up in the library. Helmut asked what they were going to do. Alia said it was just a special gift for the exams. When they entered, Marimo and Asuka were already there. Alia asked what the 2 were doing together. Marimo stammered something about classrooms, but he really wanted to know why those 2 were together. Angry, Asuka insisted he was studying. Marimo said it was a shame, but asked the 2 to go to another room because they wanted to study. Helmut whispered that something was fishy here. Alia smiled, saying, "It's really a shame, so let's not disturb anyone studying." Marimo said, "Thank you very much." But Alia added he had a better idea. A simple one. Helmut and Asuka would stay there, and they would go to the next room. The 2 looked awkward, while Alia asked if they were hiding something. In the end, Asuka was worried about losing his spot as the top student to Helmut, so he asked Sheehan for tutoring. He said last exam he'd fallen short by just a single point. And of course, that was only because Alia had helped Helmut. But now, Asuka didn't want to fall behind in theory classes. The fool asked if Alia was going to help Helmut again. Sharp-tongued as ever, Alia said of course, he wouldn't be there otherwise. Down below, Marimo said that since they'd found out, they could make a bet. The loser would have to run 100 laps around the field without using magic. Which is why Helmut's studying now wasn't about grades. It was about Alia's pride. Thus began the saga of studying. Night fell and rain poured while the two studied in the library, with Alia furious that Helmet had the nerve to get everything wrong. Alia demanded what kind of written answer that was. First question, what's the difference between witches and mages? Helmet's answer, witches are evil and mages aren't. I know because I've met one. Helmet said he just wrote what he thought, but Alia barked that it had to be based on standard theory. The goofs showed up to gawk too. They were shocked, asking if Helmet had never handled questions like that. His transfer exam had been all multiple choice. Alia slammed the table, furious. He wasn't about to let his pupil be beaten by two fools. From then on, relentless training began, full of arguments and food. Late at night, after the others had left, Helmet asked why Alia was so obsessed with staying on top. Helmet thought that one day Alia would become an archmage and be able to see the seed inside him. At some point, he would have to keep his distance. Alia stepped closer and asked if Helmet understood. He flipped his hair toward Helmet, who wasn't paying attention to what he was saying. When they both realized it, they were practically pressed together. Alia turned away, saying he wouldn't explain twice. Face flushed bright red as he left. Meanwhile, Helmet decided he'd been using his head too much. The next day, Helmet was training in the hall when a classmate asked if he'd made a bet with Asuka. Since they were the two best in the department, rumors spread fast. He took up his sword and said he was betting on Helmet. This was Andro. Since transfer exam day, they'd become comrades, and Helmet had even helped his swordsmanship. Andro said it would be a challenge, but he definitely wouldn't lose. Andro said he was dying to see Asuka lose, while the very specter stood behind them. He told the guy to shove off and asked about today's class, duels against the first years. He grumbled. He'd wanted to fight Helmet. Andro said this year had a lot of talent. There was even a very strong girl in the sword department, skilled with a blade and very beautiful. Helmet pondered as the girl sheathed her sword. Soon all the students gathered, and Andro pointed out the freshman he'd mentioned. She flicked her hair and looked like the female version of Helmet. The guys said she oozed nobility. People noticed the resemblance right away and glanced at Helmet, whispering that they might be related, even if Helmet knew nothing about it. Among the freshmen, they looked down their noses, refusing to call commoners upperclassmen, snickering that they were adorable. Asuka snapped at them to shut up unless they wanted to meet the dog. After that, the instructor announced duels between first and second years. She began calling names. First up, Charlotte. Everyone buzzed with excitement as Helmet thought about speaking to her, but his opponent turned out to be Asuka. Second years groaned. Of all people, it had to be him. He complained to the instructor, but the matchups were based on ability. There was no choice. They headed to the field. Charlotte told him not to hold back just because she was a woman. She added that Helmet would be dueling Joffrey, the giant-looking guy. Just from his presence, he clearly wouldn't lose easily to a second year. The instructor started the first bout. Asuka thought her stance was better than expected. He asked why she joined the department. Obviously to get stronger, she said, and wasn't in the mood to chat. Asuka lunged and sliced, sending her skidding back. Everyone gaped as her hands trembled. She'd heard the rumors, so this would be a valuable lesson. He teased that he was just warming up. When she set herself to get serious, the fight intensified. He noticed she could block. She clearly knew how to use a sword. He rushed in, aiming at her neck, but she slipped back at the last second. He pressed, blades crossing, asking if she was trying to force a draw. He knocked her away, saying he hated the arrogant and those who didn't respect themselves. And was your confidence at the start that fake? If you're not willing, get out of the sword department. She shouted that she didn't care about class. She only wanted to learn. Thanks to him, she realized her vision had been narrow. Then she called him to come again. Asuka went all in. They traded cuts, and he nearly took one to the face. They kept at it around the arena, one attacking, the other defending. When she thought she'd caught him, Asuka was already above her, telling her to relax her shoulders. This would hurt. He came down beside her, blade at the ready, saying it was a shame her opponent was him. The instructor declared Asuka the winner. In the end, he said she'd surprised him once she changed her posture, while the girl groaned, "Help! You're too heavy." He got off, and she thanked him for the advice. The jealous ones in back called him a pervert. As she left, she glanced at Helmet, and he looked back. Outside the arena, the big guy growled how she dared lose to a commoner. Charlotte fired back, telling him to change that thinking or end up flat on the ground. In that moment, he stood face to face with Helmet. Before the duel, Helmet remembered a talk with Andro, who'd asked what he'd do if he met a much stronger opponent. The big guy eyed him, thinking this must be the rumored commoner, but he didn't look like much. It was the same gaze people gave their inferiors. The instructor called from behind, telling Helmet to go easy. Everyone remembered what happened in his last duel. The match began. The big guy charged instantly. Helmet blocked, but another strike came from the other side. He had to leap, blades colliding. The guy boasted he'd have shattered Helmet's sword if he hadn't dodged, but Helmet, crow-faced, was calm. He'd fought far stronger opponents. The battle continued. He slipped past everything, because no matter how strong your attack is, it means nothing if it doesn't land. Spectators muttered the fight was boring. The big guy called Helmet a mere commoner and said there was a gap he'd never overcome. Helmet thought it was the dumbest provocation he'd ever heard. Then the guy sneered that Helmet's teacher must have been awful. That was the last straw. Helmet's face hardened. The instructor told them to focus, but Helmet exhaled and said that from here on, it wouldn't be easy. He sprang forward and slashed the man's leg. In the same beat, he came around from behind. The big guy leapt, but Helmet still landed the blow. The arrogant one shouted that the attacks were weak, only to find himself on his knees. His leg couldn't bear the weight. While Helmet recalled what had been said about experiences, that being beaten by a commoner would be a good lesson for him, the noble tried to strike, but Helmet slid beneath his legs with a sword sweep, knocking him flat on the ground. He fell face first, trying to get up, but Helmet knocked his sword away, telling him, "I may be a new student, but I don't recommend speaking ill of someone else's teacher." At that moment, the instructor shouted for them to stop, but Helmet still landed a strike on the noble's neck. Everyone around was left gaping as victory was declared for Helmet, the noble crusher. After those fights, the rest of the duels went smoothly. The freshmen realized the vast difference in power, while the others saw they needed far more training. Later, Helmet ran into Charlotte in a courtyard puddle. She startled as she greeted him, while he didn't even know what to say. Then he remembered the name engraved on the pendant, Margaret Irene. But even then, he remained deep in thought while Charlotte herself didn't know what to do. She grew nervous under his gaze. This was the upperclassman who had just destroyed Joffrey. In the end, he told her that he had seen her abilities, and that she certainly had a bright future ahead. He asked if she knew his name, but there wasn't a soul in the department who didn't know their rising legend. She said she wanted to fight him someday, and since he agreed, she thanked him, saying she would look forward to it. At that moment, Asuka appeared, asking if they knew each other. They explained it was just a chance encounter, and Charlotte left, saying it had been a pleasure. Asuka then asked if he was hitting on the freshman, but Helmet just replied that he wasn't a womanizer like him. Later that night, Helmet wondered if he was disturbing Alia. Alia, perched on the window ledge, said no, but after all those years spent with Darian, he couldn't shake a sense of danger. Alia closed his book and said he wanted to ask something. He had heard that a first-year girl had invited Helmet on a date, and he wanted to know if it was true. Seeing Helmet's reaction confirmed it, though Helmet insisted it wasn't, explaining that she only wanted to spar with him in the next class. He added that he would never lie to Alia. Alia reopened his book, saying he would believe him, and added that Helmet was his closest companion in the entire academy. Then he warned him to be careful, never to trust any girl who approached, because all of them only wanted to use Helmet to get closer to Alia. In other words, Alia was just protecting her own interests. Helmet was left baffled, while Alia continued his strange warning. Helmet said he understood, asking if he wanted him to stay away from Charlotte. Alia, flustered, shouted that wasn't it, but the crow-faced Helmet calmly said that if Alia truly suspected Charlotte, he would keep his distance. Alia blushed, turning away, saying he only meant for Helmet to stay alert. The next day in the library, everyone sat in tense silence, staring at Alia. Finally, he announced that Helmet had at last given a proper answer. Everyone leapt with joy, relieved he had survived the hellish lessons. Still, Alia snapped that the answer wasn't perfect, so there was no reason to celebrate. They were only just beginning. Marimo drew their attention, saying that with exams approaching, he had picked a special place to study, somewhere they could review and enjoy waffles. Asuka asked who does that, but Marimo insisted he couldn't survive without a snack. Just the thought of warm waffles had Alia drooling, and he admitted it wouldn't hurt to take a break. Asuka asked if the place would even be open. Marimo bragged about Baden's bustling night scene, but when they arrived, it was closed. Marimo bawled that he'd been dying to visit, while Alia told him to stop whining and find somewhere else. Marimo suggested a toast shop instead, but Alia shoved him forward to quit crying and keep moving. That one, at least, was open. Inside, Asuka balked at the price of the sandwiches. Marimo asked if he wasn't ordering anything, but Asuka explained that his family only gave him enough for tuition, nothing more. Marimo teased that he'd win a scholarship for being suspended, which earned him a furious grab. Alia lectured that a mage should always be aware of everything, so as not to ruin things. Marimo complained that Alia was far too sensitive to spiritual magic. By then, Helmut had already chosen his meal. When the food arrived, his sandwich was enormous, shocking everyone. Even Asuka laughed, asking if he planned to take it home. Actually, it was a specialty challenge sandwich reserved for sword department students. Just then, Charlotte and Joffrey appeared, saying it was quite the coincidence. At least now, the strong guy showed Helmet some respect. Charlotte explained they came because of the sword department's sandwich challenge. Joffrey had challenged her. Asuka asked if he wasn't ashamed of challenging a girl, while Charlotte demanded if he was underestimating her. Marimo tried to steal a bite of Helmet's sandwich, but Helmet slapped his hand away, declaring he would also join the challenge. Charlotte smiled, saying it must be fate to meet again here. Alia stood, asking if he had seen her somewhere before, while his friends didn't understand a thing. The next day at the academy, Helmet dueled Charlotte under the professor's watchful eyes. They clashed blades, Helmet driving her back. He struck ferociously, aiming for her neck, but she narrowly ducked. She tried a low counter, but Helmet kicked her sword away. With her hand aching, she surrendered. The instructor thanked them for the duel demonstration, and Helmet left, recalling the previous day's events. Alia asked if Charlotte had known him before, but she replied that she only recognized him by sight, since he was the famed senior of the magic department. She even glanced at Helmet with flushed cheeks, unsure of what had just happened. Marimo complained that he realized something. As long as Alia was around, none of them would ever get girlfriends. Helmet thought back to Alia's warning. Judging by her reaction, maybe he had been right. So he decided it was best to pull back a little and focus on getting stronger, strong enough that no one could cause problems for him. Later, Asuka sprawled in a chair, muttering that he only had to make it through half a semester without suspension. Helmet startled him, asking if he really thought he could manage. Asuka said he was just thinking out loud, then asked how the duel went. If it had taken long, it must have been tough. Helmet admitted it ended far too quickly. He only stretched it out because the professors told him not to finish so fast. Still, Asuka muttered that if Helmet didn't want to disappoint Alia, he'd better prepare for the written exam. Right then, Alia appeared, agreeing and asking if tomorrow's test was the theory of magic, since they should review together. Asuka asked where Marimo was, probably buried in his books with exams so close. They started arguing again, while Alia ordered Helmet not to waste time and get back to studying. Helmet even asked why Alia looked so worried. He thought it wouldn't be so bad to run 100 laps, but Alia said he hated losing bets, so Helmet had better study hard. Alia also scolded Asuka for being a distraction, shooing him out, and so Helmet's studying continued. Then the professor announced the exam. 2 hours, beginning now. Helmet looked at the first question. By accident, you have received the power of darkness. If undoing it would kill you, what would you do in this situation? After the test ended, the halls buzzed as students left. In the library, Alia asked how it went. Helmet said it wasn't too bad. Most of the questions matched what Alia had said. The only special one was about the power of darkness. Alia asked what Helmet had answered. Helmet, with a dark expression, said he would accept the power and live, trying to find a way to control it. Alia replied that it wasn't a bad answer. At least the professor wouldn't think so. Then he asked what Alia himself would have written. Alia said he would have gone to the temple in search of answers, but in the end, his response would have been similar to Helmut's, even if it meant becoming an enemy of the temple in the process. Because the Lumen Temple is always blocking the forces of darkness, if he revealed his powers, he would be hunted. So he told Helmet not to mention this to other people, because it could be dangerous. And he thought to himself, this is the same situation he lives in. Later, it was grade announcement day. At the academy, grades are posted on the bulletin board in the central plaza, making students compete for the top scores. Helmet was there in the crowd, looking at the board. In the magic department, there was no surprise. Alia in first, Marimo in second. Then he looked to the side and saw him, defeated, saying it was impossible. He asked what on earth Alia had done this time, because even though spiritual theory was a new subject, he got a perfect score. But for Alia, 3 months is more than enough to master a subject. While he stood there crushed, the girls flocked around Alia. Next, they went to see the winner of the sword department. In fact, Helmet had beaten Asuka by a single point. Marimo shouted that it was impossible, while Alia smiled and said that in the end, Helmet had pulled it off. Asuka was mad about losing by 1 point, though losing first place to Helmet was at least somewhat acceptable. Still, he told Helmet not to relax. He'd see him next semester. At that moment, Marimo popped up behind him, calling him a traitor, because now he had to fulfill the bet they'd made. He even pleaded, "Have mercy! If he ran 100 laps, he'd die." But Helmet said 100 laps wouldn't kill anyone. Alia smiled, saying he didn't find that unfair at all. Time to burn off that midnight snack belly. And so he collapsed on the ground, and later he was running circles around the field. The next day, the sword students were training when one of them said they'd have a forest camping class next week. Everyone was surprised, asking if he'd ever camped before. The redhead started spooking another student, saying it's important to bring a shovel, sleeping bags, and to be careful. There are lots of poisonous mosquitoes. Asuka griped that there was nothing interesting about it. He'd slept out on the road plenty of times. But Helmut calmly said they could burn incense and dung to keep mosquitoes away. Then Asuka invited Helmut to go shopping with him over the weekend. When they got to the city, doubt set in. He no longer knew what else they needed to buy, and Marimo had followed them again. Helmut asked if he had recovered from the lapse, and Marimo, suspicious, said, "Recovery magic works miracles." But that day, Helmut realized he'd used some spell to make a shadow spirit help with the punishment. Asuka clapped his hands and said first they'd get something to repel insects. Up front, they checked incense candles. Helmut thought it might be better to just accept the bugs. Then they went to pick up a lamp with low light so as not to attract predators. Asuka was impressed. Helmut thought of everything. He asked if it might fall in the middle of the night and start a fire, while Marimo said they could bring a fire scroll. Asuka asked if someone couldn't die because of that. In the end, he still tried to convince them to buy it. Helmut himself thought this felt more like prepping for a picnic. Helmut stepped away to look around. He left thinking he wasn't thrilled about the idea of camping, and the Black Falcons probably wouldn't attack at an academy site full of instructors. Ahead, he saw someone spinning something on a stick and shouted that this was Baden's most talked about dessert. People gathered to buy it, while Helmut thought it looked like a cloud. The person who bought one turned and asked if it wasn't amazing, and spoke to Helmut because they were in the same magic theory class. He wondered who this weirdo was, and she introduced herself as Teresa, a third-year student in the magic department. He remembered Alia's warning not to trust women, so he immediately said he was already with someone. Teresa insisted, but he turned away and said if she was so interested in Alia, she should go talk to him. She said to relax. She was interested in him. Just then, Alia appeared and asked what Helmut was doing there. Teresa said it was a coincidence to meet him. Alia flicked his hair and the girl flushed at a loss for words, so Alia hauled Helmut away. Then he said, "I warned you," telling him not to listen to girls' chatter and to be firmer in his decisions. Farther on, Alia asked where Asuka and Marimo were. Time to regroup. Helmut walked on, wondering if Alia liked or hated being pestered. Ahead, they found the two clowns and Alia was disappointed with all of it. After that, Asuka said he was prepared so camping wouldn't be a problem, while Marimo asked if they hadn't spent too much money. At that moment, Helmut suddenly turned. He sensed a presence approaching. He kept walking as a masked shadow appeared in the dark, because his peaceful life at the academy was nearing its end. Now a dark room appeared, a candle melting down. Several hooded figures knelt. One thanked them for their hard work and introduced himself as the branch commander, Anton. He tried to speak, sweating, while the open doorway showed only smoke. Everyone around felt something coursing through their bodies, and a man walked past them all. Up front, he told them to keep talking and not stop to gawk. "Yes," came the answer. He thought this man was one of the faction's finest. Hawk-eyed killer, Fascio, the clown. As he had said before, they were having trouble handling a target, and he handed over the intel. The man looked it over. A rank 2 mercenary with the Pace group and also a second year at Greta Academy. He even questioned whether the academy would teach that boy anything. The commander said he was at a level where he didn't need to enter the academy. He probably enrolled to hide. He added that the boy was sponsored by Ethan Kudrow, a noble. The clown asked if they'd discovered anything about his past. Unfortunately, nothing. The only info they had was that he joined the Pace mercenaries during a mission and started working with them. The clown said, "We don't know when he was born, who his master was, or even who he is. This is the first time I've seen someone so mysterious." Anton asked if they might have tangled with the wrong person, but the man stabbed the paper with his finger and said, "There's no one the Black Falcons can't reach. Dead men vanish as if they never existed." He said they could leave it to him. He'd take care of the boy. This time he would have to put in real effort for the hunt. Afterward, the sky shone and horses stirred at the academy. Someone grabbed a bottle saying it was a 32-year Marinée, a hard-to-find drink. He said he'd take it to share with the instructors, while a student pleaded, "Please, I saved up so much to bring one of those." But he said field classes aren't picnics. They had warned them. A student complained, telling him to look at that other guy. In back, Asuka said he was bringing only the essentials. The instructor scolded him to bring only what he needed. Otherwise, the horse wouldn't handle it. He grumbled, while Helmut watched from afar. He thought, it's a Monday morning, and today the academy's camping classes begin. Time passed as students rode over the mountains. Helmut thought it had been a while since he'd left Baden. Fresh air was indeed good. Asuka said that thanks to his noble sponsor, he'd gotten a good horse, and asked what breed it was. Helmut didn't know, and said Asuka's horse looked good too. Asuka gave up on that and asked the horse's name. Helmut wondered, do horses need names? Asuka called him Heartless. He said swordsmen and horses are partners who'll be together. so you should name them. Helmet said it was kind of hard, but you just say whatever comes to mind when you look at it. He looked at the purple-maned horse and said Asuka's name. Asuka got mad, that it was weird to name a horse after him. Helmet asked why it was weird, and they started bickering, saying he looked like a horse. Later that night, the instructor said they would stop for a while so they could leave their baggage on the horses' saddles. Asuka thought a full day had passed already, so how much farther until they reached the campsite? Helmet was listening because from what he'd heard, on the first day there would be a barbecue, on the second a hunting competition, and finally, on the third day, a group activity. But he thought it was better to stay alert in the middle of the forest at night. At that moment, Asuka asked Helmet where his horse was, and he looked startled because the horse had disappeared from his side. Looking closely, the rope had been cut by something sharp. He thought it was impossible. When could that have happened? But the important thing was how he hadn't noticed that someone cut the rope and led the horse away. Then Asuka pointed, telling him to look. The horse was behind the trees. Seeing this, Helmet asked to borrow his sword for a moment. He walked forward with the sword ready for any danger, but when he got close to the horse, nothing happened. There was no one in the area. At that moment, he felt something strange. When he looked down, he almost stepped into a hunting trap. Helmet didn't understand how that had appeared without him noticing. This couldn't just be coincidence. Something was happening because he felt the pressure of being hunted, but he smiled, saying that this hunter had chosen the wrong target, and he was going to have some fun. He called out, saying that since the horse's hair was white, he'd call him Snowy, and tried to bring him closer. Of course, since he'd just chosen the name, the horse didn't recognize it. As Helmet approached, he thought it didn't matter who was behind this. If they got in his way, they'd be eliminated, but he hoped at least the opponent would be interesting to fight. Later, the camp was shown from afar, and the instructor shouted that before preparing for dinner, he would announce the groups. From now until the last day of camp, they would be divided into teams to help one another. The leaders would each receive a communication sphere to contact the instructors if there was trouble. Helmet picked one up, looking at it, while Asuka told him a leader couldn't be distracted like that. Their group was behind them with a lot of new faces. Helmet himself noted there were many strangers, and some already seemed eager to start trouble with him. Another stepped forward, saying they should take the chance to introduce themselves. He started by saying his name was Andro. On the other side were Mitchell, Basil, Wesley, and Dino. Helmet asked, "And the red-haired one?" He grumbled that his name was James, and that they'd met before. Helmet replied mysteriously that yes, he remembered. After that, Helmet told them to prepare dinner first, because he needed to talk to the instructor. Asuka asked what it was, and he explained. When he went to get his horse, he had found a hunting trap. He said such traps were forbidden in this area, so he'd report it. Since that was the case, Asuka said he'd go along, while the others glared, thinking he was just trying to avoid dinner duty. Later, under a dark, starry sky, the instructor asked if he had really seen a trap in that area. She asked if he was sure, and of course, he had almost stepped on it. But since there was no sign of it now, she said she'd warn the others to be careful. Asuka asked if this was the right spot, but looking closely, Helmet saw the grass was pressed down. Someone had removed it before he returned, meaning they were being watched all along. Helmet thought of something Alaga had once taught him, how humans can be creative when hunting stronger prey. The persistence of wearing down a target until it was exhausted and fell, that was one of humanity's greatest strengths. But if they thought they could defeat him this way, they were in for disappointment. Walking on, he thought there was nothing on this mountain that could truly threaten him. When they returned, one of them asked why they had taken so long, since he'd had to prepare the meat. Then they showed the plate of meat, burned so black it looked like charcoal. Everyone thought someone would die if they ate it. A while later, delicious meat was being served. Everyone was impressed because this time Asuka had to roast it so they wouldn't be eating charcoal. They joked that plebeians really were different, while he asked if that was supposed to be a compliment. Then one of them told the others to look at what he'd brought. He pulled out a bottle of wine, and they asked how he managed it. The rascal had used a storage spell in his cloak to sneak the drink in, saying a barbecue without alcohol was no fun at all. Since the instructor would be making her rounds later, they had to drink it quickly. The fire crackled in the air as the party went on. Later, the instructor showed up, furious, holding several bottles in her hands and asking if they'd smuggled some too. In the end, she asked Helmet if they were telling the truth. And when he said yes, she left, telling him he was responsible for his team now, so he'd better be careful. She ordered them to eat, while everyone eyed each other suspiciously. When she left, they grabbed the bottle again and kept celebrating. Afterward, one of them thought the taste was too strong. Andro asked Helmet if he didn't like it, but that wasn't exactly it. Asuka even asked if it was about the trap, but they tried to reassure him, saying there was no danger he couldn't defeat. One even said Helmet was far better at fighting than they'd imagined. In the middle of the conversation, someone asked where he had learned swordsmanship. He said it was in the forest where he grew up. They remarked he must have had an incredible teacher to be so skilled, but Helmut replied that his teacher was no longer in this world. Everyone grew quiet and said they were sorry. Then they shouted to drop the heavy topic and just drink as much as they wanted. Helmut remembered, thinking Cian was right. Humans always draw closer when drinking. In the night, all was quiet. His companions were asleep all around. Helmut got up saying he needed to vomit and started walking into the forest. He looked around, knowing how to neutralize alcohol by sweating it out, but it was likely his hunter was watching now. He walked through the woods, moving cautiously. Ahead, he came across a house and thought it must belong to one of the camp overseers. Approaching it, he knocked twice until an old man opened the door, asking who he was. Seeing the academy uniform, he said he had found a trap in the forest and told the man to reinforce the patrols. The old man said anyone setting traps there faced heavy fines, but Helmut insisted he trusted his eyes. He was sure he'd seen one. If that was true, the old man said, it was serious. He closed the door, saying that starting tomorrow he would strengthen the patrols, since it was easy to hide a bear trap well. At that moment, Helmut stopped the door with his foot and gave him a sinister look. He had never said what kind of trap he'd seen. The old man gave a sly smile and apologized, saying most traps found around were for bears. Helmut noted the smile was too forced and said maybe he'd just been overthinking. He told the old man to be careful with traps, but before leaving, he added one more thing. Students from the department always came here, so he wanted to know where they were sent. The old man said the competition always took place in the northern mountains, same every year. Helmut thanked him and walked off, thinking he couldn't sense any Viss from the man. Even so, his instincts pointed that way. He considered snapping the old man's neck, but decided not to act rashly. He walked on, thinking that when the mysterious enemy appeared, all he needed to do was counterattack. When he returned to camp, the instructor was hitting the boys, and she glared furiously at Helmut. After that, the night ended. The next day, everyone stood in line. Helmut was in the middle, holding his bow. The instructor began explaining the rules of the hunting competition, saying the most important thing was to keep themselves and their teammates safe. So, if one member of a pair was injured, the other had to contact them immediately. After the explanation, they were given a bow, arrows, a map, and provisions. Even though they would move in pairs, the ranking would be based on individual hunting results. One student asked if catching more animals meant winning. The instructor told the smart guys who wanted to kill a dozen rabbits that the ranking depended on the type of animal hunted. A fox was worth more than a rabbit, and a bear was worth more than a fox. With no further questions, the hunt began. Asuka said that at least they'd walk away with a win, since his partner would be Helmut. The other students asked if Asuka had no shame, since the two of them were the best in the department, but the instructor said they were free to choose their pairs, and Asuka walked off laughing at the other boys. Later, under the strong sun, Asuka said that if they joined forces, they'd be unstoppable in the department. In other words, they could take both the first and second place prizes. But Helmut wasn't paying attention. He was wondering if the hunter would show up. Behind him, Asuka asked if Helmut knew any good spots to hunt. At that moment, Helmut had an idea. If he let Asuka hunt first, he could make him return to camp alone, leaving Helmut free to do his work, so Helmut told him to follow. Up high, a large waterfall crashed onto the rocks. Helmut and Asuka appeared in the bushes. Helmut said animals tended to gather near rivers. Asuka asked if they'd have to stay all day, but if they kept moving, the animals would flee constantly. So Helmut concluded that hunting required patience until an opportunity appeared. He added that at night, he'd seen claw marks on the trees, indicating a large animal. Just then, they spotted a bear ahead, catching a fish. Asuka suggested they count to 3 and loose their shots together. They knocked their arrows. Helmut thought that if he killed animals, his seed might react, so he eased off his strength. They fired and hit the bear. As the animal ran, Asuka sprinted alongside, loosing more arrows. Ahead, he infused an arrow with Viss and dropped the bear to the ground in a single hit, celebrating the hunt. Meanwhile, a heavy crashing came from the forest. Helmut frowned and immediately started running, saying that wasn't an animal. He went ahead to see what was happening, springing from side to side until he reached the top. From there, he saw one student injured and the other shaking with fear, unable to use the help crystal. Helmut dropped down, startling him. The student asked how he'd gotten there, but Helmut could see his partner had fallen into one of the traps he'd seen in the forest. The other begged for help, but Helmut said that if they pulled him out, he'd bleed a lot. Helmut went deeper into the forest and gathered some herbs from the ground. He bit one. From the taste, it seemed the right plant. He picked up a few stones and hurried back. He washed the stones and began grinding them together with the plant between. The boy watched, baffled, while Helmut asked if they were friends. He said yes. Helmet tore a strip from his shirt, making the boy gasp, then removed the trap, took an arrow from his quiver, and told him to hold Basor. He infused Viss and struck the trap with the arrow, managing to break it while Basor trembled in pain. Helmet took the mashed plant from the stone and spread it over the wound where the trap had caught, explaining that this herb helps staunch bleeding. Then he told the boy to alert the instructors immediately. Helmet thought the one behind this was still just toying with them because the trap hadn't been properly set. In other words, the trap hadn't been meant for him. Then he turned, remembering he'd left Asuka alone, but Asuka appeared right behind, complaining that Helmet had forgotten the rule about always moving in pairs. Helmet exhaled in relief as Asuka asked what had happened. The other student finally managed to contact an instructor. He said Helmet was incredible. He hadn't known what to do in a situation like that. He bowed, thanking him for saving his friend. Helmet told him to keep an eye on the wound. It would be trouble if it got infected, while thinking that this was the first time he'd received a thank you at the academy. Later, the boy's leg was healed, and the old instructor said the first aid had been excellent, and Helmet deserved praise. The professor said, "Good work," and that since there really had been a trap, she would have to notify administration. She asked Wesley if he knew how it had happened. He pointed, saying he'd seen something and started running, but didn't know exactly what had happened since he'd been up ahead. So now they would take Basor to the central tent. She told Helmet and Asuka they could return to hunting, while the show-off bragged that he'd already taken down one of the big ones. She didn't react, even when he said she didn't need to be surprised. Helmet told him he could take the bear and head back to the main tent. He'd be along soon. Asuka asked if he was sure, but Helmet said he didn't fall for traps, and if they left a bear lying around, someone would snatch it and carry it off. So Asuka went on ahead and told him to be careful. Helmet ran on, thinking this was his chance. His hunter must be watching from somewhere. He used Viss to probe for their position until he sensed something in his direction. He slashed and dropped to the ground, then looked up. A wire was strung between the trees. He grabbed the hanging wire. It was iron. If someone ran into that, it would be dangerous. Farther on, he found a deer tangled in the wires. That must be why Basor had started running. He raised his bow. He'd be taking this animal. Later, they showed the camp and all the game that had been taken, including Asuka's bear. Everyone stared, impressed. Someone said Helmet had gotten it, but Asuka shouted that Helmet had brought something else. The instructor asked if it was a deer, saying the meat was delicious. Then he congratulated them, saying they'd worked hard. He announced the prizes. 5th place would receive 10 meal vouchers. 4th place would get a quality ink and quill set. 3rd would get a bookstore voucher. 2nd place would get permission to use a private training room. And the grand winner would receive all of the above. Asuka came up saying he didn't need the quill set, and asking if anyone wanted it. The instructor continued announcing the rankings. That night, the bonfire blazed. One of the boys remarked that the private training room was an awesome reward and told Asuka not to pout about 2nd place. He yelled back, complaining that he'd brought down a bear, but 1st place had gone to someone who caught a rare fox. Helmet consoled him, saying at least he had a training room. In the end, Helmet placed 5th and got the meal vouchers. He said that thanks to Asuka, he'd be trying bear meat. They chatted, and someone said only the 3 of them were left because the other 2 had to return to the academy. Wesley, who'd carried Basor, got hurt when he fell off a collapsed bridge. Mitchell injured his leg after falling into a trap and had to be rushed back, so only 5 people remained in the group. Helmet thought it couldn't be mere coincidence and wondered whether to tell the others the truth. Asuka said those students would sleep all night in a soft bed while they had to sleep on the ground. They talked, and Helmet decided to say nothing to avoid making them more nervous, since the group activities would start early the next morning. The next day, they marched in files. Someone pointed to the area on the map and asked how long it would take to reach it. Helmet simply tugged his horse and told them to get moving. Later, the sun was setting, and one of them asked Helmet to check what was ahead. They went down and saw a small stream in front. That would be great. There was water, and they could make a fire nearby. Helmet went down and examined the water. From the look of it, nothing seemed wrong. While Asuka asked if he was thirsty, the others talked about unloading their packs quickly. Their backs ached from walking all day. Night fell, and they all sat around the fire. Helmet noticed everyone looked dejected and wondered if it was because the other 3 had had to go back. He stood up and said he'd fetch firewood. Asuka went along to help since the group was a bit down. The forest was already dark, and they picked up fallen sticks. Asuka asked if it was enough, but Helmet said the sticks were wet and couldn't be used. Asuka griped that it was hard to see branches in this dark forest. He told Helmut to chat, but Helmut just told Asuka to gather the right kind of wood. Asuka kept complaining about whoever had the bright idea to send everyone into the middle of a mountain. Helmut came over, handed him an armful of wood, and told him to take it back to camp. Asuka asked why he was acting like that, but Helmut had something urgent to deal with. So Asuka left, telling him not to do anything reckless and to come back soon. When no one was around, Helmut stayed focused on the night of the forest. Soon, he stepped closer, asking if the other had prepared enough, because in front of him he finally found his hunter. The clown thanked him for making this so entertaining, and since they had much to discuss, he told Helmut to sit on the log, so they sat facing each other. The clown asked what Helmut had to say after meeting his predator, but Helmut replied that the mask was ridiculous and that he couldn't respect someone who hid his face. The man looked at his spear and said Helmut was different from the others, because when people realized they were being hunted, they tried to run away. Helmut, however, turned his claws on the hunter himself. That, he said, meant they had a lot in common. So he would give him one last chance. He tossed something near Helmut, saying that he was an elite member of the Black Falcons, the assassin clown. But he also had the authority to appoint new talented members. So if Helmut wanted to join, he had to swallow that worm. If he refused the invitation, none of his friends would survive, because his men were already waiting for his command. Helmut looked at him and said it was a lie, that he didn't have any men nearby. The clown replied that the choice was his. Helmut thought about it, asking if he could really get away after injuring nobles. But the clown had already planned for that, sending the main nobles away in advance. That meant Helmut had no choice but to accept. Helmut stared at the ugly worm and asked what he had said earlier about them having so much in common. At that moment, he crushed the worm, saying the clown hadn't observed him well enough. Helmut lunged forward with his sword. The clown did something, and suddenly several iron wires appeared in Helmut's path. He slashed through them all, charging straight at the clown, saying he only needed to get rid of him to solve this problem. He cut with all his strength, but then sensed something strange. That aura passed behind him, saying he had wasted his chance and would not leave the forest alive. The next moment, the clown disappeared. Back at camp, the others heard a strange noise and wondered if it was a landslide. One of them asked where Helmut was, but Asuka said he had a stomachache. Then one came back with hay in his hands, asking if someone had tied the horses in another spot. Wesley said no one had touched them, but the problem was the horses were gone. They went to check, and only the ropes were left. While they were looking, a noise came from the forest, scaring everyone. They turned in fear, but it was only Helmut finally returning. They complained, telling him to check this out. The horses had vanished. Helmut thought it was better not to hide the whole truth, so he told them all to gather. Later, by the fire, everyone was nervous. One of them summarized, "The Black Falcons wanted revenge on Helmut and had sent an assassin to wipe them all out." The boys trembled with fear, and one complained that he had never done anything to the Black Falcons. Asuka slapped him on the head, saying nobody was going to die. They wondered if Sabbath was behind it, but that wasn't the case. Helmut explained that before he joined the academy, he had sent several Black Falcons straight to their graves. That was why they were after him, because back then he had been a rank 3 mercenary. Just hearing that made everyone stare in awe, realizing why he was always ahead in swordsmanship classes. Helmut said it wasn't fair for them to suffer because of him, so he would deal with it alone. One of them asked if it wouldn't be better to alert the instructors and told Asuka to grab the sphere, but when he reached into his pocket, it was gone. Everyone started arguing, furious that he had lost it. Helmut said there must already be traps laid everywhere, so it wasn't smart to head out at night. In the end, he decided he'd leave at dawn, even without the horses. But the assassin wouldn't sit still, so he said if he moved after the others, it would be impossible for the hunter to strike from the rear. That way, he would catch the hunter himself. Since they understood the situation, they all went to bed, preparing for the coming battle. Helmut stayed outside the tent, watching the forest, until 2 of them came out. He asked what they were doing, but they said they were going to take turns keeping watch in pairs. Helmut told them not to do anything foolish, but they said they were swordsmen too and had their pride. They asked if he wasn't going to sleep, but Helmut said he could go 3 days without sleep. James said he must have really scared the hunter if he hadn't shown up yet, but Helmut told him not to let his guard down, because that clown was persistent. At that moment, he told everyone to be quiet. He had heard something from the forest. He told everyone to be quiet. He had heard something from the forest. They all grabbed their swords and moved forward, spotting one of the horses. As soon as they spoke, Helmut turned and ordered them back from the forest, because the clown appeared above them, coming down with his claws and throwing something to the ground that filled the air with smoke. Asuka opened the tent, asking what had happened. James pulled his hair in terror, but Helmut calmed him, saying they had to stay alert. Trembling, James cried out that the clown had taken Dino, but Helmet told him if he didn't want to end up in a coffin, he had better control his emotions. At that moment, the other two came running, asking where Dino was. Helmet thought that Lunatic really knew how to play with someone's mind. James asked what they were going to do, saying they couldn't abandon Dino. One of them asked how they could save him, while another asked if Helmet agreed they should leave Dino behind. But if they all went together, they would be doing exactly what the assassin wanted. He grabbed Helmet by the collar, shouting that this was all his fault, and he wouldn't forgive him if he abandoned Dino. The others told James to calm down, while Helmet said he didn't want to put everyone in a situation where they risked all their lives for one person. The boy wanted to hit him, but the others restrained him so he could cool off. Then Helmet said what he had said wasn't a lie. Andros spoke up, saying he agreed with James that he couldn't run away and leave Dino behind. If they worked together, they could come up with something. Later, as the fire crackled, James came back, apologizing because he had been scared. Helmet sat down, saying he wanted to ask something. Right now, they didn't know where Dino was, and even if they all fought, there was no guarantee they'd return alive. So he asked if they still wanted to stay. James said he had known Dino since childhood and couldn't abandon him. Andros said it was shameful to run, and Asuka said he didn't like running from battles either. So since everyone agreed, they had no time to sleep. They would make a plan to rescue Dino and finish the hunter. The full moon illuminates the dense forest at night. Someone moves quickly through the trees. Then, Helmet lands in a clearing, where someone else is already down. One person is lying on the ground while the other watches from a distance. His eyes carefully scan the surroundings. He confirms that Fascio isn't there and decides he must take Dino back with him. He turns him over and asks if Dino is awake, saying they need to get back to camp. Dino opens his eyes, which are now different. The young man jumps back, moving away from the imminent danger. He realizes it's demonic energy and that his friend resorted to using it. This energy is described as pure berserker force. If injected into a human body, it clashes with human energy until both are annihilated. The creature now rises before the swordsman. He unsheathes his sword as the creature stares him down. Then the beast lunges forward with a powerful strike. Helmet braces for the impact with his blade. He's dragged backward by the force of the attack. The creature keeps pressing its attack against him. The collision between them shatters the ground around them. He leaps into the air, dodging the creature. Then, he lands at a safe distance, maintaining his combat stance. He concludes that despite the energy, it's just a transformed human and won't be hard to kill. The swordsman suddenly reacts, placing a hand on his chest. His eyes widen at what's happening. He wonders if the seed of darkness is reacting to the demonic energy. The young man turns his gaze back to his opponent. He understands the situation and mentions the seed of darkness. The creature stomps hard on the ground, breaking the rocks, and it charges toward its target. The beast attacks with a flurry of swift blows. Helmet defends and counterattacks amidst the offensive. The two exchange a series of high-speed blows. Then, Dino lurches forward with a punch, but the young man intercepts it with his own fist. Helmet dodges, and the immense stone wall shatters from the force of the collision, and the entire cliff begins to crumble. Helmet charges forward and strikes the creature in the stomach. Then, the young man tells him to stay buried and meditate for a bit, as he'll get him out soon. An avalanche of rocks collapses on the transformed Dino. The swordsman approaches his companion, now trapped in the rubble. He places a hand on his companion's forehead. Then, he begins to extract the energy from Dino's body. The seed of darkness absorbs the demonic energy, which is weaker than the one from the Forest of Roots. He can easily burn it all away with Viss. The marks on Dino's face start to fade. His appearance returns to normal. He concludes it will take some time to burn it all, and that it's good Fascio isn't around. Then, he helps Dino up, asking him to put in some effort. Suddenly, the ground around them begins to crack and open up. He realizes the previous impacts made the ground give way. The entire cliff collapses violently. In a distant valley, the moon shines brightly. One of the men asks how long they've been there, but the other tells them to forget about Helmet for now. Reunited with his companions, he states that the enemy is just getting started. A masked figure with curved blades walks toward them through the forest. One of the young men recognizes him as Dino's kidnapper, but Asuka scolds him not to ruin the plan. In a flashback, they discuss how the opponent's stealth abilities make him impossible to detect. Their plan was to use an open formation to watch all directions and be able to counterattack. And when the chance arose, they all agreed to follow Asuka's plan. Asuka watches the situation unfold. The assassin counts the 3 warriors before him. Then, he states that all 4 remaining guests are present. Asuka gets irritated by the taunt, but his companion tells him to pay no mind. The masked man identifies him as Asuka, and the others as Andrew and James. He introduces himself as Fascio and says he's come to hunt them for making the wrong friend, but the assassin admits that killing two nobles is risky, and he doesn't like taking unnecessary risks. Then the assassin raises a finger and says he has a proposal. He points out there's a non-noble among them, and if they help him hunt him down, he'll let the others go. Andrew and James look aside, seeming to consider the offer. The assassin insists it's a good opportunity to get rid of the commoner and promises to keep it a secret. Asuka questions if they're really considering the proposal, telling them not to be fools, but the assassin interrupts, calling out to Asuka. James then raises his head and declares that his mind has never been clearer. With his sword raised, James states that no swordsman would sacrifice a comrade and that the three of them will return alive. The assassin clicks his tongue in disapproval. Fascio crouches, saying it was a mistake to try and talk, and that he'll bury them right there. Asuka warns his companions to stay focused, as the enemy is coming. The trio holds their formation as the assassin's figure vanishes before them. James comments that he disappeared, but Asuka tells him to focus, explaining that he's just hiding his presence. They grip their swords tightly, carefully scanning the surroundings. Andrew asks why the enemy isn't coming, and James replies that he's waiting for them to lower their guard. Then, James realizes the assassin is just toying with them. Suddenly, Fascio appears at his side, preparing a surprise attack. James manages to block the curved blade with his sword at the last second. After the impact, Asuka asks if he's okay, and his companion confirms he blocked the strike. Fascio observes him and concludes that from that angle, James is the group's weak point. The assassin leaps back, deciding he'll eliminate him first. Andrew warns that Fascio is targeting James and yells for him to hold on, but the enemy ignores the other two and rushes forward at high speed. Fascio then unleashes a sideways strike on Andrew. The young man is thrown aside by the impact, and James shouts his name. Asuka gets angry, saying the assassin is mocking them. Fascio lands and comments that their skills are disappointing for all their bravado. Then he decides to speed things up and hopes his opponents don't break so easily. Suddenly, Asuka's shoulder is hit by a swift attack. The assassin attacks all three simultaneously with a barrage of strikes. The warriors lean on each other, exhausted. From a tree branch, the assassin watches them and says the little show was amusing. Asuka breathes heavily, covered in wounds. The assassin remarks that he seems to be enjoying himself, but that he'll regret trying to finish this fight. Then Asuka gets up with a smile, proposing they get rid of the other two for a one-on-one fight. He claims he can't show his full potential with two dead weights. Asuka turns to the assassin and proposes they get rid of the other two for a one-on-one fight. Wounded, Andrew calls out his companion's name. The assassin asks if he's asking him to spare the other two, calling it a touching favor. Asuka explains it's more fun this way, as he can't fight properly with them at his back. He then gets annoyed and asks what the enemy knows about his skills. The assassin warns him, saying that if he can't beat him, he'll lose badly to Helmet. The masked man seems to consider the proposal. The assassin admits that, although it's a provocation, he's pleased by it. He agrees to give Asuka time to get rid of his companions. Asuka then turns and orders his friends to retreat immediately. Andrew tells James he needs treatment and that they should leave the fight to their companion. The two boys back away, leaving Asuka alone to face the assassin. He raises his sword and says he's ready for whatever comes. Suddenly, the assassin appears right behind him. Asuka spins around and manages to land a quick blow on the assassin. The assassin reacts to his opponent's unexpected attack. Asuka continues the offensive with a wide, spinning slash. Then, he dodges Fascio's attacks and counterattacks. The boy unleashes another powerful strike with his sword, cutting into his mask. He realizes his opponent's sword style has changed and wonders if his attitude was a reckless gamble. Asuka remembers the instructions to sharpen his nerves and attack the exact moment the swords connect. He recalls a girl who could do it with more precision. Asuka is hit in the shoulder again during the exchange of blows. From a distance, his companions watch the battle unfold. They comment that his fighting style is similar to a first-year girl's. Asuka defends himself from another attack by the masked man. He continues to move quickly across the battlefield. The swordsman breathes heavily, feeling the weight of his wounds. The assassin starts to laugh, and Asuka asks the reason for that creepy laugh. The assassin admits he wasn't bluffing, and that the more cornered he is, the sharper his senses become. The assassin states he'd love to enjoy the fight more, but it's time for the main dish to return. Then he bids Asuka farewell, saying it was fun, and that now he'll let him rest in peace. But the young man challenges him, questioning if he really thinks he can kill him with just words. The assassin strikes him with what seems to be a decisive blow. His companions watch the scene as the assassin reacts to something unexpected. Asuka grabs the blade embedded in his shoulder with his other hand. The masked man realizes he blocked the slash by concentrating Viss in his arm, and within the energy, he sees a scroll wrapped around the boy's arm. Asuka addresses the esteemed assassin of the Black Hawk. With a smile, he asks if the enemy has trained to hold his breath. The scroll is revealed to be a vacuum magic item that activates when damaged. Asuka's plan was to draw a direct attack to his arm to activate the scroll. Then, for a brief moment, the scroll's energy expands around him. The technique creates an opening for an attack, leaving the assassin vulnerable. Asuka quickly moves in, seizing the opportunity. He then lands a direct blow to the assassin's face, who blocks it with his arm. Asuka lands his blow, but the assassin manages to block it with his arm. The young man realizes it wasn't enough, as his opponent defended himself the same way he did. Then, Fascio kicks him hard, sending him flying. Even with the sword embedded in his arm, the assassin remains standing. He becomes enraged and calls his opponents arrogant monkeys. A small sphere rolls across the clearing floor. Fascio recognizes it as a communication crystal, but thought they had lost it. The brooch that was on one of the boys' uniforms was, in fact, the crystal. He then realizes the crystal was in the back pocket of Asuka's vest. The young man quickly picks up the sphere from the ground. Then he shouts for his instructor, calling for help against the assassin. Fascio lunges forward, shouting that he won't let that happen, and he shatters the communication crystal with a single blow. The instructor's voice calls out for Asuka from within the crystal fragments, but Asuka taunts him, saying it's only a matter of time before the instructors arrive. The assassin clenches his fist and declares that he doesn't even need a moment. He then moves in to take the boy's life before help can arrive. Suddenly, the masked man stops his attack. Fascio senses a suffocating and sinister presence approaching. He realizes the main dish is back. Fascio composes himself and faces the new threat before him. The newcomer rises, carrying Dino, while Asuka watches from the ground. Fascio concludes the situation is too much to handle and that the operation was a failure. Then, he disappears into the darkness of the forest. The boy turns to his companions, who ask if the enemy ran away. Now reunited with the group, Helmut is congratulated by Asuka, but he just comments that they all look terrible. Asuka then yells at him for being late, but Helmut apologizes for an unexpected delay. Helmut then praises everyone for holding out until the end. Andrew reports that he found the crystal and called the other instructors, and Helmut asks them all to wait there. With his face shadowed, he states that he needs to tie up a loose end. Fascio flees, lamenting that he only recovered one of his daggers. He believes Helmut is chasing him, and that it's a mistake, as the forest is full of traps. Even though he's returning in failure, he vows to eliminate his original target, but an attack comes from behind him. As he flees, Fascio leaps through the trees, but an attack suddenly hits him. Helmut stands, holding a bow in his hand. Then, Fascio is hit by another powerful blow. From a branch above, Helmut congratulates him for being the first from the Black Hawk to survive. Fallen on the ground, Fascio asks how he avoided all the traps to get there. Helmut simply asks if he has ever fallen for one of his traps before. He then realizes his adversary simply broke through all his traps head on. The blow hits the ground, causing a large explosion of dirt and debris. Fascio looks at the sword left behind and understands that's how the other 5 people were killed. Fascio praises his opponent for cornering him, but claims that toys like that won't work on him. From a branch above, Helmut comments that it's fun to watch cornered prey struggle. Then, he apologizes, as he has no plans to hunt a laughing whale like him. Helmut walks alone down a dark, misty path. From the shadows, Fascio states that he made a mistake following him into this forest. Suddenly, his opponent appears from behind and announces that he's got him, but he turns just in time to counterattack with his sword. The force of the impact sends Fascio flying. He lands and wonders how Helmut managed to sense the attack. He then decides he will use his full power. Fascio hides, explaining that the shadows and leaves can conceal his presence, and with limited senses, his opponent won't be able to detect him at high speed, but Helmut attacks him directly amidst the foliage. Fascio wonders what just happened. Then, Helmut hits him with a kick, sending him flying again. On the ground, Fascio realizes it wasn't just a coincidence. He finds it impossible that a human could have predicted his abilities. Meanwhile, Helmut remains in a combat stance. Fascio then charges forward once more. He understands that you can't completely hide the intent to kill when attacking, and that his opponent can feel that intent to pinpoint his direction and counterattack. He reflects that this is beyond a human's sensory capabilities. Helmut approaches and asks if he's out of tricks. He warns that if so, he will be the one to attack. Fascio identifies him as the personification of Viss, and concludes he is rank 1. He notes he's lost a lot of blood, but bets Helmet won't be able to use his power for much longer either. Fascio then hides, determined to wait for his opponent's power to run out. Helmet then uproots a tree with one strike and attacks Fascio. Fascio falls to the ground, wounded and bleeding. Helmet approaches and says his weapon is now gone, asking what else he has to show him. Coughing, the masked man replies that there's only one answer to that. He then raises his hand and announces that he surrenders. Helmet watches him in silence and then attacks with a kick. On the ground, Fascio asks if this is how the fencing college treats a surrendered opponent, but Helmet states this is not a duel. He then stomps on Fascio's leg, breaking the bone. Fascio begs to be spared, promising he won't pursue him anymore, but Helmet questions how he can trust him. He then warns him to think carefully as he is just one member of the Black Hawk, and others will come if he doesn't return, and asks if, when that happens, he will be able to protect the people around him as he did today. The masked man tries to get up, but Helmet pierces his hand. Helmet states he's misunderstanding, because he will die here today, and he will also kill everyone who comes after. Fascio understands he has no choice but to accept this fact. With nothing left to say, his opponent raises his sword to end the confrontation. The masked man desperately begs him to wait. A voice interrupts, asking the boy from the fencing college to stop for a moment. The hooded figure explains that losing Fascio would be a headache for them in many ways. Helmut stares at the new figure that has appeared in the forest. The man pleads, holding out his hand and saying it won't stop shaking. Helmut realizes his presence is even harder to detect than Fascio's. On the ground, the masked man identifies him as Talon. He then understands who the newcomer is. Talon is the leader of the Black Hawk. He proposes that if he spares Fascio's life, he will guarantee payment of his value. But Helmet refuses, stating the only way for him to pay the price is with his own death. Talon explains that the Black Hawk has been short on personnel and can't afford to lose someone as competent as him. So, he offers money and information in exchange for his subordinate's life. He assesses that Talon is very strong and that, in his current condition, he can't find an opening to attack. He considers that killing Fascio would cause the Seed of Darkness to recede, making it a bad decision to enter a difficult fight. Talon promises not only to stop the pursuit, but also to refuse any future requests related to him. He asks what he thinks, stating the conditions are quite favorable. Helmet remains standing beside Fascio, who is still on the ground. Then, he states that he needs both money and information. Talon calls him greedy, but agrees to give him what he desires. He throws a bag of coins on the ground, and the leader of the Black Hawk informs him that there are about 300,000 mark there and asks him to check. Talon offers to give the information for free, but Helmet refuses the deal if it's just one piece. He demands at least 5 pieces of information from both the leader and Fascio. Helmet simply replies that he already knew he would do something like that. The hooded man explains that his experience allows him to see on the young man's face that he has many questions. He then raises his hand and says he also has a condition. The final offer is a total of 5 combined pieces of information, as the deal already started as a loss for them. Helmet stares at him while evaluating the proposal. He then asks where they hid the remaining stolen horses. Fascio replies that if he goes east, he'll find them tied up in front of a large cave. Helmet asks if the Hawkeyes would attack him in retaliation, but Fascio explains that they don't have the concept of a team. With the tip of his blade, he removes the mask, and the man asks what he's trying to do. Then, he turns away and says it's better for him to keep wearing that mask. Helmet turns to Talon, stating that the last piece of information doesn't count, and that he still has 3 opportunities. The leader of the Black Hawk then takes out a crystal ball. He explains that it is a communication item that allows contact with the leader of the Black Hawk and offers 3 free pieces of information, but he warns that the item can only be used for 10 years, after which their obligation will end. Helmet then points to Talon's cloak and asks for the item with storage magic so as not to arouse suspicion. Talon removes his cloak and throws it to him. Without the hood, Talon's true appearance is revealed. Helmet recognizes him as the camp administrator and asks how he managed to hide his energy. Talon explains that his specialty is disguise and asks him to accept his appearance as a gesture of trust. Then, he reveals his true form. Helmet looks at Fascio, who is still on the ground, and throws him toward Talon. The leader of the Black Hawk catches him and throws him over his shoulder. Helmet tells him to take him away, but warns that he will kill him if he ever appears before him again. Talon simply says thank you, and tells Fascio they need to go back so he can be treated, but he stops and says he just remembered something he'd like to know. Talon comments that, based on his behavior, he doesn't hesitate to take a life, but he does hesitate before using his sword. The man asks if that was advice and apologizes if it made him uncomfortable. Helmet replies that while what he said wasn't wrong, He is a student of the fencing department at Greta Academy. Talon calls him unexpectedly humorous, saying he won't kill because he's a student. He then says he'll be waiting for Helmet's contact before disappearing with Fascio into the darkness. Talon and Fascio ride through the dark forest. Fascio feels ashamed that Talon had to give up so much to save him. Talon asks if he thinks the price was too high, but Fascio promises to make it up to him and get everything back. He then asks Fascio if he thinks today's mission was almost a success. Talon says no, and states that the Black Hawk will not get involved in anything related to Helmet. Fascio insists they need to kill him before he becomes a bigger threat, even if it takes more people. Talon laughs, saying the humiliation of having his mask removed has made him irrational. He agrees they could succeed by using their full strength, but questions if the cost would be worth it. Talon reminds him that he spared his life and accepted his conditions today. He concludes that someone who shows mercy to an enemy won't betray their allies, and that a friendly relationship is more valuable. So Talon instructs him to focus on his recovery when they return. He reflects that, in a way, Helmet is like a wild beast. Two people come running and ask if Helmet is okay. He simply replies that he's fine. Asuka, James, and Andrew are injured, and an old man is tending to Dino, who is lying down. One of the men scolds him for his recklessness, but he just replies that nothing happened. The man calls him a troublemaker, and the woman beside him says the important thing is that nothing happened in the end. A long-bearded old man looks tired as Helmet approaches and asks how Dino is doing. He explains that his finger has been reattached and his external wounds treated, but he can't do anything about the demonic energy. The old man then asks Helmet to tell him what happened, since he heard he was the one who saved Dino. He recounts that Dino turned into a monster and attacked, and the other man asks about the presence of demonic energy. The old man explains that he was lucky and will recover if the remaining energy is purified at a temple. The woman apologizes, saying the incident was a result of their complacency, but Helmet says he was actually the one who put everyone in danger. He enjoyed having a strong enemy nearby, but he couldn't enjoy the situation anymore when the blades turned toward the people around him. Then, upon saving Dino and seeing his injured comrades, he felt an unfamiliar anger and wondered if he'd been changing since he joined the academy. Dwayne interrupts him and points to the side, saying that someone has arrived. A person with white hair and a light-colored cloak emerges from the darkness. The instructor recognizes her as Alia from the magic department, and she explains she was summoned by Professor Dwayne. He asks Alia to help Helmet first, since he just got back and hasn't been treated yet. Helmet calls her by name, and she asks him to sit down and show her his arm. Alia then uses her power to heal the wounds on his arm. She comments that the situation seems to have been more chaotic than expected, since even he got hurt. Helmet reminds her of when she taught him that saving someone in danger is a virtue, and he questions why people would risk suffering for a lifetime if they failed to save someone. He then looks at his injured comrades, who are resting against a tree. Helmet says they nearly died because of him, and that he's not sure he can save everyone next time, concluding that it's because he's still not strong enough. Alia asks if he thinks helping is charity, explaining that people help because they also expect to be helped. Helmet asks about receiving help, and Alia explains that humans survive by helping each other, as there are limits to what one individual can do. She then points out that although he did most of the work, his comrades might be able to help him one day in the future. He questions if they wouldn't hate him, since they almost died because of him. Alia finishes healing him, tells him to ask them himself, and withdraws to speak with Professor Dwayne. He then stands up and turns toward his comrades. He apologizes for them getting hurt, but Andrew tells him not to blame himself, as they all managed to survive. Andrew explains that thanks to him, he's realized how powerless they still are in the outside world, and that they were lucky to survive because Helmet was around. He says his goal has become clearer now and thanks Helmet. Asuka asks if he took care of the assassin, and Helmet replies, not exactly, but he won't be showing up again. Asuka claims he only had an easier time because she had already injured the assassin's arm, but says she doesn't mind. James then gets up and extends his hand to him. Helmet watches him for a moment and then shakes his hand. James says he heard that Dino was overcome by demonic energy and went on a rampage. He admits he thought he was going to die and regrets insisting on bringing Dino along, but he states that Helmet made things happen, and because of that, nobody died. James promises he won't forget this debt and will help him without hesitation if he ever needs it. Helmet listens as he says they all survived thanks to what he did. He remembers another comrade thanking him and swearing on his honor that he wouldn't forget what happened. He also recalls Alia questioning him about whether helping others was an act of charity, and the instructor's words, who said that nobles, commoners, the strong and the weak are all human. Helmet understands that if he keeps this in mind, One day he will find the answer. He realizes it's not about a strength that suppresses others, but rather a strength that connects hearts and hands, based on trust and mutual support. And so he wonders if this is the true strength of humans. James says he feels stronger after overcoming a life or death experience, making their training feel like child's play. Asuka cuts him off, saying all he did was get beaten up, and James complains about her harsh words. They then lie down on the grass, and one of them celebrates being alive. Later, he sits alone on a rock, watching the camp from a distance. Alia offers to take him back first with teleportation magic, stating there's enough justification for it, but Helmut smiles and refuses, saying he'd rather go back with his team. So she agrees and says she'll see him later at the academy before turning to leave. Helmut gets up and joins his comrades. Asuka asks what Alia wanted, and Helmut replies that she offered to take him back first, but he refused. The group then watches the landscape as the sun rises. A short time later, they finally spot the sunlight over a city, and they approach the gates of a great wall in the desert. Someone wearing a cloak approaches the city gates in the desert. He then pulls back his hood, revealing that this place is where his grandfather used to live. At the academy, life goes on after the events of the camping class, and just like that, a week passes in a flash. The doors to one of the classrooms suddenly burst open. A student points, surprised to see who has just arrived. Dino then walks in, feeling awkward at his classmates' enthusiastic welcome. One of the guys approaches him and asks if it's true he was kidnapped by an assassin. He continues to tease him, saying Dino should be grateful for the rest of his life. Then, the guy teasing him gets a smack on the head. Asuka scolds his classmates, telling them to try getting kidnapped and coming back alive. Asked if he was taking Dino's side, he denies it, claiming the others started the teasing. James then argues that in the end, it was Helmut who drove the assassin away, but Asuka retorts that he was the one who stabbed him. The guy insists the assassin fled from Helmut, and that Asuka should thank him too. Elsewhere, two students comment that Helmut has been training even harder since the camping class. Meanwhile, Helmut is meditating in his private training room. He opens his eyes and notes that the seed of darkness has grown. He realizes the amount of Viss has also increased along with the dark energy. The whole cycle of battles, consumption, and replenishment of Viss has made him stronger. Helmut then raises his sword, eager for a chance to test his newfound strength. Just then, he hears a knock on the door. A female instructor enters and informs him that Instructor Ethan is looking for him in his office. The young man wonders what the instructor could suddenly want with him. Instructor Ethan welcomes Helmut into his office and invites him to sit. He asks how the young man's body is doing, remarking that he's the only one at the academy who'd walk away with minor injuries from a fight with a first-class assassin. The man adds that Lord Darien would have been proud of him. He replies that if he had lost, he would have been reprimanded, so the instructor moves on to the main topic. Ethan asks if the young man has any plans for the vacation that starts after the final exams. He answers that he was thinking of traveling while working as a mercenary, but has no specific destination. The instructor then asks if he plans to leave the academy, stating that while he can't stop him, there is still much to learn there. Helmut reassures him, saying there's still more to learn and that he'll give him advance notice if he decides to leave. The instructor offers to help, admitting he was worried about who could still teach him swordsmanship. Then, the young man gets an idea. He explains that due to a recent event, he feels he's reached a new level and would like a way to assess his current strength. Ethan says he has something that might help with that, and Helmut asks what it is. The instructor then asks if he's ever heard of the kingdom of Basor. He explains that it's the place where his master, Lord Darien de Pert, was born and raised. He continues, revealing that a martial arts tournament will take place there during the vacation, making it a great place to test his skills. The young man repeats the instructor's words, who confirms it but sets a condition. Helmut realizes it would be problematic if someone discovered he uses the Sword Saint's swordsmanship. The instructor agrees, stating that's exactly the problem. He reminds him that to the people of Basor, the Sword Saint is a spiritual pillar, and someone would definitely recognize his style. And even if others don't notice, the Knights of the Order of Palma, which Lord Darien personally led, would surely notice. The young man processes the name of the knightly order. Ethan concludes that if he enters the tournament, he must only use common swordsmanship, but that with his skills, it shouldn't be difficult. Helmut says he'll think about it and asks, if possible, for a way to hide his face so he won't be hunted again. Ethan understands, recalling that the young man just suffered from being hunted by the Blackhawks. The instructor still worries if the Blackhawks will keep their promise, but Helmut assures him that he has solid proof. He then tells the young man to take care of himself and think about the tournament. Helmut says no, as he needs to get to class for the final practical exam announcement. Ethan believes he won't have any trouble but advises him not to hold a grudge against the instructors who designed the test. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy. Alan announces that this year's final practical exam will be the Grand Monster Combat Proficiency Test. The other students react with surprise to the news about monsters. Alan explains that the test will have 10 levels, and the higher they get, the better their score will be. He continues, reminding them that after what happened to Dino, they should know that dark energy is never far away. The man states that as swordsmen, they will face monsters, so they decided to move up the seniors' test to prepare them. A student asks what kind of beasts they will face, and Alan replies that they will be illusory beasts created with magic, with no risk of injury. The students are relieved, with Asuka commenting that if they're illusions, he can fight without holding back. The instructor remarks that even the seniors who take the test annually were more confident at the beginning. His words leave the students apprehensive, while he wishes them all the best. He looks forward to the opportunity, as he's already used to fighting them. Then Asuka approaches and asks Helmut if he did well on the written exam. The young man replies it was about the same as last time, and Asuka asserts that the practical exam is what matters and they should go all out. He declares his plan to clear all the levels and warns Helmut not to give up halfway through. Asuka gets fired up hearing Helmut would say the same and promises everyone will see whether or not he can clear all 10 levels. The result for candidate number 15, Asuka, is announced. He completed level 7. Asuka stands up and complains that the test makes no sense, as not even high-level priests encounter things like that. He points to the other fallen students, highlighting that no one besides him got past level 5, and questions the test. Helmut replies that you don't need to pass all the levels to be approved, but Asuka insists that's not the point. Then, a voice announces that candidate number 16, Helmut, should enter the testing area. Asuka says it's faster for him to see for himself, and tells him to get to level 8 to understand why he gave up. Helmut wonders what he could have seen. On the way, a man greets him, saying it's the first time they've met since the camping trip. The young man recognizes him as Professor Duane, who says he remembers him well. The professor mentions that he wrote an interesting answer on the magic theory exam. He found the answer refreshing and says he's looking forward to seeing his performance on the practical test. Duane then asks if he can show the same determination to face the power of darkness once more. Helmut simply brandishes his sword and replies that he'll do what he always does. Helmut enters the testing area, and a summoning circle forms in front of him. The test begins with a rabbit monster leaping to attack him on the first level. He attacks the creature with a swift move. With a single strike, the monster is defeated. He now understands how the illusions feel as they dissipate. Professor Duane watches, recognizing that this is the result of next-level experience. Helmut advances to the second stage and faces another beast. He continues and passes the third stage without any trouble. The monsters from the fourth and fifth stages are also defeated by him. Next, the young man overcomes the creatures of stages 6 and 7. A new summoning circle, different from the previous ones, appears on the ground. Helmut prepares for the 8th level, the same one where Asuka gave up. A giant centipede begins to emerge from the ground. He understands why Asuka couldn't take it and fled upon seeing the creature for the first time, but the giant centipede charges forward to attack him. The creature attacks him with its claws, destroying the ground. The monster continues its relentless assault. Helmut prepares to counterattack amidst the chaos. He then slices the centipede's body into several pieces. Professor Duane watches the scene, impressed. After defeating the creature, the young man concludes that it wasn't as bad as Naho. After the battle, it's announced that stage 10 has been cleared. Helmut remarks that, even though it's a test, the monster from the final stage seems to reflect the examiner's ill intentions. Professor Duane approaches and congratulates him on a job well done. He says the young man has become much stronger and is the first sophomore to complete the test. Duane then informs him that students who clear stage 10 can receive an artifact as a reward. The professor offers to make the artifact himself, and tells him to come by his lab later. Helmut asks if it's possible to create an artifact that can change his appearance, like his face or hair. Duane is surprised by the request. He explains he just wants to avoid complicated situations when he leaves, and the professor understands, recalling the recent incident. Duane agrees to make the item and says he'll notify him when it's ready. Suddenly, a strong tremor shakes the area. The professor wonders if the tremor is coming from the magic department's testing grounds next door. A massive energy explosion erupts from the testing grounds. An instructor scolds Alia, saying he'd warned him not to destroy the testing grounds. Alia retorts that he was given a stupid test and an absurd request, leaving the professor indignant at his rudeness. He then says this means he's passed all the stages and will be back tomorrow to discuss the artifact, leaving the instructor fuming. The professor grumbles that if Alia weren't the top student, he would have done something about it. Later, elsewhere in the academy. Asuka is shocked to learn that Helmut completed all 10 stages. He accepts that his friend will be the top student and asks what the stage 10 monster was. Helmut explains that the test's objective was likely to overcome fear, which piques Asuka's curiosity. He then describes the monster as a swarm of hundreds of giant cockroaches. Dino asks Asuka if he's okay. He replies that he's not afraid of insects, but he feels a bit nauseous. The green-haired young man is glad he didn't suggest any bets that time. A female classmate approaches and congratulates Helmut for being the first sophomore to clear stage 10. He remarks that the news spread fast, but she informs him that everyone in the fencing department is paying attention to him. She congratulates Asuka for reaching stage 8, but he asks if she's mocking him. She denies it and explains that his achievement was incredible, since the average completion is stage 4. The young man reflects for a moment on recent events. Then Asuka states that it wasn't thanks to her, as he's a genius at adapting. He turns and walks away, leaving the two of them behind. The young woman asks Helmut what he meant by that, but he has no idea either. She asks him where he's going now, and he replies that he's heading back to his dorm. The girl asks if he's going home for the holidays, but Helmut reveals he's going to travel a bit. She remarks that she wishes she could travel too, as staying home is suffocating. The name Charlotte comes to his mind, someone who might be related to his birth. The classmate then steps closer and remarks that he seems to act friendlier towards them compared to the rest of the sophomores. She apologizes if she offended him, but the young man denies that's the case. She explains that she feels more comfortable talking to him, like a certain nostalgia. The young woman apologizes for taking up his time and says goodbye, mentioning she's leaving now. Helmut says that when the holidays are over, if she feels stronger, he'll face her any time. She raises her arm from a distance and confirms it's a promise. Later, Alia finds him and hands him a bracelet. Helmut asks what the object is, and he explains it's the communication artifact he won for passing stage 10. Alia informs him that he just needs to infuse Viss to send a signal, making Helmut question why he's receiving Alia's reward. He explains that the artifact was made to be given to him, since he always attracts trouble, and that he should contact him if he needs help. Helmut questions him, saying he thought Alia hated being bothered, but Alia asks if he has a problem with it, and Helmut says no. The young man puts on the bracelet and says he'll try to use it only when absolutely necessary. Helmut then asks if he's going home for the holidays, and Alia confirms, which reminds Helmut of Asuka. In his office, Talon writes a letter, saying he didn't expect to see Helmut again so soon. Helmut answers Talon's call. The man asks if he's thought about his request. Helmut informs him about a fighting competition in the kingdom of Basor in 1 week. He then says he wants to know everything about the country, including influential people, the royal family, and important nobles. Talon asks if he intends to participate, but Helmut cuts him off, stating that he's the one asking the questions now. He continues, saying that if the investigation is half-assed, he'll consider the Blackhawks' information-gathering skills substandard. The man just watches him through the orb. Talon agrees to prepare the information as instructed. Asked how he'd like to receive the documents, Helmut says to leave them at the mercenary guild in Basor. Talon agrees and informs him that the secret code will be the eagle's talons do not release their prey. Before Helmut ends the call, the man wishes him the best in the competition, saying he'll be rooting for him. The communication then ends. He now has his next destination in mind, the kingdom of Basor, and so he departs for the desert city. A harsh sun beats down on the desert landscape. With a new appearance, Helmut feels the region's intense heat. The journey is already proving difficult before he even enters the kingdom of Basor. He expected this, as a third of that land is desert. The young man can endure the cold, but he's still not used to the heat. And it's not just the weather. He also finds it hard to get used to his new face. His current appearance reminds him of someone else he knows, but he decides not to complain and heads toward his destination. He finally passes through the gates and enters the city. He then makes his way to the local guild building. His entrance into the establishment draws everyone's attention. The men inside stop what they're doing to watch him. He goes to the counter and asks the attendant for a cold, non-alcoholic drink. Exhausted from the journey, the young man leans over the counter. Suddenly, a man slams a mug down hard on the wooden counter next to him. The man turns to Helmut, who remains silent at the counter. He approaches and taunts him, but another man tells him to stop bothering the kid. Ignoring the warning, the provocateur pulls up a stool and asks the owner for the same drink as his. Helmut then strikes him with a precise kick. The man falls to the floor, and the young man unsheathes his sword, pointing it at him. He falls silent upon seeing the blade pointed in his direction. Helmut comments that Basor's heat is already irritating enough, and now he has to deal with pests. Silence fills the bar as the other customers watch the scene. Suddenly, the other men in the bar start laughing at the situation. The man who defended him offers to buy his drink, but Helmut just tells him to back off because of the heat. He wonders what the people in Basor are like, finding their personalities exhausting and very different from the mercenaries in Baden. Elsewhere, a shopkeeper informs him that it's possible to cast a cold energy spell on his cloak, and that it will be ready in 3 hours. After securing lodging and a way to combat the heat, Helmut decides to rest for the competition registration the next day. He then comes across a statue of Darien, his former master. Looking at the stone face, he remarks that he now understands where Darien's fierce personality comes from. He asks his master to watch over him, promising to achieve results that won't tarnish his name. Helmut enters an inn. An employee points at him, identifying him as the customer. A man with a monocle stares at him, accompanied by a young assistant. Helmut approaches, wondering who the man is. The man asks if he is the guest who paid for the emerald room on the 5th floor, and Helmut confirms. The man then asks him to move to another room, as the person he serves has nowhere to stay. The sudden demand irritates Helmut, who questions what the man just said. Helmut approaches and politely asks if he would mind moving to another room. Robert explains that the person he serves unfortunately has nowhere else to stay. The hero doesn't understand, and his eyes shine with a growing silent anger. Robert then suggests solving it with money, since a smaller room would suit him. But the young man doesn't like that proposal at all, keeping his expression very serious. Nearby, the receptionist just watches the drama, getting visibly tense with the atmosphere. Helmut releases his aura, wondering if he really looked like someone easy to fool. He turns and refuses the proposal, warning that he already paid for the fair room. Impatient, Robert grabs him by the shoulder, insisting that he will pay compensation. The boy grabs his hand and warns him to let go, or he would rip his arm off. The servant is completely shocked, unable to react to that direct and cold threat. But a voice emerges at the top of the stairs, telling Robert to stop his behavior. It was Mikhail, a young noble observing everything with a calm smile on his face. He then apologizes, saying his knight acted a bit rudely. Robert immediately bows, calling the boy Lord Mikhail, surprising the hero. Helmut analyzes the young noble, noting the calm and control he had in the situation. With that, Mikhail apologizes, explaining that his frail health complicates finding a room. The hero turns to leave, saying he needs to rest, but the noble asks him to listen. He speaks that this was the last option, and for that reason, he had a proposal to make. The idea was simple. He would pay all expenses if the two divided the room. Desperate, Robert yells that it is unacceptable, but Mikhail calls him with a serious tone. With a somber look, he asks if the servant will bear the consequences. Then he warns that he doesn't need a dog that acts up in front of its master. Mikhail turns to Helmut and guarantees that he has a good eye for people. Without choice, Robert bows and says he will follow the will of his lord. Helmut just observes the dynamic, trying to understand what was going on between the two. With the situation resolved, Mikhail asks if they can continue the conversation from before. The protagonist realizes that the boy knows how to command, different from what he imagined. He goes up the stairs and promises not to invade his privacy, keeping his distance. And with a smile, he asks if Helmut would be afraid of someone as weak as him. Helmut thinks that, honestly, he has never seen someone with such weak and harmless energy. The noble comments that he looks like he would break with a bump. He didn't even know people like that existed. Then he asks if Helmut is now feeling a little more open to the idea. But the hero counters, wanting to know what special thing he can offer besides money. Mikhail gives a little smile and asks if by chance he's trying to test him now. The protagonist doesn't answer anything, just stares at the youth, waiting for a better response. At this, the noble deduces that he came to the city because of the martial arts tournament. He says he also came to watch the event, and promises that he will cheer for him earnestly. The warrior is left without reaction, completely confused by that silly offer from the boy. Mikhail insists, asking if his support isn't enough to convince him. Already fed up, Helmut just sighs and tells him to do whatever he wants. Satisfied, the young noble asks the receptionist to arrange another bed for their room. Suddenly, the receptionist gets scared upon noticing a presence approaching rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Helmut appears and lands a punch with everything right on his face. The force of the impact is so great that it throws the man to the other side of the lobby. Mikhail and Robert are stunned by the boy's attitude, not knowing how to react. Helmut turns to the receptionist and warns him to be more careful with what he says. Fallen on the ground, the man can only apologize, his face all bruised. The hero thinks that in this country, it seems one needs to be aggressive to achieve anything. The scene then changes, showing the two finally inside the hotly contested hotel room. Sitting on the bed, Mikhail introduces himself formally and asks what his name is. The boy hesitates for an instant and responds that his name is Hyde, sounding firm. He thinks he almost slipped up because he wasn't used to using a fake name. Hyde replies that he is 16 years old and Mikhail says he is 2 years younger. Then the noble asks if he comes from a noble family, but he deflects. The protagonist gets surprised when the boy deduces that he is from Baden Academy. Mikhail explains that the artifact on his arm looks magical, and Baden is famous for that. Hyde asks if he's trying to investigate his past, but the young noble denies it. He says it might sound strange, but he feels a very weird familiarity with him, and he even suggests that perhaps it is because their faces are a little similar. Mikhail says that he has something the noble doesn't have, like a strong and resistant body. The hero remains thoughtful, processing that unexpected comment from the noble boy. He goes to the balcony and asks if he can use the space out front to train. At this, Mikhail says it's fine, but asks if he can watch the training sessions every now and then. He explains that being weak, seeing swordsmen fight gives him more energy and spirit. Hyde then looks out the window and once again responds that he can do whatever he wants. The boy thanks him and calls him gentle, leaving the protagonist feeling a bit awkward with the compliment, but the hero continues mistrustful, analyzing the behavior of that weird young noble. He thinks the boy is strange because he doesn't show his true feelings. The scene changes to night, showing the hotel under the light of a large and bright full moon. Meanwhile in the room, Mikhail is already sleeping peacefully in his bed. Hyde, on the other hand, is awake, sitting on the bed while analyzing an object with a red glow. In a flashback, the hero questions himself if Mikhail could be from the lineage of Darien. We are explained that he is the grandson, since his missing son survived out there. He then remembers hearing that Darien had a son when he was already much older. But Darien himself said his son died, and that he had no descendants. Apparently, this information was not announced and is being hidden on purpose. The boy questions how he proved he was the grandson, if the son went missing so long ago. The man on the other side of the call asks with a sinister look if he is interested. He then explains that the boy looks very much like the Sword Saint when he was young, but his most striking trait is his impressive style of swordsmanship. It is incredible, because everyone thought the master's style had vanished with him. The word vanished echoes in the hero's mind as he holds the orb. He thinks that Darien never said how he ended up in the forest, being presumed missing. Pretending not to know, he asks what happened for the Sword Saint to have disappeared. The official story is that he went to kill a giant scorpion and never returned. Then the hero asks what the confidential version would be, since that is the public one. With a serious look, he reveals the theory that the temple intervened and eliminated him. After all, in Basor, the Sword Saint was a god, a great threat to their influence. The hero listens to everything in silence, processing that shocking and shadowy revelation. He asks if the boy got interested, but Hyde says he's not that curious. The man says goodbye, advising that he still has 2 chances and that the conversation was good. The light of the orb then goes out, ending the communication between the 2 men. Hyde then remembers a detail that the place Darien went missing was also in Basor. He thinks his master wouldn't lower his guard, so there must have been a traitor. Someone from the inside, like the Knights of Palma, the order that Darien himself led. The simple idea of a betrayal makes a cold sweat run down his face. He clutches his cloak tightly and asks himself if Darien would want him to avenge him. A memory of his master appears, showing him meditating alone in a simple room. Hyde reflects that he inherited everything from him, so Darien's revenge is now his own. With a cold look, he swears that that coward will learn how foolish he was. But leaving that aside, he focuses on Darien's grandson, because he thought he was the only heir. Lying down, he thinks the master's son fled from training, but the swordsmanship was passed to the grandson. With this, the hero admits to himself that he is curious to see how good he really is. The next day, a crowd already forms at the entrance of the tournament's great coliseum. Inside, the arena is gigantic, with thousands of people shouting and waiting for the fights. In the special seats, Mikhail and Robert watch everything with impressive calm. An announcement welcomes everyone, while the fighters wait anxiously for the start. But among them, a guy complains upon seeing what he thinks is a rich kid in the tournament. Then 2 brutes approach, ordering him to go to the spectator seats. Hyde becomes visibly irritated with the audacity of those 2 guys provoking him. Then an employee appears, calling for Mr. Hyde to escort him to the arena. He finds the boy standing there with the 2 bullies passed out right on the floor. Hyde informs them they had heat stroke and asks to adjust the order of the fights. The scene cuts to the main arena, with the sound of the crowd echoing everywhere. In the stands, Mikhail seems almost moved, observing the beginning of the great event. A little guy then approaches and asks Hyde to take off his cloak and wear the equipment. With the start of the preliminaries, Hyde enters the arena, already with his armor and sword. The announcer announces his opponent, Jackal, the undefeated swordsman of the streets of Basor. In the seats, Robert explains that he is from a gang and only takes advantage of the weak. Mikhail listens with disinterest, finding that first fight not exciting at all. In the arena, Jackal complains about fighting such a weak opponent right off the bat. He brags that the tournament isn't responsible in case he breaks an arm or leg, and he continues provoking, saying that isn't a place for spoiled kids with money. Hyde just complains that he is hot, leaving the bully completely confused. Then he advises that he spent money to enchant the sword and wants to get it over with quickly. Jackal gets furious with the boy's audacity, giving a very threatening smile. With that, he charges with everything, shouting that he will send the boy back quickly. But the protagonist remains calm, observing the reflection on the enemy's blade. In the blink of an eye, Hyde dodges the attack and counterattacks with incredible speed. Jackal is shocked by the movement, seeing the boy pass by him effortlessly. And with his sword, Hyde defeats him with a single blow, winning the fight. Defeated, Jackal screams in pain on the arena floor with various wounds on his body. With that, the crowd goes wild, completely shocked by the result of the fight. Mikhail, however, just smiles satisfied, as if he already expected this victory. The announcer then announces that Hyde advances to the next round with his skill. The scene returns to the hotel, where an enormous banquet awaited our protagonist. Mikhail congratulates him on the victory, saying that cheering for him was very worthwhile. The hero gets a bit embarrassed, surprised by all that exaggerated reception. He asks if it isn't too much food, but Mikhail says that swordsmen eat well. Hyde warns not to use this to collect favors, but the noble laughs at the concern. He then explains that it is not a debt, but rather an investment he is making. The boy doesn't understand, and asks why invest if the premise is being able to lose. Mikhail speaks that it is a high risk, but that the return can be even greater in the end. He finishes saying that he feels Hyde will be of great help to him one day. The hero answers nothing, and for now he decides it's better just to eat. The night falls once again over the city, bringing a climate of calm and mystery. In the room, the young noble already slept deeply, with a very serene expression. Hyde watches him, thinking that he looks so fragile that someone could carry him. He then sits down and takes a document, which he had just received in secret. Apparently, the investigation he requested will keep him busy during the tournament. Focused, the hero begins to read the papers, looking for very important information about his target. The document reveals the identity of the commander of the Knights of Palma, a man named Ludus Cicero. It is he who has led the order since Darien disappeared, being seen as the ideal successor. Hyde thinks it's very strange because Darien never spoke about having a partner in an order of knights. He gets curious to know how this man remembers his master, wanting very much to talk to him. But then a cruel doubt arises. Why did Darien send him to Ethan and not to Ludus? Ludus was the vice commander, so the master must have told him about his future. A sad memory comes to the surface, remembering that tragedy always arrives without making noise. He remembers Darien's advice to never get lost no matter the situation. With this, the hero understands that his master knew he was betrayed and abandoned on purpose. Not even a priest would be able to catch Darien, but if it were someone close, the story changed. The one he trusted most was who betrayed him, and who gained the most from it. With a somber face, he concludes that all evidence points to Ludus Cicero being the traitor. Even being a suspicion, he swears he won't leave Basor until Ludus pays for the betrayal. He then gets up and takes a last look at the noble, who slept peacefully in the bed. That night, Mikhail opens his eyes, but it seems he didn't sleep well at all. The scene cuts to the next day, with the sun shining strong over the tournament arena. And with much tension in the air, the first match to decide the finalists finally begins. Hyde, the super rookie, manages another crushing victory, advancing in the tournament. In the stands, the crowd goes crazy with the incredible skill of the young fighter. An employee congratulates him and informs him that the grand final will be in 2 days. Since he was the first to fight, he thinks about going back to finish reading the documents. But when he was leaving, the servant Robert approaches and calls him by name. The hero then turns, waiting to hear what the man had to tell him. The scene changes, and now the two are in the special area of the great stands. Mikhail invites him to sit, saying it would be cool to watch the rest of the tournament together. Hyde asks if a competitor can watch, but the noble explains there is no rule against it. He says that with his skill, Hyde doesn't even need to analyze, but watching is fun. The hero just observes, analyzing the behavior of that noble, mysterious boy. At this, the announcer announces the next fighter, the director of a famous dojo in the city. Hyde and Mikhail watch attentively, while Kyle's opponent is announced in the arena. It was Luke Yeager, the youngest genius to join the Knights of Palma, a rising star. Hyde gets surprised to see him, recognizing that knight's face immediately. He remembers having seen that same boy before with his very gentle smile. Kyle says it is an honor to fight him, but Luke responds that the honor is all his. The young knight maintains his calm expression, with a very confident smile on his face. Hyde thinks that Darien must have been like that at that age and wonders about his skill. Without wasting time, the fight begins with the two exchanging quick sword blows in the arena. In the stands, the crowd watches everything in silence, shocked by the level of the fight. Luke remains firm, analyzing his opponent with an impeccable combat posture. Sweating cold, Kyle thinks he can't find a single gap in the boy's defense. Then Luke warns that the fight won't end if they just keep testing each other like this. With a smile, he announces that the rookie there is going to make the first real move. At this, he advances with absurd speed, releasing a blue aura from his sword. His attack is clean and precise, with a low posture and without any wasted movement. Seeing a gap, Kyle thinks the boy underestimated him and prepares a powerful counterattack. With this, the swords collide violently in a blow that carries all of Kyle's strength. But suddenly, the knight disappears from in front of him, leaving the man totally shocked by the speed. Before he could react, a deep cut crosses his chest, finishing the fight. The young knight doesn't even move, maintaining his serious expression after the fatal blow. From the stands, Hyde is left with his mouth open, impressed by that boy's skill. In the blink of an eye, Luke Yeager defeats Kyle, who falls to the ground already without consciousness. The audience is in shock, wondering what happened, for they barely saw his movement. From the stands, Hyde observes everything with a serious expression, analyzing the result of the fight. Luke then turns and apologizes, saying that he really needs to win this tournament. With this, it is announced that Luke Yeager advances to the finals with a crushing victory. Hyde continues observing the winner, while Mikhail at his side perceives his tension. Mikhail then asks if he doesn't seem happy, and if that fighter bothers him in some way. But Hyde just replies that he is skilled. A really very strong competitor. Mikhail gets animated with the response, saying he likes this rivalry and his attitude. In his thoughts, Hyde admits that Darian's son learned to fight very well. He begins to suspect that perhaps Luke Yeager learned to fight with Darian himself. With this in mind, he turns and tells Mikhail to go back to the dormitory ahead. Mikhail is surprised by his coldness, while Robert just observes the scene in silence. The scene shows us the great Colosseum, packed with people for the martial arts tournament. While walking, Hyde wonders why his steps are so hurried suddenly. Hyde thinks that although he made contacts at the academy, he and Luke have a common link, Darian. He continues reflecting that Luke has a talent similar to his, and that he inherited Darian's swordsmanship well. So he decides it costs nothing to discover what kind of person Luke Yeager really is. Meanwhile, Luke Yeager relaxes with a friend, commenting that the tournament isn't that exciting. A knight rebukes him for the big mouth, giving a pinch on his cheek as a warning. But suddenly the knight perceives something, and comments that it seems they weren't alone there. And in front of them, Hyde stares at them with a serious face, showing he heard the conversation. He approaches the two, making the mood in the hallway much heavier suddenly. Luke looks at him with curiosity and says his face seems familiar from somewhere. At this, he remembers and points, speaking that his name is Hyde and that his fight impressed him. With a smile, Luke asks if he came looking for him to declare war against a favorite, or else he gets closer and asks if Hyde is just impressed and wanting to become a fan. He jokes that he only accepts girls as fans, but Hyde interrupts him and asks if he is Darian's grandson. In a quick movement, Luke grabs Hyde's face, shocking the boy with his attitude. The scene cuts to an older man who seems completely terrified about something. Pressing the boy, Luke asks who he is and how he knows that name. The knight approaches, but Luke disguises, saying the boy just wants to talk to him. Then he drags Hyde to a more private place and presses him against the wall. Luke complains about having been cornered and demands to know who he is and where he came from, but Hyde ignores him and asks why he doesn't use his family's name. The boy remains calm, staring at Luke with a firm and decided expression. He tells Luke not to worry, for he only got curious upon hearing the story. Hyde then goes straight to the point and asks why he hides that he is the grandson of the Sword Saint. Luke explains that his father cut ties with the grandfather, so it would be ridiculous to use the name. But Hyde retorts, saying that even so, he inherited the family's sword techniques. The swordsman then reveals that he planned to announce his origin only after winning the tournament. With conviction, he affirms that he wants to be recognized for his own abilities, and not by his grandfather's name. Hyde gets surprised upon hearing the story, perceiving the determination in Luke's eyes. Embarrassed, Luke asks himself why he told all that to a stranger and asks for secrecy. Suddenly, Hyde has a click, wondering why the traitor commander would accept Darian's grandson. Suddenly, heavy footsteps of golden armor echo through the hallway, drawing attention. The two youths turn at the same time, trying to identify who was approaching them, and before them arises the imposing figure of the commander of the knights, Lutus Cicero. With a smile on his face, he comments that it was a good time to find Luke Yeager out there. Luke gets totally surprised and asks what the commander would be doing in that place. In his thoughts, Hyde confirms the man's identity, recognizing the famous Lutus Cicero. The commander stands out with his golden armor and his presence that imposes much respect. Then, Lutus asks who the boy next to him is, and Luke presents him as Hyde, one of the finalists. Lutus says he is impressed by him being so young and apologizes for not recognizing him. But then, he approaches and asks directly if Hyde is using magic to hide his identity. The boy is in shock with the question, because he didn't expect to be discovered so easily. Lutus puts his hand on his shoulder and calms him, saying that he is not the only one hiding something there. He explains that he only came to encourage Luke for the final, wishing luck for the two competitors. The commander says goodbye, waving and promising that he will certainly watch the grand final. After he leaves, Hyde and Luke stare at each other, with a mood of tension and mistrust in the air. Hyde comments that the commander seems to value him a lot, leaving Luke a little defensive. With a distrustful look, Hyde wonders if Lutus is trying to redeem himself with Darian's son. Luke ignores the suspicion and asks Hyde not to spread the secret he told just now. The boy then stares back at him, saying that he will have to wait until next year. With total confidence, Hyde warns that he is the one who will win the tournament this year. Luke gets surprised but smiles, understanding that that was a declaration of war. He turns and walks away, waving, speaking that he will wait anxiously for their fight. Hyde just watches him move away, maintaining his serious expression and totally focused on his objective. In his thoughts, he promises he won't let Luke end up how Lutus Cicero wants. Back in the room, Mikhail asks with a smile if the conversation with Luke Yeager was good. Hyde turns to him, maintaining the same serious and indecipherable expression as always. He then asks if Mikhail was following him, but the noble says it was just a guess. The boy gets a little embarrassed, because his silence ended up giving away the truth. Mikhail insists on knowing what they talked about, but Hyde refuses to tell. Then the noble changes the subject and asks if he would accept if the Knights of Palma recruited him. Hyde responds asking why they would call him, and Mikhail explains that the tournament serves for that. But the boy refuses immediately, saying he won't join them because the place is too hot. Hyde stares at Mikhail, trying to understand the noble's true interest behind the conversation. With a direct look, Mikhail invites him to join him after the tournament ends. Hyde asks if he wants him as his knight, but Mikhail says he wants him as his person. He refuses, saying he belongs to no one, but the noble insists for him to think about the proposal. The boy gets confused, wondering what Mikhail's true intentions are with that. Suddenly, Hyde seems to have an idea, totally changing the direction of that conversation. He stares at the noble and asks if by chance he is good at getting information. Mikhail agrees, and Hyde asks for information about the Knights of Palma and their missions. He explains that he needs something to compare with the proposal the noble just made. Then Mikhail accepts the request and promises to investigate everything without being partial in the response. With the agreement sealed, the noble extends his hand and invites Hyde to eat something. In his thoughts, Hyde hopes that with luck, he discovers Lutus Cicero's plans. The day of the final arrives, and the sun shines strong over the big Colosseum arena. In the first fight of the day, Hyde defeats his opponent, securing his spot in the next phase. He thinks to himself that the nickname Blonde Hyde definitely doesn't match him. At this, Luke Yeager appears and complains that he is very dull with the crowd. Hyde stares at him sideways, and Luke says he should relax because he is the guy of the moment. Before leaving, he warns Hyde not to get too tired before the final fight between them. A colleague approaches and comments that his will is to slap Luke's head, but Hyde ignores, thinking if Mikhail already got the information he asked for. Suddenly he hears yelling and looks back, perceiving strange movement. To his surprise, a crowd of fans appears, calling for Mr. Hyde desperately. Hyde gets totally shocked by the harassment, feeling dark energy coming from that crowd. The scene takes us back to the academy dormitory, a much calmer place. Mikhail sips his tea peacefully, when suddenly he gets scared with someone's arrival. It is Hyde, who appears all disheveled and says the women of the city are after him. Mikhail finds the situation funny, and speaks that it is normal for a tournament finalist to attract attention. With a smile, he says that all the popularity is probably because of Hyde's handsome face. The boy is in disbelief because he knows something very strange is happening around here. He remembers how people treated him before, and Mikhail realizes that he didn't understand anything. At this, Hyde remembers what he went to do there, and asks about the investigation he requested. Mikhail gives a wink, saying he already imagined and prepared everything in advance for him. He hands a book with the information, and asks if this will guarantee a little of his trust. Hyde begins to read, but ignores the boring details about the knight system. He continues focused, looking only for information that is really important to him. And then he finds it, discovering that Lutus Cicero actually supports the first prince. The record says the prince is devoted to another religion, and wants to bring the temple to the kingdom. Hyde begins to connect the dots, understanding that Lutus's support for the prince is the key to everything. He continues reading the report, looking for any detail about the knight's missions. At this, he asks about a desert monster, and Mikhail explains that the creature is well known. The noble says the Knights of Palma do an annual hunt to control the beast's offspring. Hyde gets tense upon discovering that this year's mission will be right after the end of the tournament. Turning the page, he finds a detailed profile on Luke Yeager himself in the report. It is then that he realizes Lutus didn't accept Luke into the order to protect him, but to use him. The commander wanted to keep a possible obstacle close, where he could watch him better. The plan was to use the monster hunt to get rid of Luke and create a heroic story. He closes the book, perceiving the luck he had to arrive in Basor just in time to discover this. With a determined look, he decides he needs to stop Lutus's plan at all costs. But a problem arises, for he knows the commander is so strong that maybe he can't win. Hyde then considers that, as a last resort, he will have to tell the truth and ask for Luke's help. During the whole time, Mikhail just observes in silence, sipping his tea calmly. The noble gives a subtle smile as if he already knew everything that was to come. In the arena, the first semi-final of the tournament begins with Hyde facing his opponent. The judge then announces the start of combat, and Hyde remains totally focused on the fight. The opponent, an experienced mercenary, wishes him a good fight with a smile. From the stands, Robert explains to Mikhail that the opponent is a first-class mercenary. Mikhail says he shouldn't be a match for Hyde, who has already won against people much stronger. But Robert warns that one never knows, because what matters is that he won to get there. The young noble falls silent, reflecting for a moment on the servant's words. Back in the arena, Hyde unsheathes his sword, preparing for the combat that will begin. With a sharp look, he analyzes every movement of the mercenary who is in front of him. In the box, important figures like the princes and Lutus Cicero observe the fight. Hyde perceives their presence, thinking that now in the semifinals, everyone decided to show up. At this, the mercenary calls him young, trying to take a little of his concentration away. He warns him not to get distracted by the audience because overconfidence can be dangerous. Hyde apologizes but positions himself to fight, showing he didn't fall for the provocation. In his mind, he wonders if a first-class mercenary would be on the same level as Pasno. The mercenary releases his energy, but Hyde thinks it doesn't seem that strong, so he decides to test the opponent first, just to see how he moves in the arena. Hyde advances with speed, and the exchange of blows between them begins intensely. Suddenly, the mercenary blocks an attack, surprising Hyde with his quick reflexes. At this, he takes the chance to counterattack, shortening the distance between the two. The mercenary stares at him with a serious look, showing he wasn't there to play. With this, the swords collide with force, creating sparks in the middle of combat. The force of the impact is so great that it throws the mercenary far away violently. Without wasting time, Hyde advances again, not giving a chance for the opponent to recover. But the mercenary uses a wind ability, creating a powerful spinning attack. The blow hits Hyde's armor squarely, which begins to crack with the impact. Suddenly, the opponent appears behind his back, preparing for the final blow. The fight gets more and more fierce, with the two exchanging blows at high speed. In the end, Hyde finds a gap and manages to land the blow that decides the match. The audience and Mikhail are left with mouths open, shocked by the intensity of that combat. Hyde thinks to himself that that guy was more problematic than he imagined. He perceives that the opponent delays his attacks, and attacks precisely in that gap. The mercenary breathes deeply, admitting that the boy doesn't fight only counting on luck. He praises Hyde's reflexes, saying that not even he could replicate that. But then, he releases his aura and says he cannot afford to lose. In a quick movement, he advances, but Hyde perceives it was just a bluff to distract him. The mercenary activates a secret mechanism, which extends the reach of his sword a little. He believes Hyde won't react in time if he simply speeds up the attack. At this, he launches his sword like a projectile, catching Hyde totally by surprise. But the boy reacts with a blow of dark energy, stopping the attack in the air. The wave of purple power advances, leaving the mercenary terrified with what is coming. Hyde realizes what he did and worries because he doesn't have the intention to kill his opponent. Luckily, the blade stops right at the man's neck, who can barely believe he is alive. With the weapon destroyed, it is announced that Blonde Hyde advances to the grand final. He shakes the opponent's hand, apologizing for wanting to end the fight fast because of the heat. Hyde explains that he had orders to go with everything, as long as he didn't end up killing him. The mercenary reflects, saying that geniuses exist and that he might have fought with a future legend. At this, Hyde speaks that if he focused more on training, he could have been stronger too. But the man says that for a mercenary, the more tricks up the sleeve, the better for survival. Hyde then responds that against overwhelming skill, any strategy ends up crumbling. Far from there, Mikhail thinks about Hyde's absurd strength and what he does so much at night. He asks himself what the boy's true objective is, because it doesn't seem to be only the tournament. Suddenly, confusion begins, with guards shouting for an old man not to pass there. Mikhail asks what is happening, and a servant explains that a stranger insists on seeing him. The man then emerges and asks for Mikhail, saying he has an urgent matter to treat. The servants complain about the lack of manners, but Mikhail says it's fine and asks who he is. He introduces himself as the blacksmith of Basor, responsible for forging the swords of the Knights of Palma. The man says he heard that a boy named Hyde was close to someone named Mikhail. He asks to speak with Hyde because he needs to confirm a suspicion he has about the boy. The blacksmith reveals that the suspicion is about the origin of the sword Hyde is using. With an interested look, Mikhail asks him to tell the story in more detail. In the second round, the swords cross and Luke Yeager wins his fight easily. With this, the finalists are finally defined, and the great fight will be between Hyde and Luke. Back in the room, Hyde is chilling, when suddenly Luke appears peeking through the curtain. The boy approaches Hyde with a worried face, leaving the finalists confused. Luke then warns that the second prince of the kingdom is coming to visit them right now. He explains that the visit is to encourage the finalists, but mainly to talk to him. It turns out that the prince knows he is from the Sword Saint's lineage and wants his support. Hyde understands the move, because if the prince recruits him, the commander's position weakens. Luke freaks out asking how he knows everything, and Hyde just says he is good with information. Desperate, Luke asks Hyde to tell the prince that he is busy or something like that, but it was too late, for the prince appears right behind him, hearing the whole conversation. The noble finds his nervousness funny and says he understands the whole situation. He comments that Luke's grandfather was very serious, and that sometimes he doubts the kinship. Hyde gets eyes shining, totally interested in knowing more about his master. Then he enters the conversation and asks the prince what kind of person Darien was. The prince turns to Hyde and asks if he wants to know, praising his great ability. Hyde just listens in silence, paying much attention to everything the noble says. He then explains that he met him few times, but remembers that Darien was very loyal. The noble highlights the strength in his look, saying that that represents the spirit of the kingdom. Then he realizes everything, and asks if Hyde approached Luke out of curiosity. The prince smiles, saying that the conversation seemed important, and that he didn't want to interrupt. Luke despairs and asks the prince not to tell everything, calling Hyde a stalker. But the noble says that a swordsman's mentality shows in his blade. Hyde then surprises everyone, speaking that the prince is much better than Luke. With this, the noble invites him to work with him, but Hyde refuses the offer immediately. He shakes Hyde's hand, wishing luck in the final and that he learns more about the Sword Saint. Following that, he calls Luke and warns that he will look for him after the final to talk. Luke gets nervous because he doesn't want to cause problems for him or for the commander, but the prince cuts him off, saying with a serious look that the subject is about his safety. The revelation leaves Luke and Hyde in shock, not understanding what that meant. The prince warns for him to know this for now, and that he will send someone to call him discreetly. With this, the noble says goodbye to the two and goes away, leaving a tense atmosphere behind. Luke stays there all sweaty and worried, while Hyde just observes the situation in silence. Hyde then comments that for someone who was nervous, the two seemed very friendly at the end. Luke responds that the prince is a good person, but sometimes you can't act with the heart. But Hyde advises him to heed the prince's call, leaving Luke surprised by the advice. He warns him that no one else will take responsibility for his life, so he needs to act. At this, he alerts that if he continues letting the situation take him, he will end up getting lost. Hyde's words seem to hit Luke squarely, who gets a very serious look. He then asks what Hyde knows and what he meant by being a case of life or death. Hyde just tells him to concentrate on what he can do, because he will do his part too. He even provokes Luke, telling him to go out with some girls to relieve stress. In his thoughts, Hyde wishes Luke understood how dangerous his situation is now. The scene cuts back to the academy, showing that life there continues normally. Later, we see Hyde peeking through his room door, seeming to wait for something. Mikhail welcomes Hyde, asking if he liked the conversation with the second prince. The boy gets confused, wondering how he found out about that visit so fast. He says he's not even surprised anymore, and Mikhail explains that he always knows the prince's movements. Hyde then takes off his cloak, preparing to rest a little after a hectic day. At this, Mikhail speaks that something interesting happened and asks if he wants to hear the story. He then questions him if he has heard of a man named Leighton. It is told to us that he was the best blacksmith in Basor, but only forged swords for whom he recognized. Hyde thinks to himself that he seemed to be a very peculiar man of strong personality. Mikhail continues, saying he found his apprentice, who spoke about his 3 masterpieces. The 3 swords were given to the royal family, but only one was gifted to someone forever. With a serious look, he reveals that Hyde's sword is incredibly similar to the masterpiece. The boy stays silent, listening attentively to every word that came out of the noble's mouth. He explains that the only one of the 3 that didn't stay with royalty was a specific sword, and with a somber look, he reveals that it was the sword that belonged to Darian Differt. Suddenly, a vision of a man being attacked violently with a sword appears in his mind. The scene returns, and Helmut, in his original form, warns him to think very well about what he is going to say next. The scene returns, and we see Helmut about to attack Mikhail, who has fallen on the floor defenseless. With a furious look, he warns him to be very careful with his next words. But Mikhail gives a nervous smile, perceiving that his provocation hit a sensitive spot. He then asks Helmut to let him go, saying that way it gets difficult to breathe. Helmut lets him go, and the noble says he won't spread the secret, even without understanding the desperation. He guarantees that the blacksmith will be silenced, and that the secret will die there between the two of them. Hyde then asks if he is trying to create a debt, but Mikhail denies immediately. The noble explains that that is a sign of goodwill, a promise that the secret is safe. But Hyde continues distrustful, still not knowing if he can really believe that promise. He warns that it better not be a lie, and Mikhail celebrates, saying his pressure is on another level. The noble then asks what his relationship with the Sword Saint is, and Hyde reveals he is his apprentice. Mikhail freaks out with excitement, thinking it incredible to share the room with a legend's apprentice. He begins to ask a bunch of questions, but Hyde interrupts him, calling his name. At this, he turns and warns him to start thinking about how he will pretend not to know him. The warning leaves Mikhail with a serious look, understanding the gravity of their situation. Hyde takes his sword, feeling that something big is about to happen. He decides to pack his things because if he needs to run, he won't have breath. The boy then looks at the sword, now understanding the true value of that blade. He admits he had no idea the sword was so famous in the kingdom. Mikhail explains that since it belonged to royalty, only a specialist would recognize it. With this, Hyde understands it is better not to show the weapon in front of the king or princes. Mikhail then asks about the final, but Hyde denies having been worried about Luke. He thinks about the combat and hopes the final fight won't be disappointing. The scene changes suddenly, and now we are in a hot and endless desert. We see someone's feet walking with difficulty through the place's soft sand. A hooded figure walks alone, facing that desert's strong sun. The mysterious being stops for a moment and lets the sand run through his fingers. Suddenly, the ground starts to shake, shake and cracks form around the figure. An explosion of sand happens, raising a dark and very dense dust. In the middle of the smoke, the silhouette of another shadowy figure appears slowly. From the sands of the desert, a giant scorpion emerges, staring at the hooded figure in front of it. The mysterious being then withdraws a shining orb from his vestments, revealing a magic item. With this, he touches the object to the creature's head, who accepts it without any resistance. He calls it a good boy, saying it is smart for remembering its true master. With a sinister smile, the hooded figure warns that now is the time to finally awaken. The scene then takes us back to the Great Colosseum, with the city of Basor in the background. In the stands, the crowd goes crazy, shouting and cheering for the great event. Then the glorious grand final is announced, a confrontation no one could imagine. On one side, the young genius of the knights, and on the other, the mysterious genius of unknown origin. Luke comments that he feels like the villain of the story, but Hyde calms him, saying it's just theater. Hyde then asks if it's not a burden, because if he loses, the public reaction won't be small. But Luke retorts and warns him not to come begging for the prize money after the fight. With the two finalists ready, the judge prepares to give the signal to start the combat. Luke releases his golden aura, with Darian's image appearing right behind him. With a smile, Hyde thinks that facing that sword technique brings him many memories. The grand final is about to begin, with a beautiful bird flying through the blue sky. From the stands, Mikhail looks up, finding the presence of those birds there strange. Suddenly, one of the birds drops something, which begins to fall at high speed into the arena. Down below, Hyde and Luke face each other, with their auras ready for the start of combat. But the mysterious object falls right in the middle of the two, interrupting the beginning of the fight. The two finalists turn at the same time, totally shocked by the unexpected scene. The thing hits the ground with a dull thud, spreading blood and dirt everywhere. The audience and the nobles enter a panic, wondering what on earth had fallen from the sky. Upon approaching, Hyde sees that it is a shadow creature, agonizing on the arena floor. He then looks up, perceiving that more and more birds are flying over the Colosseum. A man in the stands points to the sky, stammering with so much fear at what he sees. And then it is revealed. A giant flying monster appears, leaving everyone terrified in the arena. The knight Luke gets scared, wondering why a monster would appear in a place like this. At this, a desperate scream calls for Luke, leaving the knight even more tense with the situation. He then turns and faces Hyde, who advances rapidly in his direction. Luke is left understanding nothing, questioning what he thinks he is doing in the middle of the arena. Without time to think, he lifts his sword, preparing for imminent combat. But Hyde, with incredible agility, steps on his blade and throws him back. Suddenly, a winged monster appears, and Hyde jumps to face it in the air. Wrapped in a purple aura, he goes after the creature with a determined look. In the blink of an eye, he cuts the monster into several pieces, which screams in pain. Hyde then lands peacefully on the ground, showing all his skill in combat. Luke is shocked by what he just saw, while Hyde stares back at him. The scene shows the creature's body and a corpse that it had brought, leaving a mystery. Hyde warns that the identification is of a resident and questions why the monster brought a body. Another noble present comments that all that seems almost like a declaration of war. Luke continues in silence, processing the absurd strength he just witnessed. Luke stares at the defeated monster, thinking that it is against that he will fight from now on. He then turns to Hyde and asks if he ever fought a monster before to judge so quickly. Hyde responds that he fought more than him, leaving Luke irritated with the boy's audacity. Curious, Hyde asks if all monsters are like that, and Luke questions if he never saw one. He explains that he was just a civilian until recently, and that normal people don't encounter monsters. Hyde tries to calm him, saying they are just brutes without brains. But Luke denies that he is afraid. But he completes that if the monster is intelligent, then the story is other, very different. An announcement suspends the final match and asks all participants to go to the waiting room. Luke gets confused, wondering why they are being sent there now. The scene changes, showing the Great Colosseum from outside, with the sky well lit. Already in the waiting room, Luke adjusts his hair while Hyde observes him from the corner. Commander Lutus Cicero arrives, advising that it seems everyone is already gathered there. Surprised, Luke stammers upon seeing the captain, who asks to go straight to the point. He explains that the body was of a resident of the south, indicating a monster attack in the region. Finally, the commander orders that Luke, as a knight, participate in the subjugation expedition. The commander then turns to Hyde, lamenting the incident and asking him to wait. Hyde understands it is a negotiation, and questions what happens if he refuses the proposal. Lutus explains that the other option is a tie, with the prize being divided between the two. Faced with the choice, Hyde stays silent for an instant, thinking about what he is going to do. But then he has an idea, and offers another solution for the commander and the knight. He offers himself to go on the subjugation, and whoever kills more monsters will be the grand winner. Luke is totally shocked by the proposal, shouting without believing what he just heard. He warns that the hunt is not a stroll, but Hyde says he already proved his value before. Commander Ludus seems to consider the proposal with a serious and thoughtful expression on his face. At this, he recognizes Hyde's strength as a finalist and apologizes for the rudeness from before. Then he accepts the agreement and orders the two to prepare for the expedition in the square. The scene changes to a city in the desert, and Luke asks if Hyde is really going on the mission. Luke accuses him of manipulating the bet, but Hyde says finding monsters is pure luck. He reveals he is doing this because he is worried about his opponent's safety. Luke gets all embarrassed, and Hyde just tells him to let it go and accept. Luke says he was joking and asks if this has to do with what the second prince said. He then asks Hyde to say soon who exactly is trying to take his life. Hyde gets thoughtful, with a fixed gaze, processing his companion's delicate question. He thinks he cannot reveal his suspicions, and just warns Luke not to trust the knights. To make the warning clearer, he reinforces that it is not to trust even the captain himself. The knight becomes visibly tense with the information, sweating cold without understanding the reason. Suddenly, a voice calls for Hyde, and the two turn at the same time to see who it is. The young noble Mikhail approaches, accompanied by his servant Robert, who holds a parasol. Mikhail greets them, commenting that it is the first time they meet outside. Luke asks if that is his brother, but Hyde responds he is just an acquaintance. The noble then asks permission to borrow Hyde, and he tells Luke not to mind. Luke warns him to go to the square with the equipment, and Hyde agrees before leaving. Alone with Hyde, Mikhail comments that he seems to have gotten very close to the knight, Hyde ignores and asks what he meant, and Mikhail reveals he is leaving tonight, but he corrects himself with a smile, saying they will see each other again, so it isn't a goodbye. Mikhail comments that Hyde is going with Luke on the subjugation, since he was paying much attention to him. He even provokes, asking if the reason for coming to Basor was Luke, but Hyde isn't shaken. The scene then changes, focusing on the noble's eye, showing the conversation got more serious. He reveals to Hyde that a supposed priest of Lumen was seen in the desert 2 days ago. With an intense look, he ends the warning, speaking that he only thought Hyde should know. Hyde processes the information and realizes the noble wasn't there just for the tournament either. Upon turning to leave, he guarantees to Mikhail that he will remember well what he spoke. The scene changes, showing the army of knights marching out of the city towards the desert. Mounted on their horses, Hyde and Luke prepare for the long journey ahead. Luke breathes deeply, thinking he didn't expect his first expedition to start so suddenly. Suddenly, he feels a hand poking his shoulder, which leaves him very scared. A figure all hooded holds him, and he asks scared who that person is. The mysterious shape then moves away, observing the rest of the troops that were passing. He shows Luke a cross symbol on the palm of his hand like a type of sign. Hyde perceives the strange interaction and keeps an eye on the situation next to his partner. At this, Commander Ludus shouts very loudly, ordering all troops to advance. And so, under the hot desert sun, the expedition that would change everything begins without warning. The landscape is immense, showing sand dunes extending to the horizon. The troop then sets up a camp, and the knights gather to discuss strategy. A finger points on the map to the village of Uldor, explaining that it was there the monster attack happened. Ludus reveals they only rescued one survivor, leaving a knight furious with the dishonor. But he explains that among them, there was a familiar monster, causing astonishment in the soldiers. Ludus reveals it was the Crimson Scorpion, and that it reached adult form without them noticing. The knights are completely shocked and speechless with the devastating news they received. One of them revolts, saying this isn't possible, and their investigation was useless. Hyde thinks, connecting the creature to the monster the divine swordsman Darian had killed. Another knight expresses his fear, but is reprimanded not to talk nonsense and calm down. The commander then explains that, different from before, this time they are all together in the fight. He admits not being that reliable, but says their unity makes the order stronger. With a gesture of confidence, Ludus asks them to be courageous and wield their swords. The knights exchange glances, now with morale a little higher after the speech. The commander points to the map, explaining the plan to join the Knights of Desert. The main unit will go to Uldor, while other teams will explore the south in search of monsters. He then begins to announce the members who will be part of the mission's main squad. While the names are called, the camera shows the camp outside the tent, and to everyone's surprise, the last name to be called is Luke Jaegers. But when the commander was going to dismiss them, a hand rises and someone says they object. To everyone's surprise, Hyde raises his hand and asks to be included in the main unit. Commander Ludus and Captain Horton stare at him with a not friendly expression on their faces. Ludus warns that he is going with the vice captain, because he doesn't trust an outsider on the main mission. But Hyde reminds him of the agreement they made to decide the winner by monster count. He argues that, to be fair, the opportunity has to be equal for him and for Luke. Horton gets irritated, calling Hyde a brat, but the commander says he isn't totally wrong. Hyde suggests starting counting later, but Ludus says it would be unfair to Luke's group. With a stern look, the commander simply orders Hyde to move with the vice captain. But Hyde challenges him, saying he is not obliged to obey since he is not a knight. The climate gets tense in the room, with all the knights staring at the challenging youth. Luke stays in the middle of the confusion, with the face of someone who doesn't know what to do or say. Suddenly, Commander Ludus explodes in laughter, breaking all the silence. He then turns to the knight and asks what Luke thinks of all this situation. Taken by surprise, Luke stammers a little, but affirms he also believes in a fair dispute. Then Ludus decides that Hyde goes to the main unit, leaving Horton revolted with the decision. Ludus warns Horton that Hyde is a finalist, and that one more person won't get in the way. But he explains that the formation gets unbalanced, and that Hyde will have to stay in the rear guard. Hyde responds that it's fine, because he knows how to take care of himself without needing help. With this, the commander ends the meeting and orders everyone to rest for the imminent departure. The knights then begin to leave the tent, preparing for the expedition in the desert. Hyde reflects that Ludus didn't oppose so much, perhaps for thinking he can control him easily. He perceives that the knight's loyalty is gigantic, and that a conflict can be dangerous. Therefore, he decides he needs to keep his head in place and act with much care. The troop finally departs, with Luke looking at the horizon, a little tense with the mission. They arrive at Desert, an outpost in the middle of the desert's immensity of sand. There, Ludus gets off his horse, being received by other knights who already awaited him. The commanders gather once again, analyzing the map to plan the next steps. The scene focuses on the outpost's great gate, which opens for the passage of troops. The unified troops then march out, venturing into the depths of the desert. Upon sighting Uldor from afar, Ludus finds the landscape strange, but confirms that is the village. A knight notes there are only ruins, and Ludus wonders if the monsters went elsewhere. He explains that monsters don't abandon their homes, but that in this case, it is a possibility. The knight then remembers that the scorpion might be hidden beneath the desert sand. Ludus agrees and orders the troops to maintain formation and enter Uldor carefully. The cavalry advances slowly through the destroyed streets of the village, amidst a tense silence. They pass by debris and walls stained with blood, a sign of the battle that happened there. One of the knights observes the destruction, feeling there is something very wrong in the air. He comments that the place is too quiet, without any sign of monsters or residents. Worried, a soldier asks the captain for them to leave there, but Ludus remains thoughtful. Suddenly, something hits one of the knight's helmets, making a metallic noise. He gets irritated and fights with the companion, who denies having done anything to provoke him. At this, more stones begin to fall on them, as if coming from under the ground. A giant scorpion then emerges from the sand, leaving one of the knights paralyzed with fear. Someone shouts that it is the scorpion, and various other monsters emerge, attacking the whole troop. Hyde and Luke exchange terrified glances, while a knight screams in desperation at the sight of the scorpions. Just then, Commander Ludus bellows for everyone to get down immediately to protect themselves. He takes the lead himself, unsheathing his sword with an intense golden glow. His powerful strike hits one of the scorpions square on, making it shriek from the impact. The force of the attack kicks up a cloud of dust, hindering everyone's vision. Ludus then orders them to form ranks, warning that they need to retreat first. The cavalry flees at full gallop while the monsters continue chasing them closely, but suddenly the sand gives way, and one of the knights ends up falling into a trap. Captain Horton is thrown to the ground by the fall, screaming in pain and despair. To make matters worse, a giant scorpion approaches him, preparing to strike. Ludus looks back in desperation, yelling Horton's name upon seeing the horrifying scene. Hyde thinks fast, realizing he needs to jump down there to have any chance of saving him. With a determined look, he makes his decision and prepares for the risky rescue. He rushes past Luke in an instant, leaving the knight surprised by his sudden attitude. Then he leaps from his horse and runs alone toward the monster to save the captain. Luke screams desperately for the captain to get down while his own sword shines brightly. With a precise blow, he hits the scorpion full on, and it screams in pain from the attack. But the beast doesn't die, and Luke wonders why it's so resilient. He then yells for the captain to mount the horse so they can follow the vanguard. Horton manages to escape on the back of another knight's horse, narrowly avoiding certain death. Hyde observes the scene from afar, noting the courage and determination of his rival. Someone then announces that all units managed to exit Uldor safely, but Commander Ludus orders the entire battalion to turn around and form ranks. He leads the troop back toward the battle, ready to face the monsters head-on. With a war cry, he announces that they will purge every creature from the area. Hyde thinks about how he hesitated to help since Horton is one of Ludus's men and a future enemy, but he realizes that Luke didn't hesitate, even knowing there's a traitor among them. Hyde then wonders if the knight is just too naive or if he's genuinely good. The scene cuts to the sky, showing that the intense, bloody battle is finally over. In the end, the battlefield is full of monster corpses, with the knights victorious. Ludus comments that the situation is resolved, but finds the ambush with so many scorpions strange. With that, Luke and Hyde rest, realizing the problem is bigger than they imagine. The knight takes a deep breath, clearly exhausted after the intense battle that just happened. Seeing his state, Hyde approaches and offers his water bottle for him to recover. He accepts but denies he's suffering, saying the fight was actually quite easy. Hyde then questions him seriously, asking why he risked himself to save those people. He reminds him that Horton and the others might, in the future, end up pointing their swords at him. Luke faces the possibility and even admits that it could very well happen, but he explains that he didn't become a knight to stand by watching others in danger. Hyde goes quiet for a moment, surprised by his rival's noble and sincere answer. He then whispers that Horton isn't even a threat, but asks him not to spread that around. The scene shifts to Ludus, who talks about the time remaining for the troops to regroup, but he decides not to contact them, trusting that the other units can handle the job. Suddenly, a soldier arrives running, desperately calling for Captain Ludus. The knight holds a magic orb and warns that he needs to take this urgent call. Ludus asks if it's Dasim, but the soldier denies it while handing over the magic orb. He then answers the call, introducing himself as the captain of the knights, Ludus Cicero. The voice identifies itself as Heinz of Desera and asks if everything is okay over there. The knight on the wall wants to know if any problem occurred with the captain's unit, but he soon reveals that, in fact, monsters are gathering beneath the walls of Desera. Ludus is shocked, realizing that the monsters that attacked them weren't the only ones. Heinz explains that most of his forces are out, which makes defense quite difficult. Then, Ludus asks a crucial question, wanting to know if there are red scorpions among them. The knight replies that no, they don't seem to be present there at the moment. Ludus understands the situation and states he will send reinforcements to help with the defense. A soldier comments that this could be a plan to divide their forces in the desert. Ludus agrees that since they staged an ambush, a distraction tactic is possible. He then decides to leave a small force behind and send the rest back as reinforcements. Hyde immediately realizes what is about to happen, with a look of surprise on his face. He thinks that if Ludus sends everyone back, he and Luke will be totally isolated. Hyde wonders if Ludus planned everything but warns himself that he won't be an easy target. Then, Ludus gives the order, explaining that only he and 5 others will stay, and the rest will return. But to everyone's surprise, he announces that Luke and Hyde will also return to Desert. Hyde is completely shocked and can only question what he just heard. Ludus reinforces the order, saying Luke and Hyde must return to Desert immediately. The two are completely baffled by the decision, looking surprised at the commander. Luke even tries to question it, but Ludus interrupts him instantly and orders him to obey. With a hand on the knight's shoulder, he shows that his decision is already made. He explains that he doesn't doubt his strength, and it's because he trusts him that he's sending him back. Ludus then orders him to return with reinforcements, so that together they can defeat the Scorpion. He still promises that he will ensure Luke gets his revenge against his grandfather's enemy. The knight is touched by the words, with a look full of determination on his face. Then the commander announces that as soon as preparations are complete, they must depart. Hyde observes the scene from afar, analyzing every movement and every word of Commander Ludus. The reinforcement troops then ride back, crossing the immense and dangerous sand desert. Hyde reflects, wondering why Ludus sent them away at such a perfect opportunity. He suspects Ludus is the traitor, but admits it's just speculation for now, right? He even wonders if it was an order from the prince, but decides not to lower his guard at all. After all, he knows very well that tragedy always arrives without any kind of warning. Halfway there, Luke calls out to Hyde, wanting to talk a little more privately. He asks if Hyde also wants to destroy the Scorpion to avenge the Divine Swordsman. Hyde stares at him in silence, processing his teammate's unexpected question. But Luke reveals he doesn't feel that obligation for vengeance, even having the hero's blood. He explains that he never spoke to his grandfather and was even disappointed by the captain's talk. Hyde comments that it seems someone had advised him to prove his own strength in the past. The knight then asks if that sounds strange, wanting his rival's sincere opinion. Hyde replies that actually, it sounds a bit spoiled since he inherited everything from his grandfather. Luke gets a bit embarrassed by the answer, averting his gaze in shame. Hyde says talking to him is good, and that the focus now should be on how to survive. Just then, he remembers a detail and asks if they didn't hand something to Luke upon departure. He confirms they did, but he was so distracted he hadn't even seen what it was yet. The knight then takes out a folded paper that had been stored in his armor the whole time. He comments that it's a note, and he already imagines who the message might be from. And as expected, he confirms it's from the second prince and decides to see what's written. Luke starts reading the note, but a knight reprimands him not to break formation. Suddenly, Hyde feels a strange energy, and a purple light begins to shine in his chest. With glowing eyes, he moves away from the group, realizing something is very wrong. He looks back, sensing a sinister presence approaching all his companions. His eyes widen in pure panic as he realizes the trap they've fallen into. Desperate, he screams with all his might, ordering everyone to stop their horses right now. Here, he turns his horse sharply, leaving the other knights understanding nothing of the situation. Suddenly, the ground shakes, and one of the horses gets scared and throws a knight to the ground. One of the soldiers notices the movement and screams desperately that it's an ambush. Out of nowhere, giant snakes and scorpions begin to emerge from the sand, surrounding the entire troop. Luke then assumes leadership and orders everyone to prepare for the imminent battle. But upon seeing the scene, the knight is terrified by the sheer size of the danger surrounding them. And to make matters worse, the gigantic red scorpion appears, emerging from the sand with fury. Luke is in total shock, recognizing the creature as the dreaded red scorpion. Now they were surrounded on all sides with terrible monsters ready to attack. A knight screams in pain while another orders contact with the captain, but the signal doesn't work. Just then, Hyde and Luke jump into action, leaving one of the soldiers surprised by their attitude. Hyde attacks with his purple aura, while Luke's sword shines with a golden light. He then announces he landed the first blow, so the point is his, much to Luke's irritation. But Hyde says he's counting it for himself too, while a giant snake prepares to strike. Suddenly, the snake advances and barely misses swallowing Hyde with its enormous, terrifying mouth. A knight manages to deflect the creature's strike, saving the boy's life at the last second. Seeing the scene, Luke screams Hyde's name desperately, fearing the worst has happened. But the snake's head becomes trapped by a net of purple energy, totally immobilized in the air. And suddenly, Hyde explodes the monster's head from the inside out with great power. Covered in blood, he faces the battle with a cold and very determined look on his face. Luke comments that he is very reckless, but another knight says he can't talk. The battle continues intensely, with the knights fighting with everything they have against the monsters in the desert. After the fight, Hyde walks alone through the battlefield, surrounded by blood and destruction. He notices that the red scorpion only observed the fight, and that the monsters were acting strangely. Hyde thinks it's as if the monsters were looking for something specific. He then faces the red scorpion, which stands still in front of him as if analyzing him. Suddenly, a shiny object on the creature's head catches his attention amidst the dust. Upon seeing what it is, he is shocked, eyes wide with surprise and astonishment. He remembers Mikhail's warning about a priest of Lumen who passed through the desert, and in that moment, he realizes the object shining on the monster's forehead is the priest's pendant. Gorderick approaches and asks the captain if he hasn't forgotten something. With a serious expression, Ludus replies no, leaving the knight a little confused. He then explains he was just thinking that it was time for them to arrive at their destination. The scene changes and we see knights fighting against gigantic monsters in a chaotic desert. Amidst the battle, Helmut looks up, covered in blood and with a determined gaze. Suddenly, Luke Yeager screams in despair, seeing something terrifying approaching rapidly. A colossal serpent emerges from the sand, rising imposingly right in front of him. Without time to react, Luke can only watch the monster descending to strike. But at the last second, Helmut shoots forward at an absurd speed to try and save his companion. He arrives in time, throwing himself in front of the attack to intercept the giant creature. With a powerful blow, he deflects the serpent, creating an impact crater in the ground. Fallen, Helmut faces the situation with fury, ready to continue the fight at any cost. Far away, a mysterious man announces that the target has been caught and orders the rest killed. With that, the giant scorpion's eyes glow, preparing for a new attack. But Helmut gets up, wielding his sword against two serpents, ready for combat. Night falls under a blood-red sky with the full moon watching everything. Just then, a hooded man appears and asks mockingly if only our hero is left. He calls Helmut an unlucky little lamb who somehow managed to survive the massacre. The young warrior faces the enemy, his face dirty with blood and a look of hatred. Then, Helmut comes face to face with the mysterious man and his giant scorpion. He feels a strange energy, thinking it was demonic power reacting to him. But the crystal on the monster's forehead and the man's aura were different from everything. Suddenly, the hooded man releases his pressure, revealing that it was divine power. The villain praises Helmut's strength, noting that even young, he wiped out almost all the monsters. He questions what the boy is, for he senses a sinister energy coming from him too. Helmut ignores the provocation and asks furiously where they took Luke Yeager. The man gives a little smile, advising that conversation between them is totally useless. He reveals that the reinforcements from Desert are going to suffer an accident, all being eliminated there. Rage takes over Helmut, making his eyes shine with murderous fury. He then accuses the man of sacrificing everyone just to get Luke, surprising the villain. The mysterious man realizes Helmut isn't just anyone, but someone important. With his bloodied sword, Helmut warns he will force him to talk to find Luke. The villain then lets out a chuckle, finding the boy's threat quite amusing. He begins to laugh loudly, asking if the hero is sure he can do all that. Just then, he reveals that Ludus is just a piece on the board, following orders from above. The order to eliminate the divine swordsman's grandson came from High Priest Nardolos. Helmut is shocked, understanding that saving Luke means becoming an enemy of the temple. It is explained to us that the temple wanted to expand its influence, and for that, it eliminated the hero. After hearing everything, Helmut grips his sword tight and speaks, saying he changed his mind about something. He then releases his aura, charging at the priest with a devastating attack. Glowing, he yells that he will find Luke, but first he's going to finish off the priest. Nardalos just calls him a reckless bastard, mocking the young warrior's courage. The scene then returns to the distance, showing the chaotic battlefield in the desert. Suddenly, a giant sandworm appears, attacking one of the knights by surprise. Knight Gorderic is thrown far by the impact, screaming in pain in the process. Fallen on the ground, Gorderic coughs with difficulty, feeling the pain of the blow he took. Meanwhile, Luke Yeager takes a deep breath, exhausted but still standing on his feet. He then kneels in front of his captain, who appears suddenly in front of him. Luda Cicero welcomes the young knight with a serious and enigmatic look. Understanding nothing, Luke can only call out for his captain, totally confused by the situation. He then asks where the other knights are, worried about the rest of the troop. Ludus orders him to get up and walk a bit, completely ignoring his question. The scene changes to them walking through a rocky canyon under the evening sky. The two walk in silence side by side with a very heavy atmosphere in the air. Ludus then breaks the silence, starting to talk about Luke Yeager's grandfather. He recounts that he respected him greatly and trained for 10 years just to gain his recognition. Here, the captain reminds Luke that he already sent him to gain recognition in Basor alone, but he completes this by saying that only brats believe they can achieve everything through their own effort. Luke is shocked by the captain's words, unable to believe what he is hearing. He then asks for forgiveness, but says he needs to ask just one question to his superior. Luke remembers receiving a warning, but didn't want to believe it was true. The letter told him never to be alone in a room with the captain of the knights. Desperate, he asks if the trust Ludus placed in him was all a lie. The captain just calls Luke's name with a calmness that's terrifying. He then reveals that this place was the last place Luke's grandfather was seen. Luke is completely paralyzed by the revelation, starting to sweat cold with despair. Ludus confesses that he lured Darian into a trap and buried him right there. With a cold look, he warns that the young knight will meet the same fate. Just then, mysterious smoke begins to rise from the ground right next to the two of them. The scene returns to Helmet, who imbues his sword with dark purple energy. Then, he fires a devastating cut toward the priest and his pet monster. Our hero becomes covered by this aura of power, ready for the coming combat. But the giant scorpion's claw blocks the blow, creating an explosion impact. Helmet complains that just getting close to that sacred power makes his heart start to ache. With that, he dodges the tail attack, thinking about how unstable his control is. Nardalos is confused because the boy who looked like a monster is now retreating from the power. Just then, Helmet advances again, but dark energy begins to leak from his body. We are shown that in his chest, there is a seed of darkness shining intensely. The priest's eyes widen, finally understanding what is happening in front of him. He then releases a barrier of light, throwing Helmet far away with his divine power. Retreating, Helmet understands that there are people who can escape the temple's eyes. Nardalos smiles and yells that destiny guided him to eliminate the monster and restore justice. The scene changes completely, taking us to a luxurious castle on top of a mountain. Inside, there was a person reading the book. Her gaze focuses on a silver bracelet. She was there in the library trying to calm down because no news was good news. The scene returns to the fight, with Priest Nardolos releasing all his light power. But Helmet defends himself from the attacks, deflecting the golden rays with his dark energy. Nardolos then shouts irritably, saying the boy is very good at running away from the fight. Our hero faces the enemy with a cold look, analyzing every detail of the combat. He realizes something is strange because the scorpion that was attacking ceaselessly is now quiet. Here, he understands the monster is controlled by the crystal, but that the control isn't perfect. Helmet also notes that the priest has no experience and his attacks are very predictable. He grips the sword handle because he finally found a way to attack the enemy. Now, the only thing he needed at that moment was his determination. With that, he shoots full tilt at the priest, totally ignoring his defense. Nardalos calls him a fool, yelling that he has zero chance attacking like that. But Helmet advances while the priest yells for him to return to the side of light at once. With a dirty face, Helmet faces the enemy with a look full of determination. The scene returns to the desert, where the dust slowly settles after the event. With a somber aura, Ludus unsheathes his sword, preparing to fight seriously. The two face each other at a distance in a scenario of pure destruction around them. Ludus then praises Luke, saying his skill is truly impressive. But Luke says to stop the games because the captain could have killed him earlier. Ludus just stares at him with an empty look as if he didn't care about anything. Disappointed, Luke says he can no longer recognize the man in front of him. Without saying anything, the captain jumps toward Luke, ready for the final attack. But the young knight manages to block the blow at the last second, creating many sparks. Ludus praises the boy, saying he inherited everything and looks like his grandfather when young, but he yells that even so, it's not enough to get out of there alive. The force of the blow is so great it makes Luke's entire sword tremble. Ludus then mocks him, saying a real swordsman would have dodged the attack. He yells that the grandfather would counterattack and advances on Luke with everything. He keeps yelling that a divine swordsman wouldn't get hurt by such a weak attack. Here, Ludus takes the chance to deal a horizontal cut with all his strength. The blow hits Luke's chest squarely, and he can't even react in time. Ludus screams in anger, disappointed with the weakness of the divine swordsman's air. He then stops the attack, holding his sword handle firm with a cold look. Fallen on the ground, Luke coughs up a lot of blood, completely defeated and without strength to fight. The captain looks at him with disgust, asking what pathetic sight is that in front of him. He warns that Basor no longer needs a divine swordsman like Luke Yeager. Even wounded, Luke leans on his sword, trying to get up to continue the fight. Ludus raises his sword to deliver the final blow, but says there's something he still doesn't understand. Suddenly, Luke recovers and blocks the attack, creating an explosion of sparks. The captain's blade slides and ends up cutting the young knight's shoulder in the process. With glowing eyes, Luke releases hidden power, totally surprising his enemy. Ludus is shocked by the sudden strength, barely able to hold the boy's counterattack. The young knight grinds his teeth, using all his strength not to yield to the blow. The two then exchange a sequence of blows with sparks flying everywhere. The grandfather's spirit seems to appear, giving Luke strength to keep standing. Ludus is shocked by the boy's resistance, feeling anger grow inside him. He then raises his sword, concentrating all his strength into a single blow. The attack creates an explosion of golden energy that destroys everything around them. When the dust clears, we see the immense crater the fight just formed. Defeated, Luke asks what exactly the captain hates so much to do that. Ludus just stares at him with a cold look, with a cut bleeding on his face. He warns that Luke's death will be remembered as that of a hero of the people. With sword raised, he speaks that with it, he stabbed and now kills the last successor. Kneeling, Luke accepts his fate, awaiting the final blow from his former captain. But suddenly a voice asks who said Luke was the last successor. Ludus turns in astonishment, not understanding where that surprise attack came from. A blade of purple energy cuts the air, splitting the ground with absurd power. Just then, Helmut emerges from the shadows, covered by a dark aura and a murderous look. Luke is totally without reaction, shocked to see who just arrived to save him. Just then, Helmut appears wrapped in a dark aura, leaving Luke Yeager totally paralyzed. He then calls Ludus Cicero's name, voice loaded with pure hatred. His appearance changes completely, revealing his true form while he wields the sword with determination. With a furious look, he warns that the time has come to end all this. Ludus stares back with pure hatred. Amidst a dark aura, Helmut appears in front of Luke, who understands nothing. Scared, Luke asks how Hyde, the boy he knew, managed to get there. But Helmut reveals his true form, facing the knight with a cold, serious look. Suddenly, a man yells for him to return to the side of Lumen, releasing a golden light. Helmut advances without fear, his sword covered in darkness going to meet the divine power. The man then fires a huge explosion of light, trying to stop our protagonist. He even gives a little sideways smile, thinking his attack would definitely work. The dust rises everywhere, covering the result of that powerful energy strike. But to the man's surprise, Helmut simply flies out of the smoke unharmed. The enemy's confidence vanishes instantly, and he is shocked by what he just saw. At full speed, Helmut passes right by him, without even giving a chance for a reaction. The man screams that this is ridiculous, for he used his power to burn the seed of darkness. It is explained to us that Helmut only survived because he concentrated all power in his sword. To do this, he had to use the very seed he was trying to suppress the whole time. But he warns that this little bit of time is enough, ready to end the fight once and for all. The scene changes and shows Helmut falling to the ground, thrown far away with violence. The blow hits the giant scorpion's head, which feels the impact of the attack. Helmut thinks that the priest manipulated the monster so they wouldn't have a good relationship. It is revealed that the Lumen priest was right in front of the giant creature. The man faces the monster with a serious look, preparing for a great battle. Suddenly, intense light cuts the sky, showing the power of that priest. Helmut appears fallen on the ground, wounded and without strength, with the monster right behind him. The seed of darkness in his chest begins to shine, reacting to all that power. In a memory, we see him younger, training hard alongside his master Darien. Darien's face appears in close-up with a serious expression full of wisdom. Back in the present, Helmut, even bleeding, grips his sword with determination. The giant scorpion then turns and advances on the Lumen priest. The man yells furiously, saying an inferior monster shouldn't dare attack him. He joins his hands and yells for the creature to disappear, releasing golden energy. A gigantic light explosion happens, showing the priest's devastating power. The smoke clears to reveal that the giant scorpion survived, and now someone is on top of it. The priest smiles with contempt and calls the creature an ignorant beast, thinking he won. But suddenly, Helmut emerges from the shadows right behind him with a terrifying look. In the blink of an eye, he runs his sword through the priest's chest, who screams in pain. Helmut steps away while the man falls bleeding, and the giant scorpion just watches the scene. The priest staggers backward, unable to believe he was wounded so gravely. With a final blow, the scorpion uses its claw to crush the man against the ground. Hyde observes everything closely, his eyes shining with a dark purple aura. The priest curses both of them, spitting blood and calling them inferior beings. Then Hyde approaches the man and asks coldly, wanting to know where Luke is. The priest refuses to answer and yells not to be underestimated by a cursed one. Without patience, Hyde stomps on the man's mouth, silencing him with a very strong blow. He explains he's used to stabbing and cutting until he gets the answers he wants. With a dark face, he threatens to start cutting the parts that bleed least. The priest's eye widens in pure terror upon understanding what was going to happen to him. The scene changes to a dark cave where Helmet faces a new and powerful enemy. With his long hair back, he holds the sword and his dark aura gets stronger. It is explained to us that in the last lesson, the seed of darkness grew along with his power. And now the situation is similar, only his power has regenerated so much that it's hard to contain. He knows this is a temporary effect, but in this state he can finally face the man. And that man is Ludus Cicero, who appears imposingly with his armor and golden aura. Ludus is shocked and asks how the boy managed to survive that infernal place. Helmet then replies that Ludus didn't expect to lose to someone like him at that moment. The commander gets a furious look, unable to believe our protagonist's audacity. With a quick movement, Ludus launches a powerful golden energy cut in his direction. The attack explodes with full force on the ground, kicking up dust and breaking rocks around. But Ludus is scared to see that his blow didn't have the effect he expected, for Helmet advanced through the smoke, and now the two face each other with swords ready. Ludus yells with hatred, warning that it doesn't matter who he is. He won't leave there alive. The battle begins, and the auras of the two warriors explode with absurd force. Ludus warns it doesn't matter who he is because if he takes care of him, there will be no problems. But Helmet replies with a defiant look, saying that is, if he can manage it. The swords clash again, and Helmet's strength starts to push the commander. Ludus is shocked and wonders what kind of power the boy was using to be so strong. He manages to block one of the attacks, but Helmet's shadow sword keeps advancing. With a quick spin, our hero attacks again, showing all his skill. From afar, Luke Yeager watches the fight and is shocked by a move he recognizes. Helmet uses a sword technique so fast it creates multiple purple energy trails in the air. He faces his opponent with a serious look, showing he wasn't there to play. Surprised, Ludus asks who he learned that sword fighting style from. Helmet then raises his weapon and says his sword would be the only answer he'd give. Ludus's eye widens as if he had just recognized that technique. For an instant, the ghost image of a master swordsman appears behind Helmet. Ludus is in shock and says to himself that couldn't be true. Helmet warns that Darian might not have cared, but he has not the slightest intention of letting him live. With hatred, Ludus grips the hilt tightly, and his golden aura begins to shine intensely. His energy then explodes throughout the cave, preparing to use all his power. He yells that this is impossible, for he himself ambushed Darian and handed him to the temple. But Helmet just replies that if a demonstration doesn't convince him, there's nothing more to do. The fight restarts and the two advance, their swords clashing violently. With an agile movement, Helmet dodges the golden attack, grazing past the energy. Ludus then launches two enormous light cuts, flying at high speed against the hero. From afar, Luke Yeager watches everything, shocked by the level of that surreal battle. Our hero manages to defend himself, and the clash of blades creates sparks everywhere. In an instant, he ducks and passes under a blow, showing his speed. Then he blocks the commander's sword, and the two lock in a test of strength. Seizing the chance, Helmet steps on Ludus's foot to unbalance his opponent. He dodges again and stretches out his left hand as if to use some magic. Ludus responds with a gigantic energy cut that forces Helmet to retreat immediately. Helmet throws himself to the ground and slides with agility to dodge the blow by a hair. The clash of powers causes a gigantic explosion that illuminates the entire dark cave. The energy wave is so strong it throws Luke far away, even though he is distant. The scene shows us both warriors on their knees, recovering from the absurd impact. Helmet thinks that even in this state, victory isn't guaranteed, and he needs to be quick. Here, Ludus gets up with his golden aura, looking like a true god of battle. He speaks that now he understands why the divine swordsman chose him as successor. Our hero gives a slight smile as if liking that recognition. But Ludus warns that is exactly why he cannot and will not acknowledge him. He then releases more power and yells that the divine swordsman's legacy will be erased. Helmet just closes his eyes for a second, concentrating for the next phase of the fight. It is explained to us that Ludus created a world of his own, altering the landscape around them. Undaunted, the protagonist advances running, ready to fight on this new field. The commander gets a surprised look, seeing the boy's courage to attack head-on. With a mortal jump, Helmet passes over him, preparing a surprise aerial attack. The fight continues intensely, and their swords clash with absurd force. Ludus attacks with a serious look, giving no space for our hero to breathe. But Helmet manages to block the blow, and the two measure strength with crossed blades. He uses a smaller blade to defend himself, surprising the commander with his technique. With a quick movement, the hero pushes Ludus back, showing a new fighting style. The commander tries a side blow, but Helmet dodges with impressive agility. Ludus seems a bit breathless, feeling the pressure of that unpredictable battle. Confused, he asks what the boy is doing, for that is not Darian's style. Helmet explains that since he knew the style, He mixed in techniques he never saw. Revolted, Ludus yells that he inherited the best technique, but is using pathetic blows. Our hero just replies calmly, unmoved by the enemy's anger. He then says the owners of those styles were swordsmen far more worthy than him. Ludus gets thoughtful with the provocation and asks if he really believes that. Then, he calls him a fake and says unfortunately Hyde is a fraud too. And he yells that a true divine swordsman would never depend on the power of another coward. Our hero's purple aura explodes as he prepares to show his power. With a cold look, he regrets disappointing him, but warns that he is not Darian. Then he advances in the air, creating multiple images of himself to confuse his opponent. Ludus yells furiously, saying trying to fool him with illusions won't work. The commander stands still, observing the images with a look of pure mockery. With glowing eyes, he advances full force, ready to end the boy's farce. His blow hits the boot square on, but he realizes it was just a distraction. Suddenly, Helmet appears right behind him, and Ludus turns with his eye wide in fright. It is explained to us that strategy is a powerful weapon against stronger enemies, and the strategy works, for he lands a fatal blow, piercing Ludus's armor. The scene takes us to a flashback in a desert city long ago. There we see 3 boys running and playing with wooden swords, dreaming of being heroes. From a rooftop, 2 of them observed something important happening in the city. It was a knight ceremony with various soldiers lined up in a large courtyard. One of the knights was Darian, a man who stood out with his white hair and gentle look. The boy smiles with admiration, inspired by the image of that great divine swordsman. Time passes, and that boy is now a knight wearing his own armor. He becomes Darian's companion, fighting and riding alongside his great idol. In a battle, Darian faced several monsters simultaneously with absurd courage. With his sword in hand, he fought fiercely, protecting everyone with his power. The younger knight looked on shocked, unable to believe the intensity of that combat. In another scene, a person receives a mysterious black sword from a noble. We see Darian and Heinz at a ceremony, receiving recognition for their great deeds. The knight Heinz, with his beard and serious look, showed all his determination, and it is revealed that the young man was Ludus, asking for the honor to learn from the great Darian. We see Knight Heinz with a determined look, ready to make an oath. Darian questions him, saying it's not like him to act in such a strange way. But Heinz insists and begs for Darian's permission for very rigorous training. The divine swordsman looks at him sideways with a cold and very suspicious expression. With a resounding no, he refuses the request, leaving Heinz shocked by the direct answer. Darian explains that Ludus has qualities, but his technique would only be passed to his son. Indignant, Ludus yells that his own son couldn't handle the training and simply quit. Darian shoots a death glare and warns him to be careful not to cross the line. Embarrassed, Ludus apologizes and hears that he should focus only on his normal tasks. He hangs his head, a drop of sweat rolling down, full of frustration. The scene changes to a castle courtyard, a very calm place with a beautiful garden. Another knight approaches, calling for Sir Ludus, who was sitting alone there. The man asks for a moment of his attention, and Ludus turns to see what he wanted. Sword in hand, the knight prepares himself with a very determined expression. He then begins to train, showing his movements and great skill with the sword. Darian's gaze becomes fixed on the knight, analyzing every movement very carefully. The knight trains with all his might, showing impressive technique with the sword. He explains he learned everything just by watching and completed the rest alone. With that, he swears to dedicate his life to Darian and asks for a chance to prove his worth. But Darian calls him by name, Ludus Cicero, leaving the knight a bit surprised. Darian gets furious and asks if he was wasting time on this nonsense. Ludus is left without reaction and begins to sweat cold, afraid of his master's fury. Then Darian warns he will make it very clear since the first warning didn't work. He speaks that Ludus is unworthy to inherit his technique, and it's not for lack of talent. Then he yells for Ludus not to be conceited and that he should look at himself first. And to finish, he orders Ludus never to touch on that subject again. But Ludus whispers that it's not that, a tear running down his face. He just wanted to become a swordsman like him and prove his own worth. Back in the present, Ludus falls to the ground bleeding, remembering that painful day. Under the moonlight, Helmet faces Ludus, who is now on his knees, defeated and bleeding. With a bloodied mouth, Ludus confesses that Lord Darian was an arrogant and selfish man. Our hero thinks a bit and agrees he can't exactly deny that fact. Ludus explains he betrayed him out of resentment because Darian rejected him completely. Alone in the night, Helmet begins to understand what made his master change his mind. He then looks sideways at the commander and asks if he never regretted the betrayal. With a weak laugh, Ludus says he became obsessed with erasing all traces of Darian. But in the end, he admits with a bloodied hand that he couldn't overcome his attachment. He deduces that Darian is no longer in this world, and the boy confirms his suspicion. Almost without strength, Ludus asks if his master ever felt resentment towards him. Our hero's purple eye glows as he thinks about what he will answer now. Helmet just repeats that Darian never seemed to care about what happened to him. With a sad look, the commander just whispers that he finally understood the truth. Ludus asks his real name, and he replies that his name is Helmet. To finish, he says he will watch from the other side to see Helmet's choice in the future. Without hesitating, Helmet applies the final blow, and the commander's head flies with the force of the cut. With his face dirty with blood, he observes the scene with a cold look, without any regrets. While the head flies against the moon, he just thinks that now he will do whatever he wants. The commander of the knights falls from the skies, completely defeated after the battle. On the ground, Luke faces Hyde, who asks if he was the master's last disciple. Luke then recognizes him as Helmet, but the boy says to just call him Hyde. He feels ridiculous for having bragged the whole time about being the divine swordsman's grandson. With the fight resolved, Luke asks what Hyde plans to do from now on. Hyde says the captain betrayed his master, but no one will believe the truth. The boy gets thoughtful, trying to find a solution to this complicated situation. Then he has an idea and turns to Luke to explain his new plan. But suddenly the sound of an approaching horse interrupts their conversation. They look in the direction of the noise, wondering who could be coming there. Hyde has a hunch and thinks maybe things will work out in the end. Just then, an important man mounted on a horse appears in front of the pair. The man reveals he knew the captain came alone and wants to know what happened. A strong gust of wind blows through the canyon, creating a tense atmosphere. After hearing the story, the man finally seems to understand the whole situation that occurred. The noble stares at the destroyed armor on the ground and laments that things reached this point. Luke then asks how long he knew about the betrayal, and the noble explains it was only a suspicion. He apologizes to Luke for not telling him sooner, but the knight says it's no use anymore. With a sad look, Luke confesses he saw the captain as a father figure to him. The noble listens to the knight's outburst, maintaining a very serious and thoughtful expression. Here, he explains that a captain must be the center of the knights, someone everyone trusts. He continues his speech and says this applies even to people from the lineage Luke despises most. He then places his hand on the knight's shoulder and warns that this burden could one day be his. Shocked, Luke is speechless and asks if he wants him to become the new captain. But the noble mocks the idea, asking if he thinks he's crazy to do that. Luke gets totally embarrassed by the scolding while Hyde watches with a little smile on his face. He explains that Vice Captain Dasim will take over, as he was already an infiltrated spy. Even so, he encourages Luke, saying that if he proves his worth, one day he might assume the position. Luke remains silent, processing this new possibility opened up in his future. The plan is revealed where they will say they defeated the villains together, but without ever revealing Hyde's identity. Luke doesn't accept it, and asks if Hyde is okay with giving him half the credit. But Hyde says Luke's role is to stay in Basor, for Darien would want that too. He needs to live there as a swordsman who bows to no one, honoring his grandfather. Luke then accepts his destiny and promises he will strive to live up to it. Upon seeing that, Hyde gives a little smile, seeming satisfied with the knight's response. The noble comments that this was the most encouraging answer he's heard from Luke. Now he turns to Hyde and apologizes for dragging him into all this mess. He asks where the red scorpion is, and Luke warns it's not very far from there. The noble starts putting the pieces together, citing the monster, the fight, and the final confrontation. Hyde wonders in silence if anyone will really believe such a full-of-holes story. But the noble understands the original plan, which was to use a rescue to lure Luke to his death. If he miraculously survived, Ludus would kill him, and they would emerge as heroes. Then, they would reveal Luke's identity to gain popular support for the knights. Luke is impressed by the deduction, and Hyde is relieved he believed the story. Then the noble proposes his idea, saying for them to simply reuse that same plan. Hyde and Luke hear the proposal, seeming a bit uncertain about what to do now. The story will be that the knights fought, but only Luke, the hero, killed the beast and saved the kingdom. The noble then asks ironically if that doesn't sound like a great story for everyone. Luke finds it a bit cruel to the dead man, but understands it's the only way to resolve it. He agrees to follow the plan, and the noble asks Hyde to take them to the monster's body. But before that, Luke interrupts and suggests they bury the captain's body right there. The noble wants to know the reason, since words alone won't convince the people of the lie. Here, the knight holds up 2 fingers and says he has 2 good reasons for doing so. The first is that the cuts on the body are from a sword, which would raise many suspicions. The second is that, even without proof, this would give the knight something concrete to believe. He guarantees firmly that he himself will take charge of making everyone believe. Impressed, the noble observes the young knight's new attitude, seeing a different shine. He even asks if Luke is really the divine swordsman's grandson, leaving the boy confused. But the noble disguises it and says it's nothing, agreeing to follow his suggestion. Now Knight Luke Yeager is reborn, with a new purpose and a future ahead. Hyde watches Luke from afar as the first sun rays begin to appear on the horizon. With the dawn, a new phase begins for everyone involved in this great confusion. He then apologizes to Darien, for now he no longer sees his grandfather's shadow in Luke. The scene changes to the middle of the desert, where the group arrives to execute the final part of the plan. They come across the giant carcass of the red scorpion lying in the desert sand. The noble then faces the creature, confirming that that is the monster that was defeated. He soon asks where the priest's body is, and they warn it's buried nearby. The noble questions the state of his face, but Hyde explains he had some things to ask. His plan was to use the body as leverage, but now the temple will have an excuse to refuse. Then, he changes the subject and asks if they are going to split the hunt prize money. Luke says no because Hyde helped him, and he admits he wasn't the one who killed the beast. Besides, he explains there is something much more important than money at stake now. The noble listens attentively and seems to understand the young knight's new mindset, so he congratulates Hyde, joking that the boy became a rich man overnight. He warns he's going to call his men and asks the two to wait there for a while. As soon as they move away, Hyde runs to the carcass to check something important. As expected, he confirms the core isn't there anymore, for another monster must have taken it. It is explained that monsters do this to consume each other's power and get stronger. It is explained to us that the monster that ate the core will one day become a new threat. Hyde then sits on the beast's carcass, taking the opportunity to rest a bit after everything. Meanwhile, Luke stares at the horizon, aware of the difficult path he has ahead. The scene cuts to a funeral where the captain's sword is carried with much honor. A large procession of knights accompanies the coffin, paying their last respects. A ceremony happens in a public square, with a crowd gathered to watch. The noble begins the speech, saying they were saved but lost Commander Ludus. He recalls that they also said goodbye to the divine swordsman, leaving the people emotional. The noble says it is a tragedy, but they need to carry on the will of those who are gone. That will is now passed on to Malvis, who becomes the new captain of the knights. And then, to general surprise, the noble calls out loud for the name of Luke Yeager. In the middle of the troop, the youth faces the stage with a serious and very determined look. He starts walking forward, passing by all the lined-up knights. The crowd begins to whisper among themselves, curious to know who that young man is. But Luke is unshaken and continues walking with his face full of confidence. He takes a deep breath, holding the sword handle very firmly. The crowd is in shock, not understanding what is happening there on stage. Eyes closed, Luke concentrates, gathering all his inner strength. He remembers how he denied his grandfather, but that helmet made him see the truth. Now he understands that the two parts of him form who he really is. At that moment, an immense golden aura explodes from his body with full power. The knight emerges renewed, showing everyone his true and immense strength. The people are amazed and speechless upon feeling that golden energy. The noble then reveals the name he should have, Luke Depert, the son of Darian. One of the nobles in the audience is shocked and asks what he just said. The man explains that Luke returned and saved everyone from the Red Scorpion crisis. The people get emotional hearing the story, looking at the hero with great admiration. Fist clenched, he yells that the hero's will was passed on to protect us. The crowd goes wild and yells the new hero of Basor's name with euphoria. In the middle of the crowd, Hyde watches everything with a little victorious smile on his face, but the noble from before stands up furious, pointing indignantly at the stage. The noble warns that Luke's problems have just begun, and the boy already feels his brother's gaze, but he is unshaken by the pressure and replies that he will handle whatever comes ahead. The scene then changes to the city square sometime after the whole ceremony ended. We see Hyde preparing for his departure, arranging luggage on his horse. Luke asks him to stay a little longer, but Hyde says he has other matters to resolve. The knight gets a slightly sad expression, but seems to understand his friend's decision. Hyde then says he considers Luke a brother since they had the same master. With a smile, Luke promises that if he needs to, he will drop everything to go help him. But Hyde jokes he hopes that doesn't happen, leaving Luke irritated with the teasing. Just then, the noble approaches them and asks if Hyde received the prize money. He invites the boy to return one day and have a reception worthy of a champion. Hyde says he will consider it, but complains that Basor is too hot and tiring for him, and so the boy departs on his journey, riding alone out of the city gates. Watching him go, the noble comments that Luke will be alone, and he agrees with a heavy heart. Now the young hero faces his future, reflecting on his new role in Basor. Luke is shocked, and the noble laughs, saying his innocent face suits him very well. He reveals he recognized the master's swordsmanship because, unlike his brother, he idolized the hero. The knight is left without reaction, shocked to realize his great secret was discovered. But the noble calms him down and says he won't spread rumors so as not to ruin their friendship. Looking at the horizon, he hopes that next time, Hyde will tell him his real name. The scene changes suddenly, taking us to the buildings of a very luxurious academy. In a quick flashback, Robert is shocked to see Helmet leaving home with a bag. We are shown that the servant gave him only a small gold coin before his departure. The incidents in Basor come to an end, and the day of the academy reopening finally arrives. Inside the place, sunlight illuminates the corridors, creating an atmosphere of expectation. We see young Alia walking through the hall with a slight smile on his face as he walks. Suddenly, he stops upon spotting a purple-haired boy moving away in the corridor. His eyes widen in surprise, for he recognizes that person immediately. It's none other than Helmet walking calmly toward one of the doors. Alia blushes, completely speechless at seeing the guy again after so long. He yells, calling for Helmet, complaining that he should have used the bracelet to notify him. But the person who turns around is a different Helmet, one with tanned skin who calls him by name. Alia is completely paralyzed, not understanding what is happening right in front of him. He screams of surprise, shocked at how tanned the boy got after the trip. Another green-haired colleague approaches, still confused by the boy's new appearance. Helmet faces him with his new tanned skin, with a very calm and serene expression. The boy asks what happened, and Helmet explains it was disguise magic. We are shown how the magic worked, and the colleague says the new visual looked cool. Alia arrives with the bags, and the boy complains that Helmet got even taller. He asks about Asuka, and Helmet warns that he's been training non-stop since returning. Just then, Alia hands over the things and complains that he had to pack everything for him. The colleague gives the good news that Helmet will now have his own room, but Alia tells him to mind his business, and the boy asks if his conscience is heavy. Alia releases a dark aura, and the colleague apologizes, afraid of being attacked. Then he says goodbye to the two and leaves, waving as he exits the corridor. Now alone, the two stay silent, staring at each other for a brief moment. Helmet then breaks the silence and asks how Alia feels about the novelty. He wants to know if Alia is relieved, now that he will have his own room. But Helmet says he never felt relieved, since the new room is right across from his. Helmet finds the question strange, and Alia yells nervously, saying he can ask yes. Here he explains that having his own room has disadvantages, for he won't be able to take advantage of Alia anymore. Helmet gets irritated and leaves, but Alia offers help to clean his room just this once. He then stops halfway and turns to say one more little thing to his colleague. Alia reminds him of the promise he made that he would grant any request he wanted. Helmet confirms he remembers, and Alia warns he will call in that favor very soon. He says Helmet will find out soon and reminds him that his room is right across from his. Before leaving, Helmet calls him by name with a more serious expression on his face. The boy then wishes that they do their best in this new semester starting. Alia agrees with a yeah and tells Helmet to also do his best at the academy. As soon as he leaves, Alia leans against the door, covering his face, completely embarrassed. He keeps wondering what he is doing, totally lost in his own feelings. The scene then takes us back to the academy building, where classes are about to restart. In his room, Helmet finishes unpacking and thinks about going to train a little, but suddenly he hears a strange noise coming from outside his door. Helmet remembers Asuka and wonders if his friend is still on the training field. He then opens the door, finding it strange not to have seen him since returning to the academy. But suddenly, a staff destroys a training dummy, passing inches from his face. A girl runs in his direction, apologizing profusely for the accident that almost happened. She gets all embarrassed seeing who it is and stammers Helmet's name, surprised by the visit. The boy recognizes her instantly and replies calmly, calling the girl Charlotte. Just then, Asuka yells at her, but the girl complains he is training as if wanting to kill her. The blue-haired guy appears right behind and asks where Helmet has been all this time. He also comments that Helmet is taller and tanned, making the friend a bit embarrassed. Asuka asks if only they are there, and Charlotte says the others came but soon left. She then thinks maybe they didn't leave, but rather couldn't even get in to train. The girl warns she's been at it for 4 hours, and Asuka takes the chance to challenge Helmet to a training session. With a smile, he warns he hasn't been idle and proposes the loser pay for the next meal. But Charlotte interrupts the conversation, saying she promised to fight Helmet first. Asuka calls her noisy, and the girl gets revolted, questioning what he just said. Seeing the mess, Helmet smiles and feels he has finally returned to his real place. He then agrees to fight once, since he owes the two friends a favor. Actually, he grips the weapon firmly, for he also wanted to test his new strength. With that, he releases his dark aura and proposes a 2-on-1 fight to finish quickly. The pair is shocked by the ridiculous energy and wonders what he did on vacation. Helmet faces the two from afar, totally ready for the combat about to begin. The scene then cuts, showing us the academy building after the big fight. Night arrives, bringing a full moon, which illuminates the sky over the academic city. Inside one of the buildings, the corridors are empty and silent under the moonlight. In the middle of the corridor, Alia waits in the shadows with a serious and very determined look. Then, Helmet finally appears, and the two meet in the silent corridor of the academy. Helmet is the one who breaks the silence and asks if they can finally leave. With a firm look, Alia faces his friend, confirming he's ready for their mission. He answers yes, and the scene shows us a bustling city at night. Walking down the street, Alia suggests some restaurants, like one that has a menu for swordsmen, but Helmet says Alia can choose, since he is the one paying the bill at the end. The boy confesses he doesn't know what they serve there, so Helmet suggests another one he already knows. Then they head to the place, but Helmet wonders why he brought up that subject. The pair enters the fancy restaurant, a place with chandeliers and very nice decoration. He hands the menu to Alia, and even recommends one of the shrimp dishes he likes, but Alia notices he's distracted, and Helmet comments things are too quiet. The boy finally notes no one is following him, and Helmet says it was about time he noticed. He asks the reason, and Alia guesses maybe it's his aura that decreased a little. But Helmet reveals he learned to suppress his mana to avoid attracting people's attention. He complains it's almost a joke how hard it is for him to become a common person. Alia becomes thoughtful with the revelation, and agrees that being common is not easy at all. The youth then faces his friend, processing that very surprising information. Then he breaks the silence and asks if Helmet has nothing else to say to him. Alia wants to know the reason for the meeting, but Helmet says actually there isn't one. He explains he earned some money and wanted to pay for dinner as a way of thanks. The boy stays silent for an instant, just processing the answer he just heard. Then Alia says he isn't surprised, and Helmet asks what he meant by that. He explains people usually want something, but knows Helmet isn't self-interested. If he were that type of person, Alia wouldn't even have agreed to go out with him to begin with. That's why he gets curious and asks why Helmet bothered to accompany him. Helmet finds the question silly, so Alia just tells him to choose a dish quickly because he's hungry. The boy turns his face aside, getting a little embarrassed after that conversation. In his thoughts, Helmet questions if it's strange to do things without having a reason. He thinks he wouldn't do this with others and wonders what is different about Alia, but suddenly a female voice interrupts dinner, saying it's a coincidence. A blonde girl approaches the table and greets Helmet, saying it's been a while since she saw him. With a malicious smile, she says he managed to get even more handsome since last time. Helmet faces the girl, seeming not at all happy with that unexpected interruption at dinner. Helmet asks who the girl is, who is shocked that he doesn't remember her again. Alia asks the senior not to intrude, but she provokes him, saying he remains the same. Another girl introduces herself as Sophia and praises Helmet, saying he is very handsome. Then Teresa suggests the group dine together to make the atmosphere a bit more lively. Alia politely asks them to leave, but the girl insists and even offers to pay the bill. He gets irritated with the persistence and tells Helmet to simply ignore their conversation. Helmet says he prefers not to be disturbed and asks them to eat at another table. The senior is shocked by the dismissal, unable to believe what she just heard from the boy. She says he is embarrassed by Alia and that a true friend would understand. But Helmet states that what he wants is to dine and asks them to leave at once. The girl gets a red face, totally irritated at having been rejected like that. She calls him clueless and says he should accept a senior's kindness, and she complains that the two live together, which might end up generating some rumors. With this, Alia loses patience and slams his hand hard on the restaurant table. He releases a dark aura and asks if he will have to expel her by force from the place. Furious, the girl releases a fire aura and warns she will teach him to respect seniors. But suddenly, a giant, very serious man appears to interrupt the fight. He approaches the table with crossed arms, leaving the two totally without reaction. The man then asks excuse me and warns them to take the fight outside. The pair stays quiet, without the courage to respond after that unexpected scolding. The scene cuts, and a very fancy plate of food is served at their table. While eating, Alia comments the waiter looked like a former fencing student. He then faces Helmet and says the friend changed a bit since returning. Helmet eats a piece of meat and replies that he didn't even notice that change. Alia says it was a compliment and tells him to deal like that with strange people in the future. The boy then continues eating, seeming a bit embarrassed by the compliment. At night, Helmet thinks that for some reason the food was much better than last time. Helmet doesn't understand his feelings, but one of the Academy's biggest events approaches. Just then, a red-haired colleague approaches and says he has a unique favor to ask. He asks for help at his stall during the festival, leaving Helmet not excited about the idea. With a bored face, Helmet just repeats the word festival, already imagining the work. In a festive mood, students raise their mugs and toast with much animation. It is explained to us that the Academy Festival is one of the few interaction events between courses. In the meantime, Helmet is approached by a colleague who adjusts his clothes with a request. The red-haired guy explains their stall needs Helmet as the final piece of the team. He bows and implores, saying the team will only be complete when Helmet joins. The colleague then yells that Helmet's function will be to be the pretty face of the stall, obviously. He continues the chat, saying he heard rumors that Helmet dismissed senior Teresa. It happens that Teresa is the most popular girl, and having rejected her made him a celebrity. With him on the team, their stall will surely be the most popular, attracting many people. But suddenly, Asuka approaches from behind, wanting to know what is happening there. The red-haired guy then apologizes to Asuka for giving his spot to Helmet. Then, Asuka gets a dark look and grabs the colleague, releasing a threatening aura. He throws the boy to the ground and yells, asking if he thinks it's funny to gossip about him. Asuka then turns and asks if Helmet will really help the group of troublemakers. Helmet replies he hasn't decided yet, as his training always comes first. Indignant, the boy yells at Asuka, wanting to know why he acts as his spokesperson. Students argue in the corridor, but one of them tells everyone to shut up because the instructor is coming. In front of the class, the instructor warns that the Academy Festival will begin next week. He also informs that after the event, there will be tests and a special training task. At the end of the semester, a final exam and also a selection tournament will happen, surprising everyone. One student then raises his hand to ask, but the instructor asks him to wait for the end of the explanation. Helmet gets thoughtful, wondering what this combined fencing competition would be. The instructor explains the tournament will be a joint event with 2 other academies from Baden. The selection will choose 4 representatives, and a student comments it's strange the temple permitted it. Helmet asks why the temple would prohibit it, and the colleague says mages don't believe in gods. Another student asks them to speak quieter, as not everyone there is an atheist. The colleague explains that the temple's relationship with other kingdoms is tense. That's why they allowed the event. Hearing all that conversation, Helmut stays silent, just processing the important information. The instructor claps hands to call attention, saying the notices are over and it's time to train. But he remembers something and warns that the High Priest of Lumen might visit the academy. The news catches Helmut totally by surprise, leaving him with a very worried look. Helmut grumbles, wondering what priests would be doing at a cadet festival. It is revealed that High Priest Nardolos's will was to eliminate the Divine Swordsman. He remembers that the priest he faced recognized his seat of darkness instantly. Now he is worried because if found again, he will surely be discovered. With a serious expression, he seems to have found a solution to his problem. Then he turns to the red-haired boy with a new decision in mind. The colleague understands nothing, totally confused by the sudden change in attitude. The scene changes to late afternoon, with the orange sky covering the academy courtyard. Elsewhere, young Alia knocks on the door and calls for the academy rector. The rector invites him in, saying he heard he had something to deliver, but he explains the gift isn't his, but rather from a man named Heike. He then places a little box on the table, saying it's for Alia to enjoy the festival. Alia takes the gift but continues with a flea behind his ear, quite suspicious. He even asks if it has poison, but the rector guarantees he already checked and everything is fine. Even so, the boy continues thoughtful, reflecting on the intentions of that gift. The rector reminds Alia that he came to the academy precisely to escape the temple's gaze. Upon opening the box, he finds a golden bracelet and a note along with the gift. In the note, Heike praises his grades and says he made the item for him to enjoy the festival. The letter explains it's a magic bracelet that gives temporary and undetectable transformation. Alia then sighs relieved, for it seems now he has a chance to survive.
He prepares to leave, saying he already got what he needed and goes away.
But the rector calls him with a serious expression, asking the boy to be careful. With a firm look, Alia listens to the warning but shows no type of fear. The rector tries to disguise worry, but his face gives away he's quite tense. Just then, the boy turns and affirms with conviction that the temple will never take anything from him again. The rector then agrees in thought, wishing that this never happens again in his life. The Academy Festival finally begins, with huge crowds walking among the stalls. At the group's stall, the shaved ice desserts look delicious and are a big hit. The red-haired boy shouts an order, complaining he's going to die from overwork. A girl scolds his attitude, but he gets irritated and tells the customers to just eat quickly. Even with the stress, he smiles satisfied. At this pace, their shop will be number one. He admits the food is good, but says the real reason for their success is something else. The scene focuses on several girls whispering and blushing as they look at the stall. We then see Helmut taking orders, asking in his serious way what they want. His face shines with a floral aura, enchanting every female customer who approaches. The girls comment that he is the student who rejected Teresa, and that his nobility is visible. The red-haired colleague brags about his vision, but another says it was lucky Helmut accepted. The gray-haired boy becomes thoughtful, wondering why Helmut agreed to participate. Meanwhile, Helmut just takes orders, focused on the work he needs to do. He observes the crowd and thinks that with so many people, his presence won't be noticed. With so many mixed auras, he believes not even the high priest could find him there. Even with everything planned, Helmut thinks there's no guarantee things will work out. The shift ends and a colleague thanks everyone for their hard work, letting the group go. Just then, Asuka appears and asks if his shift is finally over, complaining about the shop. The red-haired boy offers free food, saying they gave it to the whole department, but Asuka refuses because he doesn't like cold food and calls Helmut to go somewhere. With a smile, he says that at a festival, they can't miss the men's games. He points enthusiastically to a shooting gallery stall, showing an example of fun. Without any difficulty, Helmut hits the dart right in the center of the target with total precision. Afterward, he wins at a dice game, leaving the stall owner's jaw dropped. To top it off, he also wins the mug stacking competition, surprising Asuka. Asuka then slams the table in frustration at his friend's skill. He yells, asking indignantly if there is anything Helmut doesn't know how to do. Helmut notes it was a compliment, but Asuka gets embarrassed and yells no. Other colleagues arrive, and one suggests Asuka avoid competitions requiring physical strength, but the red-haired boy says there is a category that favors him, making Asuka curious. A girl announces the Academy Miss Contest, explaining only men dressed as women can participate. The red-haired colleague points to her, showing this is the perfect competition for Asuka. But Asuka gets irritated with the joke and grabs his friend, showing he didn't like the idea at all. He throws the boy on the ground, yelling that they made him work and now want him to dress as a woman. A friend tries to convince him, saying the prize is 3,000 marks and he would win easily. The amount of money leaves Asuka in shock, making him rethink the proposal instantly. He stays silent for a moment, seriously considering the chance to take that cash. Decided, he slams his hand on the table, ready to sign up for the contest. He warns that if he doesn't win, his friend dies, but it was too late. He had already signed. Helmut watches Asuka walk away, still carrying the teddy bear he won earlier. He thinks he still hasn't seen the priest, but knows he can't lower his guard at all. Asuka turns around and yells to Helmet, saying it's now his turn to sign up. He holds out the registration form towards Helmet, waiting for him to take the paper. But when he looks, Helmet has simply vanished into the crowd without a trace. The whole group is left open-mouthed, unable to believe he disappeared so fast. Asuka despairs, yelling it's not fair, and tries to cancel his registration, but it's too late. The scene changes, showing the late afternoon sky over the academy buildings. Far from the confusion, Helmet thinks it's better to lay low and blends into the crowd. He continues walking through the festival grounds, still carrying the teddy bear he won. Passing a building, he notices the lights are off, concluding Alia must be in the library. He looks at the teddy bear, wondering what to do with the prize he just won. Then he decides to give the bear to Alia, since the boys' pajamas have a bear print. But suddenly, hurried footsteps come running in his direction down the dark corridor. Unable to dodge, he ends up crashing into the person, who loses their balance instantly. On reflex, he quickly covers the person's mouth to prevent them from screaming. He holds them up so they don't fall and tells them to be careful, but the person just asks to be let go. Then, he looks closer at the person's face and his eyes widen in surprise. The person was actually Alia, whose magical disguise was undone by the collision. Helmet is completely stunned, staring at that familiar face in total confusion. Back at the dormitory, Alia is in pajamas, reading a book peacefully in his room. He hears the noise outside and realizes the Academy Festival started today. Then, he looks at the gift he received, thinking about what he should do next. He didn't want to go, but meeting the priest on the way to the library would be a problem. So he decides to put on the bracelet, preparing to use the magical disguise. But he finds it strange as he looks at his body and it seems nothing happened to him. Suddenly, a very strong purple light explodes from the bracelet, enveloping his entire body. He gets totally scared, not understanding what is happening with that magic. The glow is so intense it can be seen even from outside the building. When the light disappears, dense smoke takes over the room, hiding the result. He curses Heike, knowing people don't change and trusting him was a mistake. The bracelet wasn't a disguise, but a complete gender transformation. He looks in the mirror and is shocked, seeing he now has the appearance of a girl. With his face entirely red, he screams in his thoughts, calling Heike crazy. To make matters worse, the bracelet breaks and falls to the floor, making the magic permanent. She looks in the mirror, seeing the magic wasn't undone even with the broken bracelet. At least her mana control is normal, but she knows she can't go out like this. Revolted, she wonders when the spell will end and curses Heike for not warning her. A sigh of pure frustration escapes, showing her patience is at its limit. She then decides to go to the library right now to find a way to reverse this. But first, she resolves to change clothes, remembering she grabbed women's clothes by mistake. Now with the disguise, she believes no one will recognize her, provided she doesn't meet him. It turns out fate is very treacherous, and he was right there in front of her. She gets all blushed and desperate, wondering why it had to be him exactly. Helmet remains standing with a confused expression, not understanding the girl's reaction. In a panic, she tries to stay calm and think of a good excuse to leave that situation. Just then, his hand slips unintentionally and ends up touching her body lightly. He then asks if she is going to the festival, and warns that she is already late. The unexpected question leaves her totally in shock, not knowing how to react to that. She asks herself if it's serious, but answers that the main event hasn't started yet. She panics, wondering if it's possible he didn't recognize her. Helmet, for his part, stares at her with a calm look, showing no reaction. Then she invents the excuse that she only left because the room was getting boring. He then extends his hand and invites her to walk with him, since he can show her good places. The girl gets completely awkward and flushed, stammering when asking if it's really with him. His extended hand makes her heart race, not knowing how to react to the invitation. With much shame, she ends up stammering and saying she accepts his offer. He then takes her hand and pulls her gently to start the walk through the festival. In her thoughts, she realizes that beside him, the burden of her identity disappears, and wonders exactly what about him makes her feel so different and lighter. The two walk together through the night, enjoying the illuminated atmosphere of the event. They stop at a shooting stall, and she decides to test her aim again. But while Helmet hits the target, she misses everything and gets very angry with the result. To calm down, she takes a sweet skewer and eats, face still blushing. And so, the two continue walking together through the night, enjoying the festival foods. Helmet looks to the side in his serious way while the girl next to him seems quite embarrassed. They continue walking together through the festival, passing through the crowd of students. But from afar, Sophia and Teresa spot the couple, surprised by the unexpected scene. Sophia asks if that is really Helmet, and who the unknown girl with him could be. The veteran Teresa gets a furious look, releasing an aura of pure jealousy and anger. Gossip spreads, and everyone wonders if the mysterious girl is his secret girlfriend. Teresa grinds her teeth, thinking she was rejected precisely because of that girl. Outraged, Teresa starts walking toward them, ignoring her friend's worried calls. She opens a sinister smile, saying she will see her new rival's face up close. Alia holds the teddy bear she won, with a distant and somewhat thoughtful look. Helmet calls her, stating there is already a place for them to sit at the venue. He offers to hold the bear if it's heavy, but she refuses, saying it's fine. To disguise it, she asks why he was walking alone and where his friends are. He explains they are getting ready and invites her to wait for the contest with him there. She gets desperate. She followed him without thinking and now doesn't know how to leave. Luckily, he seems not to have noticed anything, but she fears someone might recognize them. In the worst case scenario, she thinks even the high priest could find her. But suddenly a hand slams hard on the table, interrupting the mood between them. It was Teresa, appearing out of nowhere and stopping right in front of the two, jealous. She asks who the girl is, acting hurt because he isn't paying attention to her. Helmut just stares at the situation with his typical look of someone understanding nothing. Tension rises at the table, with the veteran leaning in to intimidate the new girl. But Alia isn't shaken and accuses the veteran of being rude and very cheeky. The response leaves Teresa with a furious look, ready to attack. Teresa approaches with an air of mockery, asking if the girl studies at the academy. With a fake smile, she asks directly what her relationship with Helmut is, but Alia responds that she reminds her of someone she hates, leaving the veteran irritated. Teresa turns to Helmut and demands he answer if that is his girlfriend. To everyone's surprise, he confirms, saying she is his girlfriend, and asks Teresa to leave. The declaration leaves the girl completely in shock, face totally red with shame. Hearing the confirmation, Teresa's face contorts in pure rage and extreme jealousy. She then humiliates the girl, saying the cheap teddy bear matches a commoner like her. With a red aura in her hand, the veteran asks if she can take a look at the bear. The energy starts crushing the gift, leaving Alia in a panic at the cruel scene. Then, Alia's eye shines an intense purple color, releasing a dark and frightening power. A mana explosion happens, throwing everyone away with the force of the impact. Amid the confusion, Helmut just observes the scene with his typical calculating look. Teresa is in shock, unable to believe the amount of power she felt coming from the girl. Wrapped in her purple aura, Alia now stares at her rival with a look of pure fury. Surprised, Teresa asks what she is doing, realizing the girl is also a mage. Then a staff member appears and orders the two to fight outside, making Teresa more irritated. Her friend tries to hold her back, but the veteran screams that she made a big mistake confronting her. Seeing the confusion, Helmut grabs a wooden handle lying on the ground. He releases an absurd wave of power, throwing everyone back and breaking up the fight. The two girls are left jaw-dropped, completely shocked by his demonstration of strength. With a dark aura, he warns Teresa to stop getting involved with him from now on. The threat leaves the veteran afraid, as he warns next time it won't be just words. Defeated, she grinds her teeth in anger and leaves, supported by her friend. After the fight, the two remain standing amid the mess under the starry festival sky. Alia then sighs in relief, dropping the damaged teddy bear to the ground out of exhaustion. Using her magic, she apologizes and starts fixing the mess the fight caused. She thinks it was careless. If Helmut hadn't acted, everything could have gotten worse. He then says she didn't need to go that far, but it was time to stand firm. With a smile, she thanks him for getting angry on her behalf in that situation. Helmut stares at her seriously, ready to finally clear up a doubt in his mind. He then calls her by name, Alia, revealing he already knew the whole truth all along. The girl is completely shocked, unable to believe he actually recognized her. Without wasting time, he grabs her by the arm and drags her to a more private place. He presses her against the wall, ready to have a serious conversation right there. Desperate, she asks how long he knew it was her, totally in a panic. He replies that he knew from the moment he first saw her in the corridor. She gets even redder, panicking at the thought that he knows she is a boy. But he asks if she wasn't preparing for the academy cross-dressing contest. The answer leaves her speechless, completely frozen with the shame she is feeling. He gets so embarrassed he can barely speak, shrinking from the whole situation. Face on fire, he can only feel the shame taking over his body. The scene changes and night falls, with the excited audience awaiting the festival's main event. The presenter announces that the Academy Miss Contest is about to begin. Far away, two colleagues wonder if Asuka is getting ready properly for the contest. In a memory, his sister uses him as a guinea pig, but the result turns out quite weird. Back in the present, one colleague warns they finally arrived for the contest, but when they look, they are jaw-dropped and totally shocked by Asuka's appearance. The crowd gathers in front of the stage while Helmut and Alia arrive to watch the contest. She comments there are many more people than expected and wonders the reason for the crowd. Helmut asks if she managed to resolve things with the event organizers. She says she invented an excuse, but still thinks it's better to cancel her registration. With a serious tone, she warns him not to tell anyone that she is Alia in disguise. Face blushing, she says just him knowing the truth is already more than enough. Helmut stares at her silently for an instant, with his typical serene and calculating look. Suddenly, bright light shines on stage, and he advises that the event is finally going to start. The presenter welcomes everyone, initiating the annual Greta Academy Miss Contest. He warns he's not responsible for identity crises and calls the first participant. The first candidate gets on stage, parading in a very flashy and elegant red dress. The male audience goes wild instantly, everyone blushing and screaming for her. But close up, we see the candidate is Asuka, with very exaggerated and bizarre makeup. His appearance leaves everyone shocked, with the audience and the couple completely unresponsive. She asks if she should have fun with this, but Helmut says she doesn't need to force herself. The presenter gets excited, saying this is the true purpose of the Miss contest. Then, the second competitor gets on stage, leaving the audience open-mouthed with her beauty. Her blue hair and delicate face shine under the lights, enchanting all the guys. The crowd goes delirious instantly, screaming and applauding the new candidate. Even Helmut and Alia get surprised, observing the competitor with great attention. But her body is totally muscular and ripped, breaking all expectations. The audience gets completely horrified, making faces of pure disgust and despair. The presenter, embarrassed, asks if she has any special charm to show the public. She questions the reason for the question, but he says it's in the script and tells her to deal with it. After thinking a bit, she stares at the audience with a serious and determined expression. She then pulls a sword, showing her talent is a little different from the others. The public panics, everyone covering their eyes, afraid of what will happen. With a quick strike, she cuts Asuka's dress, which tears into several pieces. The clothes fall apart on stage, revealing Asuka's muscular body for everyone to see. With a smile, she turns and asks if that was charming enough for them. The audience revolts at the mess and starts throwing things on stage non-stop. Alia gets disgusted with that zone, wondering why people are throwing things. Helmut comments it would have been unfair if she had competed against those guys. The unexpected comment catches her by surprise, leaving the girl a bit embarrassed. She gets all nervous and jumps a little, making him ask what happened. Face red, she complains, saying he speaks things with too much naturalness. But Helmut continues with his calm way, not understanding the reason for so much nervousness. Meanwhile, on stage, the competition turns into a generalized fight between the candidates. It is revealed to us that, in the end, the unexpected winner was cute Xian. The scene changes to night, showing the festival finally reached its end. After all the confusion, Alia waits alone on a street looking thoughtful. Then, Helmut approaches and asks her how Asuka is now. She responds that he was twisting Dino's head, acting quite normally. He says he enjoyed the festival, and now he's going to the library to study a bit. So, he says goodbye, stating their paths separate right here. She stares at him with a blushing face, while he observes her with his typical serene look. With a little shame, she calls him to try starting an important conversation. But Helmut interrupts her, appearing surprised and a little scared about something. His eye shines, and he perceives a powerful presence approaching them very quickly. Without thinking twice, he grabs her arm and runs off, pulling her away. The girl is totally unresponsive, not understanding the reason for all that haste. Then, he hides her in a dark alley so no one can find the two there. It's revealed that the high priest and his followers were passing right near them. The unexpected arrival of the priest makes it clear that the situation became very dangerous. Helmut finds it strange, wondering if his divine power diminished so much outside battle. The group of priests continues on their way without noticing the presence of the two. Hidden, the two remain silent, waiting for the danger to finally pass completely. He then apologizes for dragging her, explaining he didn't want to meet the priests. She agrees, and says she also didn't want to see them, showing the same feeling. Then she remembers she had a favor to ask, like she had said to him before. Face blushing, she asks him to accompany her to a very special place. The night falls over Greta Academy, with its lights on and peaceful movement in the courtyard. Firm footsteps echo through the corridor, announcing the arrival of important and unexpected visitors. Then the door opens, and High Priest McKean arrives with his guards, asking permission to enter. The Academy director receives him and invites the priest to sit down and have tea. Already seated, McKean thanks for the reception, but says he feels like an unwelcome guest. He comments that he walked through the festival streets and noticed there are many individuals of faith there. With that, the director explains that mages study nature and therefore end up becoming theists. The priest gives a subtle smile and comments that he perceives certain things never change. Then, the director speaks that he heard the temple is in a difficult position lately. He gets tense with the conversation and asks directly if the priest is referring to the academy. The priest says the academy is vast, a perfect place to hide a few little things. Irritated by the insinuation, the director demands to know exactly what he means by that. McKean remains calm and advises that he has no intention of snooping on the academy's secrets. The director faces the situation, realizing that is clear blackmail veiled by the priest. He replies with irony, saying that is the temple's way of making friends nowadays. The director gets suspicious and asks what kind of favor he came to ask right now. With a smirk, the priest prepares to reveal his true intentions at the academy. The night follows starring, but a silent tension hangs in the air after that unexpected visit. Already leaving, McKean thinks about how proud mages are, barely knowing what awaits them. He reflects that he didn't leave empty-handed, because he has information he didn't tell the director. Passing through the streets, he felt demonic energy, but decided to keep this card up his sleeve. This is the piece he needed to keep Greta Academy right in the palm of his hand. The scene switches to students training, with the sound of wooden swords hitting in the courtyard. Then, Asuka approaches Helmut and asks again who he was with at the festival. Helmut tries to deflect, answering it was just a person he didn't know very well. But Asuka doesn't swallow the lie and yells for him to just tell who the girl was. We see Alia asked for secrecy, and Helmut thinks this will cause a big misunderstanding. To escape the subject, he asks if Asuka already decided what he will do in field training. Cyan appears and says they are going to collect spirits, and then Asuka asks who Helmut is going with. He answers he is going with Alia, and Asuka complains that the best students always pair up. Helmut says Alia wouldn't do anything reckless, and Asuka responds that the two seem very close. He stays silent, remembering the conversation he had with the girl a while ago. In a flashback, Alia calls him to a corner and says there is a place she would like to go with him. She then asks, face a bit blushing, for his help with the field task. Back in the present, Alia explains that the place they are going is the Great Mage Lawphone's dungeon. Helmut is confused by what she said and asks what exactly a dungeon is. As they walk through the forest, she explains it's a hobby for mages to hide their research. With an ambitious look, she says, Lawphone's research has a value that can't even be measured. Helmut asks if they are going to steal the results, but she says it's a qualification test. He then questions what his role would be since he doesn't understand magic very well. Alia says she will handle the traps, but that these places are made for large groups. Usually dozens or even hundreds of mages gather to manage to conquer a dungeon. She asks if he can handle the work of 100 people, and says each will do for 50. With that, she praises him, saying it's better to count on him than leak the secret. Alia finishes by saying she prefers to end all this discreetly, without anyone else knowing. Helmut understands the situation and agrees to follow her crazy plan. Alia says they can return if they fail, but he prefers to finish everything at once. She then warns they are leaving now and asks him not to lose sight of her. Suddenly, very strong magical energy involves Helmut's body, surprising him. A teleportation circle activates, and a pillar of light transports them far from there. He opens his eyes and gets a bit lost with the totally new landscape in front of him. The scene changes to a beach, and the two walk on the sand during sunset. Helmut looks around, impressed with that place he had never seen in his life. But then Alia trips and asks him to get the mat in the bag because she exerted herself too much. Already lying down, she explains she used a lot of mana but will be fine if she rests a bit. He asks where they are and she tells him that is the sea, which covers 70% of the world. Helmut finds it hard to imagine something so big, as he never left his region before. Alia says the kingdom of Baden is just a small part of a much vaster world. He stays silent, processing the scale of that new information he just received. Exhausted from magic use, Alia ends up falling asleep right there on the sand. Then Helmut stays beside him, watching while she rests and recovers her strength. The scene changes and now it's night, with Alia finally waking up after a long rest. He sits on the beach sand and observes the starry sky and full moon. Still a bit sleepy, he thinks he slept until sunset, which was expected, but then he looks to the side and wonders where Helmut went. Then Helmut approaches and Alia warns his mana recovered, and they need to eat. He then gets surprised seeing Helmut shirtless, holding a giant creature he fished from the sea. The swordsman explains he brought a stone to break the shell, leaving Alia a bit embarrassed. He gets red, remembering he only put sandwiches in the bag for them to eat. Helmut apologizes for having touched his things, but Alia says it's no problem. But the warrior speaks that plants don't give strength, and Alia asks how he was going to eat the animal. Helmut responds he was going to eat it raw, and Alia, shocked at the idea, asks him to hand it over immediately. A while later, the two are already roasting the catch and some skewers over an improvised bonfire. Seeing a paper in Alia's hand, Helmut asks if that is Mage Lawphone's testament. Alia explains it's a hint to the dungeon location, which the Mages Association released. Then he starts reading the clue, which talks about life arising with vegetation. Alia doesn't understand what the riddle means, but Helmut warns him not to complicate it. He explains the place with life is the sea, and the shining moon is the night of the full moon. Then Alia questions why the association didn't solve it, and Helmut states they knew. The boy perceives the problem as there are countless places with the sea under the full moon. Helmut explains that's why they kept looking for a hidden meaning and never found it, but he reveals this place was where Lawphone had his greatest inspirations for magic. Surprised, Alia asks how he knows about the mage's personal life since not even the association knew. Helmut averts his gaze and says he strove greatly to research all that on his own. He then changes the subject and points out the true problem is the 6 stars part. Helmut explains that on a full moon night, its light obscures almost all stars. With this, Helmut realizes the riddle isn't talking about stars in the sky. Alia remembers a phrase from the mage, saying that human existence is on Earth. He continues, saying Lawphone valued the Earth where humans built their lives. Then Helmut finally understands and concludes they need to look for clues on the ground. Alia asks how to find starlight on the ground, and Helmut says they need to wait for the moon. The full moon reaches the highest point in the sky, indicating the time finally arrived. Alia says it's the moment and asks Helmut to hold his hand to see with their own eyes. Suddenly, purple energy envelops them, and the two start floating in the air. They fly over the landscape, which now shines with mysterious light coming from the ground. From up high, Alia points to a specific place and asks Helmet to look attentively. Then, he sees 6 points of light shining on the mountain, like stars on Earth. Helmet is impressed with the view and finally understands what the riddle meant. Alia explains it is the reflection of crystals that only appears for an instant under the full moon. Helmet feels a bit useless, but Alia says he already found the entrance when he came here alone. He gets confused by the boy's excitement, who then asks if they are ready. The two walk through the forest, approaching the location Alia discovered previously. Arriving there, he places his hand over a magical circle hidden on the ground. With that, a secret passage opens, revealing a staircase leading down. Facing the entrance, Alia turns to his friend and asks if they can begin. They go down the stairs and find a giant stone door with an orb of light. Alia warns that from there on it's unknown space because he never entered the dungeon. Alia explains it would be a waste if the dungeon only allowed 1 entry per person. Suddenly, the orb on the door starts shining with intense and very strong light. Then the great door opens, revealing a portal of golden energy right behind it. The portal spins like a whirlpool, inviting the two for a totally unknown challenge. Alia comments that the mage doesn't seem like the type who creates enigmas and calls Helmet to enter. With that, the two get ready to cross the portal and begin the dungeon exploration. They take the first step, entering the portal together without knowing what awaits them on the other side. Crossing over, they notice the environment changed, now with a very greenish tone. Suddenly, a strange symbol appears in front of them, floating in the air with green light. The light flies toward them and marks both wrists with the same hourglass symbol. It looks like a timer, and Alia confirms they have about 2 hours. He warns the first problem seems easy, but asks Helmet to keep an eye on the right side. The two walk down a narrow passage, water hitting their knees. At the end of the corridor, they spot 2 glowing silhouettes resembling warrior statues. But then they notice something strange and are left not understanding what is happening. Alia gets confused by the silhouettes and asks what on earth that is in front of them. Then Helmet points up and warns there is something written right there on the panel. They look and encounter a mathematical equation using Roman numerals to confuse them. The boy realizes this is the first question, but finds the hole underneath very strange. Suddenly, the walls start moving, indicating they don't have much time to think. The room starts shrinking rapidly, forcing the two to make an immediate decision. Helmet understands the logic and says they need to enter the hole with the right answer. Then Alia yells that the answer is the one on the right, but the hole's shape is very bizarre. Helmet notices the silhouette seems made for 2 people to fit together in a weird way. Without time to argue, he picks Alia up, leaving the boy totally surprised. Carrying Alia in his arms, Helmet runs desperately toward the passage of light. They manage to cross in the last second, and the door closes right behind them. Alia gets all embarrassed and complains that Mage Lawphone prepared a ridiculous test. He thinks that was a joke, and how lucky the humiliating position was the one on the right. Now recovered from the scare, the two face the next challenge the dungeon prepared. Helmet looks around the new room and comments there doesn't seem to be anything there. Alia says it must be a puzzle and warns him to be sharp for what may come. Then Helmet points to a different colored brick, and Alia praises his eagle eyes. The boy explains its secret writing and thinks the mage has a very childish side. He uses a magic light and reveals the message about how the next test will appear. The light illuminates the wall, and the secret inscription glows with the challenge instructions. The drawing shows they need to replicate the pose of someone carrying another. Alia is shocked, unable to believe what the mage was asking them to do now. The scene repeats and Helmet needs to carry Alia again, much to the boy's embarrassment. With his face totally red, he yells that he will never forgive Lawphone for this humiliation. They continue, passing through 5 more gates with challenges forcing them to cooperate. Helmet comments they took half an hour and asks if Alia thinks they will manage. But Alia is furious and swears he will kill Lawphone for all the shameful poses. Suddenly he stops and realizes all the challenges required exactly 2 people. He despairs at the thought that the poses might have come from his own mind. Alia gets completely red and wonders if those poses came from his imagination. Desperate, he tries to convince himself it's Helmet's fault since he's not alone there. Helmet notices his friend's strange face and asks what happened to him. With no way to explain the situation, Alia continues frozen and with his face very blushed. He disguises it, saying it's nothing, and rushes Helmet so they can continue quickly. The scene changes, and they enter an area with grass, and Alia's eye shines with the change. Suddenly, they are no longer in the dungeon, but in a sunny and very beautiful forest. Alia looks around and realizes Helmet disappeared, leaving him there alone. He starts screaming for his friend, but gets no answer amidst the forest. Then the boy realizes he fell into an illusion spell and didn't even feel it being activated. He understands it's an individual test, and Helmet must be in another dimension now. Alia feels relieved not to have to do more poses, but still worries a bit. He goes forward, and suddenly a giant shadow covers his entire body. When he looks up, he encounters a giant snow leopard with blue eyes. The creature shows its sharp teeth and stares at the boy with a very threatening look. Alia gets paralyzed with fear, staring at the giant creature that appeared in front of him. The scene changes to Helmut, who is now in an entirely white place resembling a sea of clouds. He doesn't understand what is going on because Alia vanished and the landscape changed abruptly. Helmut concludes it's a separate test but trusts Alia will manage fine alone. But then he wonders what exactly he should do in this strange and empty place. Suddenly he feels a presence and sees a mysterious silhouette approaching in the fog. Cautiously, he asks who is there, trying to identify the figure with long hair. The person turns slowly, and Helmut is shocked by what he is seeing. It is a woman with purple hair and eyes, and an appearance that leaves him very shaken. Without thinking twice, he draws his sword, preparing for possible combat. He yells that she looks like Alia, and demands to know who she really is. With tears in her eyes, the woman says she cannot change what she did, even if he hates her. Helmut continues with sword in hand, not understanding her connection to his friend Alia. He gets furious with her answer and demands she repeat what she just said. Back to the test, Alia remains paralyzed, staring at the giant creature with great fear, but the snow leopard seems majestic and stays there standing, looking at the horizon. Alia wonders if that is a monster, and is in doubt if he should attack first. Then he decides he cannot hesitate, and concentrates dark energy in his hand. But then the beast calls him Helmut, leaving the boy understanding totally nothing. The creature asks if he won't find the human waiting for him today. Alia gets shocked by the question, and cannot process what he just heard. He panics because a monster spoke, and on top of that called him Helmut. Then the beast asks why he has that face, and if the human mistreats him. Alia's mouth moves on its own, and answers that the training is just difficult. He despairs upon realizing he has no control over his own body and speech. The leopard stares at the boy with a look that seems to understand the whole situation. Then the creature questions if he wants so much to leave the forest to become stronger. Alia continues unresponsive, suffering through that bizarre situation with no control at all. But the leopard apologizes and tells him to forget it, as it knows of his decision. Alia tries to calm down and realizes the monster knows him as if he were Helmut. He keeps thinking about what the test means, and what the beast meant by leaving the forest. Then, the leopard warns that the human is arriving and says goodbye, wishing good luck. The boy gets confused by the warning and wonders which human the beast was talking about. He observes the creature walking away and is left alone again in the middle of that forest. Suddenly, a strong white-haired man appears carrying a wooden bucket. The man calls him Helmut and orders him to follow because they have much to do. Without body control, Alia's mouth moves and he says the man's name, Darien. He despairs, realizing if this is Darien, the situation is much stranger. It is revealed to us that Darien is the divine swordsman, commander of the Knights of Basor. Alia then notices his sword and realizes it's the same one Helmut always uses. He starts connecting dots, remembering details about his swordsman friend, the sword, fighting style, and Helmut's reaction to monsters. Everything makes sense now. Then he realizes this isn't a dungeon, but Helmut's memories. The scene cuts back to the real Helmut, who continues staring at the mysterious woman. Crying a lot, the mysterious woman apologizes to Alia with a voice of regret. Helmut understands she is from Alia's family because she resembles him and knows his name. He tries to ask who she is, but the scenario around starts unraveling. A strange force pushes him back, and the illusion begins distorting rapidly. Everything becomes white, and he is thrown inside a memory belonging not to him. The scene changes abruptly, and now he is in front of a huge house on fire. He looks around, confused by the destruction and chaos of that place in flames. Then he spots priests of Lumen watching everything with frightening coldness. He thinks it's a magical illusion because he can't feel any divine power there. But then he gets shocked because somehow he remembers that tragic scene. It is explained to us that that is Alia's childhood home and his parents died in the fire. On the ground, carbonized bodies show the cruelty of those priests' attack. Suddenly, tears begin flowing down his face without him being able to control it. He realizes the tears aren't his and doesn't understand the emotion he is feeling. Crushing pain squeezes his chest, sadness he never felt in his life. Then he understands because that pain and tears belong to young Alia. The priest orders another girl be found because traitor Heike's lineage cannot live. The priest turns scared, but it's already too late for the poor guy to defend himself. With a quick blow, Alia's body advances and attacks the priest with the sword. Then he releases an explosion of dark energy hitting all the priests at once, but the attack has a price and his body ends up being pierced in several places. Even wounded, he stares at enemies with a look full of hate and determination. Suddenly, a blonde woman attacks him with magic, throwing him far with the impact. He looks at his burned hand, feeling the pain of that magic spell that hit him. With his face dirty with blood, he prepares to continue fighting without showing weakness. Then he sees Alia's grandmother hugging the boy and understands she was his master. Helmut then realizes she is the only family left for his friend that day. He is sure that is Alia's real memory and wonders how the dungeon does this. But then it clicks, and he thinks if he can see Alia's memories, the reverse also applies. He remembers his friend seeing his past and despairs at the possibility of the swap. Then the reality sinks in, and Helmut wonders if Alia is also seeing his past now. The scene takes us to a mysterious forest where Alia walks with a very worried expression. Back at the hut, Darian questions him if he forgot something, but Alia denies stammering. He thinks he needs to focus on the test but can't stop worrying about everything. Darian just stares at him with a serious look, noting the boy wasn't acting normally. Then he asks if the cat said something since Alia seemed not to know what to do. But Alia corrects himself in thought, telling himself he isn't Helmut. Obtaining no response, Darian sits and takes his sword, going back to polishing it calmly. Alia walks away and Darian notices the lack of reaction, suspecting he only responds for Helmut. Already outside, the boy asks himself if he really needs to leave that forest. Inside, the old swordsman continues his work, but without taking his eyes off the boy. Alia gets thoughtful because he avoided asking where the forest was located to not be too direct. Then he begins joining clues, remembering the first beast knew Helmut well. This explained Helmut's combat experience, but he still wanted to leave the location. With this, Alia understands he wasn't there by choice and asks himself why. The strangest thing was the fact the divine swordsman was there and had been Helmut's master. Darian walks slowly in Alia's direction, stopping right in front of him. He then hands his sword to the boy, holding it by the blade without fear. With a serious look, Darian challenges him and tells him to try lifting it. Alia then holds the huge sword's hilt, feeling the weight of steel in his hands. He manages to lift it with some effort and gets impressed with its size. Darian comments he is still very small and it would be good if he grew quickly. Even with the provocation, he gives a slight smirk, seeming a bit proud. Alia gets a little embarrassed by the comment and his face blushes lightly. He thinks that even with beasts, that place conveyed a sense of comfort. Therefore, he understands that location was very precious to the true Helmut. Darian says he survived in the forest and with luck could escape the barrier. But hearing the name Forest of Roots, Alia's expression changes completely. The sword falls to the ground with a loud noise and the boy gets totally panic-stricken. He realizes deep down he already knew, but didn't want to believe the truth, because a human abandoned there meant he was born with the seed of darkness. In shock, Alia asks if that place really was the feared Forest of Roots. Then dark energy explodes from Darian, throwing the boy far away violently. Alia is bombarded by various memories and sensations not his own, getting confused. He feels something strange, and a voice explains he is slowly becoming human. Teeth clenched, he decides, stating he needs to go beyond that forest. A green aura then explodes around him, showing all his new determination. Suddenly, the scene changes to a dark place with Alia in front of huge statues. The boy kneels, totally lost, and wonders where on earth he ended up. A hand extends to him and Helmut calls him by name, offering help to stand up. Alia looks up and answers surprised, calling Helmut's name in return. Helmut questions how he arrived later, but Alia says he also just arrived there. Intrigued, he asks if Alia also saw something upon arriving in that strange place. Alia stays silent for an instant, but soon confirms yes, he also saw. But Helmut cuts him off, saying the hourglass didn't stop, so the test hasn't ended. He then turns, looking toward the back of the hall with a serious, focused look. Alia asks how Helmut wasn't shaken, even after seeing each other's past. They look around the chamber, noting there were only 2 huge statues and nothing more. The pair then finds a kind of altar, and Helmut says it must be for offerings. Alia finds that strange since he expected a coffin as it was Lamphione's tomb. Without thinking, he touches the altar surface, which suddenly starts shining intensely. The two get scared by the strong light, not understanding what was happening there. A huge wave of energy explodes from the altar, throwing the two back forcefully. From amidst the light, the spirit of an old bearded man appears with a tired look. The ghost then asks if Alia is the mage who managed to pass his test. He comments he lived long, but is still surprised such a beautiful mage passed. Alia is left unresponsive and asks, stammering, if he was really legendary Lamphioine. The spirit confirms and advises he came personally to guide him in his final test. Helmut complains about being ignored, making the mood even stranger. Lamphioine apologizes, but explains only the most exceptional mage can proceed. Having said that, he snaps his fingers, and a mysterious force pushes Alia backward. Alia is sucked inside the altar, while Helmut and the spirit just observe the scene. Lamphioine then advises the young swordsman he doesn't need to go further. Desperate, Helmut yells Alia's name, seeing the portal close right in front of him. His expression changes to pure fury, and he draws his dagger with hate in his look. But out of nowhere, a shadow appears from the statues and attacks him, starting an intense fight. Without choice, he releases a dark purple aura showing his true power. With a serious look, he realizes something is very wrong as his intuition screamed danger. The scene changes to a surreal place with Alia and Lamphioine inside a book portal. The portal then stabilizes, revealing an infinite library with books everywhere. Alia looks at it all shocked and wonders what place that was, totally lost. But Lamphioine explains with pride that was his library, guarding all his research. He still says the boy should feel honored because only he could enter that place. Alia then complains, asking if he really needed to be kidnapped like that for the test. Lampione notices how much he trusts his friend, leaving the boy totally embarrassed. The old mage smiles and says now he understood it wasn't just luck that made him pass. Curious, Alia asks what the final test evaluated since it only showed their pasts. Then he understands the test showed secrets to see if trust between them ended. And it is explained to us that the mage's role is precisely to unite all, even in difficulties. It was by touching the altar without losing trust in his friend that he could enter. Lampione then smiles and admits the result was a little different than he expected. Alia confirms if the objective was not losing faith, and the old mage says that was exactly it. With a smile of relief, the boy says he finally understood the purpose of everything. Lampione's look changes completely, becoming more serious and even a little dark. He says his idea wasn't in vain because he could meet a beautiful mage like Alia. The boy then asks if he will win something, but Lampione tells him not to rush. Then he reveals the two will become one single body to continue research together. Alia's expression freezes for a second, and the phrase, "one single body," echoes in his mind. But initial shock passes, and his look becomes cold, understanding the trap instantly. He then questions the old mage, asking what the hell he meant by that. Lampione just stares from afar with a posture much more sinister than before. Without hesitation, Alia tries using his magic, but the spirit blocks it with a simple gesture. Chains of light appear from the ground, trapping the boy's body with much strength. He panics upon realizing he can no longer activate any of his magic. The mage explains he always regretted that human life is short for learning. Therefore, he needed a young body so as not to die before finishing his research. Alia gets horrified and accuses him of wanting to steal his body using black magic, but Lampione denies, saying it is a soul transfer technique created by himself. He approaches and says it will be an honor for Alia, as he won't feel any pain. Suddenly, a light barrier explodes from Alia, throwing the old mage far away forcefully. Lampione is left unable to believe the scene, and asks how the boy managed to do that. Even with a bit of effort, Alia remains standing with energy protecting him. With a smirk, he says it's a pity things didn't go as planned. The mage then questions, wanting to know how he managed to repel his powerful magic. But Alia responds he did nothing, and maybe his magic wasn't complete. Lampione gets furious at the boy's audacity and calls him an insolent brat. He tries attacking again, but the light barrier throws him back once more. The old man gets confused because his spell was perfect and he didn't understand the failure. Suddenly he clicks and asks if by chance Alia wasn't a man. Alia just stares with a look of disdain without bothering to answer. He then mocks, saying the mage didn't know that even after seeing his memories. Then he explains soul transfer cannot ignore body biology. Revolted, the old man advances and grabs Alia's face with much anger and violence. He yells that in that space he would have plenty of time to make all necessary adjustments. Alia smiles mockingly and says the mage doesn't have all that time he thinks. The old man tells him to stop talking nonsense, already completely lacking patience. But looking at the altar, he sees the portal opening again, leaving him in shock. Back in the hall, the stone golem is destroyed by a dark, powerful attack. Purple energy crosses the portal, going straight toward the mage's power core. It was Helmet who advances with full force using dark energy to destroy enemy defense. Lampione gets terrified because it was impossible for a golem with magic core to be destroyed like that. His expression fills with fear as he couldn't understand what was happening. It is explained to us that Alia used tracking magic on Helmet before being taken. With this, Helmet manages to find the core and attacks without thinking twice. The blow is so strong that it begins breaking the entire library dimension inside. The whole space shatters like glass, and the mage's spell is finally broken. Alia then screams desperately, ordering Helmet to cut the old mage right now. Without time to think, Lampione tries using his magic to defend himself from attack, but it was too late, and Helmet's attack crosses him, hitting the spirit squarely. In despair, Lampione yells that it couldn't be because everything he did was in vain. Amid chaos, Helmet remains firm with his dark energy sword in hand. The library dimension vanishes, and Alia falls to the ground completely exhausted by situation. Helmet approaches, asking if he is okay, and Alia says yes, but hurries him. He warns without the master the entire dungeon will start collapsing any moment. Without wasting time, Helmet runs towards Alia to flee there as fast as possible. The ground starts crumbling, and the two run desperately to not be swallowed. Helmet asks what will happen, and Alia warns they will be erased together with everything. He then gathers remaining mana, doubting that would be enough. But without other choice, he slams hand on ground, activating huge magic circle. Purple energy explodes powerfully, and space around them starts breaking. Entire dimension splits into 1,000 pieces as if it were giant mirror. Alia's magic then reaches peak, releasing very intense bright flash. Gradually, dungeon shards start reconnecting, stopping crumbling. Spell works, and Alia falls to ground while Helmet observes everything around. Seeing collapse stopped, he asks if Alia is okay, and if can stand up. But Boy uses remaining strength, creating small energy sphere. The sphere then floats going towards Helmet, showing it hasn't ended yet. Alia explains that was an exit, but had no idea where it led. Almost fainting, he begs Helmet to take him, because his mana was at end. With that, Alia's body yields completely and he faints, leaving Helmet panicked. Desperate, Helmet yells Alia's name, seeing friend faint right in front. He gets panicked for a second, not knowing what to do with unconscious Boy. Scene then takes us to dense forest with mountains and much fog around. It is revealed Helmet carried Alia out of cave, finally seeing sunlight. He thinks not even Alia knew where they would exit and didn't recognize that forest. With the boy still on his back, Helmet adjusts him, appearing quite worried about him. Then he decides to wait for Alia to wake up and starts looking for safe place to stay. Carefully, he lays friend on ground, adjusting head for comfort. Helmet stands watch, observing Alia sleep, who still seemed quite exhausted. He remembers in dungeon saw Alia's past and surely Alia saw his. Therefore, he knew it was no use trying to ignore that because Alia wouldn't fall for it. Then dark thought arises and he wonders if he should eliminate problem now. Alia continued sleeping peacefully, having no idea of danger running there. But looking at friend's face, Helmet's expression changes and he seems to hesitate. Suddenly, Alia's belly growls very loud, breaking Moment's serious mood. Hearing friend's belly growl, Helmet realizes he ate before coming and decides to hunt, but rethinks, concluding it wouldn't be right to leave Alia alone in mountains. He stands there thinking, but suddenly feels strange presence and his face changes. Without hesitating, Boy grabs sword, standing in alert position for what comes. Out of nowhere, darkness seed in chest reacts and he feels suffocating energy. The cause were knights in shining armor, emanating strong divine power. Knights notice him there and one asks who he was and what doing in middle of nowhere. Helmet just observes them silently analyzing situation well before answering anything. One introduces himself as Holy Knight of Lumen and realizes they are just children there. He thinks he had heard of them but was first time seeing them personally. Darkness Seed reacts, but he concludes they can't feel it not being priests. Then introduces himself as student of Greta Academy, resting from training with friend. Knight asks about Alia and Helmet explains he is mage who exhausted mana. He concludes in thought didn't need to cause trouble if they just left him alone. But Knights get shocked by Alia's beauty, doubting he really was a man. One Knight comments if Alia were woman would be his type, which irritates Helmet. His look fills with pure contempt, already losing patience with that talk. Suddenly Voice interrupts, questioning if they really were students of Greta. It was High Priest McKeen, observing with sympathetic but very suspicious smile. Knight suggests taking them to temple to receive blessing and rest. Priest agrees with idea and says we'll take look at two youths. He approaches Helmet and smile disappears instantly, giving place to serious feature. Staring at him, Priest seems to feel dark evil aura coming from Boy. His expression changes to pure shock and dread, as if seeing demon in front. In despair, he screams for all knights to move away from Helmet immediately. Knight gets confused, asking why order without understanding danger. But without warning, Helmet runs sword through Knight's chest, who doesn't react. His face fills with shadows and his look becomes that of relentless predator. Scene changes to office where Academy Director watches everything by window. He seems very thoughtful, with look mixing weariness and much worry. In flashback, see him talking to McKeen, who asks simple permission. Priest explains just wanted to look at forest belonging to Academy. Back in present, Director continues seated with strong light beating on face. He thinks he gave permission but has bad feeling about all this. And feeling was right, because in forest situation had already turned chaotic. It is explained to us Mykeen outside was saint, but inside was depraved. He was there suspecting Academy finding boys was just coincidence. And when Priest saw Alia lying down, first thing felt was desire. Dark desire took over and wanted to take beautiful Boy for himself. But that feeling was left aside instantly for much bigger reason. Because he had found something that shouldn't exist there, emanating from Helmet. Boy was covered in blood and purple aura with terrifying look. In panic, McKeen yells he has Darkness Seed, ordering him arrested. Without wasting time, Helmet advances on Knight body sword full of hate. He then starts attacking others with uncontrolled fury, ready for slaughter. Knights and Priest prepare for attack, seeing Boy jump in their direction. But one creates light shield and Helmet's attack explodes in pure energy. Seeing Gap, Priest gathers divine power, preparing counterattack. With Yell releases wave of golden light, going full force at Protag. Boy is thrown back but manages to recover in air, readying next strike. He then dives sword ready, attacking another Knight with fury. But Helmet realizes fighting like this is bad, decides needs to eliminate Priest first. With absurd speed, dodges attacks running through forest trees. Knights get shocked by speed, one says treat him like beast. Helmet ignores others, continues focused advance, going straight toward target. Priest and Knight join forces, create light barrier for protection. But Boy attacks with energy punch barrier, starts cracking impact. McKeen gets shocked because Darkness Seed should weaken him, not strengthen. Seeing wouldn't work, Priest decides use powerful technique appeals. He then summons Giant Guardian Totem Divine Magic Absurd Power. Helmet gets shocked by energy, feeling pressure of crushing divine power. But then McKeeny has idea look, turns to Alia lying fainted there. Priest then points to Boy, yells ordering Knights attack Mage, hearing order. Helmet's look fills panic, uncontrollable hate. Knights don't waste time, run towards Alia to fulfill order. But Protag advances full force, placing self in front, protect friend at all costs. While Alia continued unconscious without imagining danger running. Suddenly Helmet's blood splashes friend's face, staining pale skin. He puts self as shield, receiving blows, guaranteeing no one touches Alia. Even wounded chest doesn't retreat, stares enemies mortal look. With quick sword spin, starts fighting several knights at once. Fight becomes intense steel sound echoing through surrounding forest. He then spins circular attack deflection, all swords pure skill. Even surrounded by divine light, Helmet continues fighting full strength. He grinds teeth, pain, fury look only increases every second. With quick movement, Boy blocks Knight's attack sword, then remembers Alia's past dungeon forced him see. Saw Boy crying, understood why he hated Temple so much. Helmet then wonders why Alia seemed so special to him, different to others. But past dungeon showed answered doubt once for all. That gave hope maybe Alia could accept dark past. He questioned if Alia would understand him since all wanted continue human, but didn't even have chance ask darkness seed ached chest. Priest yells his cockroach time finally ended. With this dark energy explodes Helmet, throwing knights away. Priest observes scene, totally shocked darkness coming from Boy. Look fills pure fear, unable believe what seeing. Helmet then releases power yells, can't lose Alia no matter what. Scene changes Alia's mind, floating lost space, full magic. Remembers Helmet's past was heavy burden one person. Boy wanted be human, but trapped loneliness leading evil, because understood loneliness worried while Helmet fury exploded outside. Priest just observes scene cold calculating look face. Then dark energy covers Helmet's body, leaving demonic appearance. McKean laments darkness seed went crazy despite temple efforts. Revolted yells, simple act, Helmet wanting live, already very selfish. But Boy's look shines, darkness focused, ready end everything. Priest stares, creature closely, night bodies ground. Dark energy calms, second revealing destruction caused. Without wasting more time, Helmet advances, full force, Priest wanting finish. Attack clashes, divine totem generating energy wave. With this dark power, divine light explode, entire forest trembles. McKean panics seeing dark energy tearing ground direction. Last effort launches light attack, but Helmet was right front. Even covered divine light, Helmet endures firm darkness tears face. Priest gets shocked, doesn't understand heart hadn't burned yet, but looking closer perceives detail changing perspective. Suddenly, light chains appear nowhere, trap Helmet wrist strongly. Seconds, several chains immobilized, leaving trapped before light gate. McKinney assumes control situation look already won battle. Invokes Luciel's sanctuary sealing technique crushing power. Priest warns turn target will send back Lumen side, but Helmet doesn't give up, uses all dark energy, try free chains. Old man gets impressed because even so hadn't lost reason, but observing more attention finally understands what happening. Explained Helmet used last strength create barrier heart. Unintentionally divine attacks helping suppress darkness seed. Even with help Boy continued fighting pure willpower, but McKean smiles saying was bad opponent, Boy light would win. Fake smile McKean says will guide Helmet minimum pain possible. Divine light then explodes, trapping Boy chains pure golden energy. Priest then prays Lumen asking accept lost sheep back, but suddenly blood darkness sphere forms interrupting ritual. It was Alia, even far points finger launches spell direction old man. Magic shoots like energy, ray hits Priest's arm squarely. He screams pain arm bleeding, wonders who hell did that. Alia stares, warns were terrible opponents, temple face once. Seeing face McKean panics, recognizes descendant Heike, but Alia just smirks saying wouldn't have time, worry about that. Then Helmet takes advantage, break freeze chains, fury roar. Boy advances, dark sword breaks, Priest divine shield blow. McKean gets terrified, attack strength feeling, defense break gradually. Without choice appeals, invokes sacred spear rain strongest magic. Seeing danger, Alia yells Helmet name stares sky empty look. Without hesitating, Helmet stares spear rain preparing imminent impact. Divine light spears fall full force causing gigantic explosion forest. Explosion smoke rises sky showing devastating attack strength. Priest McKean observes result tired look certain victory. But suddenly Alia creates magic portal ground surprising everyone there. He amazes perceiving created subspace gate private dungeon. McKean gets even more shocked sweating cold understanding what happening. Out of nowhere Helmet appears inside dungeon dark sword hands. Explained Alia used coordinate substitution trading places him. Helmet then fires purple energy blast full fury against Priest. Old man tries defending but divine power already almost limit total, but attack stopped magic chain coils darkness energy. It was Alia creates shield deflects attack saving Priest's life. Tired smile tells old man accept blow die silence. McKean becomes possessed rage yells were unforgivable traitors. Purple energy wave advances full force sweeping scenario frightening power. Attack cuts entire forest showing nothing standing there. Far away explosion rises skies leaving smoke trail pure destruction. Amidst dust Alia falls knees ground completely exhausted panting. Then looks forward calls Helmet name weak worried voice. There he stood covered dark aura still totally out of control. Helmet leant on sword panting fighting dominate darkness inside. Alia panics wondering if demonic energy couldn't be controlled. Face fills fear new situation only get worse from there. Then Helmet raises hand toward Alia concentrating dark energy. With gesture launches darkness cube going straight friend direction. Alia gets completely shocked unable believe happening. He then clenches teeth realizes needed take drastic action now. Without choice touches item chest begins shining golden light. Colorful energy explodes body appearance changes completely. Now new appearance Alia stares serious look little blush. She warns is an enemy can be placed finally rest. Helmet's look continues dark seems process words attention. Gentle smile Alia says going him able help now. Explained already. thought about this long time, preparing worse. She wondered what to have committed same mistake ancestor Haika. Energy dagger hand questions who stop lost control, but extends hand understanding promise also served herself. Without hesitating, Alia approaches hugs behind much strength affection. Then whispers this debt one day have repay. Helmet's expression changes darkness, face begins disappearing gradually. Eyes return normal, finally seems recovered consciousness. Now calmer, holds arms, look relief, weariness. Told doesn't matter what happens was promised between two. The scene then changes, and a hand delivers documents, advising everything has been finalized. The scene changes to a blonde boy, who warns that 3 academies will participate in the tournament. His mother calms him, saying he's more nervous than usual and will do well. She then offers chamomile tea, explaining it's good to calm his mind. The boy drinks the tea, while his parents continue discussing details of the sword tournament. The woman smiles with excitement, eager to see the swordsman coming to the event. But the scene cuts to a massacre, with various bodies scattered across cold, dark snow. In a shadowy place, 2 figures observe everything, emanating a very sinister energy in the air. Back to Helmet, who bleeds, and his heart beats strong inside his chest. The darkness seed pulses with more strength, seeming like it would explode any moment. Suddenly, the seed begins cracking, and white light leaks from inside. A voice screams Helmet's name, while the power core breaks completely.